Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude.
And Justin.
We are back covering Twin Peaks The Return, Part 11. We are zooming towards the end here, and I gotta say, I really, really like this episode.
I would say, especially compared to last week, which was
Yeah.
my least favorite so far, this was like, I
Yep.
was actually dreading it. I sat down thinking, like, all right, is it going to be more crap like last week? Like, I
How
hope,
dare you? How dare
I
you?
hope
Wow, you didn't have faith. Where's your faith?
Like I
Wow.
hope that I mean, because it's like that mid-season stuff. Like maybe they're just
They
setting
gave
up.
you 9 great parts, and like they had one part that wasn't the best, and you were just like, oh, I'm not even gonna watch this show anymore. You're like, Game of Thrones is on. I'll go watch that.
I didn't even oh god. I didn't even completely dislike last week. It was really that beginning part.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly the Richard Horn stuff and like the brief scene involving Steven and Becky.
What's dislikeful about that?
That kind of rubbed me the wrong way, but I think it was just bad. It was like bad timing or something. Like just combining those scenes like all in a
Mm-hmm.
row. It just had this like, I don't know, kind of off-putting effect. But yeah, I was very very pleasantly surprised by this week. I guess like they progressed. I mean, I would say especially with the FBI plot, like they progressed things to an extent that I was not expecting. Like they
Mm-hmm.
dropped a line about going to the going, Hastings taking him to the site,
Yep.
I didn't necessarily think we were going to see that this week. I figured, there might be other story elements that have to be put in place before we get to seemingly like an important moment like that.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, it was it was a moment of some significance.
Did something
Um,
happen there? I didn't
I think
notice.
something happened there.
Oh, I fell asleep.
Oh, you should go back and watch that part because
Eh.
yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
I would fully recommend it. But yeah, no, I pretty much, I mean, I would say as usual, like the Dougie stuff is like the least convincing for me. But I
Mm-hmm.
still enjoyed the Dougie segments for what they were. I mean, I thought it was
Yep.
fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Progressed things. We got past this whole like the Mitchum brothers are gonna kill him thing. And
Mm-hmm.
so now we can, I mean, it was kind of what we were talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, that's basically what I predicted. That the combination of like what you were saying with Bush
Bushmole
Bush now.
Nellens.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Small melons. With his whole thing about the sort of last part of his investigating, what Dougie sent to him, because that was kind of a hanging thread, when he's like,
Yeah,
"You give me a lot to think about." It was a
yeah,
while ago.
yeah.
So I guess Dougie's near death, event kind of prompted him to go, "Oh yeah, let me
Yep,
get back to that."
yep.
But yeah, so that with the idea of him actually approving the claim, knowing that it was a fraudulent denial. Yeah, that sealed the deal with the Mitchum brothers saying, "Well, we don't have any reason to kill this guy."
Yeah,
And yeah, Anthony didn't think about that, and Duncan Todd didn't think about that.
yeah,
That would be a thing. So it's interesting to see how they're going to react. But yeah, I agree. Like compared to the last week, that felt a little bit like, okay, this isn't the best ever. There were just so many cool, fun moments in this
yeah,
part, and like Shelly on the car was great. Like
yeah,
I'm like literally my jaw was dropped, and like I'm like on the edge of my seat. Like what is going on? Like
yeah,
the show got to a crazy level it doesn't really get to like that. It was like a scene from Death Proof. It
yeah.
was like
Action,
this sort of
everything.
meta action like thing. And yeah, it was like crazy, and then the stuff at the location with Gordon. That
Yeah.
was just too much to ask for.
Oh
I mean, we
man.
saw last week, and I guess that was really the shape of things to come. When Laura appears to him in
Yeah.
his hotel room, like he's already obviously involved in the plot, but like it seems like he's getting really deep in the crazy mythology stuff,
Yeah, way
the
more than he did in the
supernatural
original.
stuff. Yeah, so it was cool to see him go through that whole thing because it's not the kind of thing he's ever done before. So it didn't seem like,
Right.
oh yeah, Gore will be the one who like figures out the vortex or whatever, like
Right.
So that was cool, and
Yeah.
we got more Bobby, which is great. I love Bobby now. I swear, like, and he hasn't done much except be completely different
Right.
than what he was before.
Yeah.
And it just gives the actor and the character just all of this sort of, sort of accumulated character development.
Yeah.
And it's cool. And so yeah, more Bobby was great, and then Hawk, story time with Hawk was great.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah,
His
the little
whole
map thing.
Oh, it was
That
great.
was yeah.
Like, you so rarely, anytime there's something like, pictographical or symbology or, on a show like this where there's all these symbols and stuff. I mean, you might get told a couple of things, but most of the time there's no one who like goes through every single, like the Owl Cave map, no one's ever pointed out every single symbol in that thing.
What they mean,
but
yeah.
But so it was cool to have Hawk like go through his little map thing and like explain it in like a very, like, he didn't necessarily explain everything on there, but just there was a lot of time spent and not just like a little hint of what it was about, but it was like, no, this is this and this is multiple this parts. And these two together and this is it was great. And it's interesting to see how the sheriff station works too, all these other characters there that are weird. Like everybody except the like 911 dispatcher lady, Maggie, I think, or
Maggie,
she's the only like normal one.
Yeah,
like,
she seems fairly normal.
Yeah, the other guys are like weird.
Really weird. Yeah, Jesse was really weird in this one.
Yeah, it's like, Jesse, what's up, man? Why are you a weirdo?
It's like, I guess you're not an asshole like Chad, but you're still like really strange for no apparent reason.
Yeah, that was just like no apparent reason. Why are you a weirdo?
Hey, Sheriff, want to come look at my car? Like,
yeah, it's like, isn't it nighttime? I don't know if you can see a lot, but maybe it's a full moon. That was, and again, like,
was it Big Ed's gas farm? I heard gunshots.
Nice. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I was glad to hear Big Ed get mentioned and his gas farm. So at least now
I think that's a sign. I think
that's still going
soon. Hopefully.
Yeah, that was like his like announcement. But Jesse's a bit weird. I wonder if we're gonna get some of his backstory and why he's a weirdo.
I mean, he's got a last name too, which makes me think like. And there were like multiple moments, really like two weird moments with him.
Yeah.
So that makes me think, they are like, because I think earlier in the season he was kind of just standing by, not really doing anything.
Yeah.
I think I'm betting I don't know what they're gonna do, but it seems like, they have something planned.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there was just a lot of, it felt like there was a lot of different types of things in this part that were interesting.
Yeah.
And I think, compared to last week's part, it was so much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Gordon with the vortex, I swear, it's just the best. It's just the best.
Oh man, yeah, that I couldn't believe how crazy that scene got. It was like damn. And that was the exciting thing about it, because it was really like it was really like seriously advancing the plot, as well as like giving us some information about maybe what happened there.
Yeah, and also another sort of unprecedented visual sort of depiction of the supernatural qualities of this world, and they keep doing that. Like, they keep showing us new ways of seeing all this stuff. Mike showed up briefly from the Black Lodge, and we saw him like to scale for the first time in that little like transposition sort of thing he does, where he was sort of like normal scale, and I was like, you could do that the whole time. This whole time you could have done that.
Yeah.
But so even that kind of thing that we've seen before was like presented in a new way, which I thought was interesting.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what's cool. You know, it's really amazing how jam packed the show is with stuff. You know, not only is the plot stuff super interesting and very novel in a lot of ways in a lot of moments, but just the sort of candy of the show. You know, the weird and zany and scary and
Candy?
crazy parts. Yeah. Oh no,
Is-
not that candy.
okay.
Yikes. I meant sort of the sort of the treats, you know.
I know. Sorry. I just, Candy
Forgot there was a
was
candy's a whole deal.
featured again this week,
Yeah, and
doing her candy thing.
it's always candy. It's
Yeah.
weird how there's
Mandy
three
and
of
Sandy
them.
don't say shit, and they never ask her to do.
They
ask them
never.
to do
They
anything
always.
either.
They're always exacerbated by the one person they call on,
Mhm.
yet they always call on her.
Yeah.
So it like begs the question: are the other two worse?
Right.
Or is she the
Oh, God.
best?
Oh,
You know,
man.
because you would assume they'd be better, but it's like, well,
Right.
shit, maybe they're worse.
It could be. It could
Yeah.
be.
I did think they were going to fire her at one moment. I thought it was just going to. Jim Belushi was just going to be like, okay, fire her. She's just get her. She's just done. I don't care what happens to her.
Right.
I feel like at some point he's going to say that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
And it also is weird, you know, not to make this a bigger deal than it needs to be, but like, is this recent behavior from her? Is this like, you know what I mean? Like, is this since the slap? Or has she always been like this, and they always like have to, you know, get exacerbated?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you don't know. It's not clear if it's like a consequence of the slap. That's what I didn't understand about the last one. It was like, I mean, because you didn't really see her before that. I mean, maybe the incident with the slap like indicates that she was already kind of like out there before. That she didn't even realize she was hitting him in the face until she actually did it.
Yeah, but I mean, I totally agree with that. But it does come off like a classic comedy slapstick, like it's an understandable mistake type thing.
Yeah.
So it is a bit tough to go, oh, are we supposed to think that says something about her more than just that they're just doing a comedy bit, basically, you know? But yeah, that's tough to tell.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, overall I really enjoyed this one, and yeah, you know, they do a consistent job of subverting expectations and making me go, why did I even think that? Like,
so what expectations do you have in mind?
Well, I was just thinking about Becky and Steven.
Oh.
And how, you know, before, you know, the first time we see them, you know, he's a slacker, he's trying to get a job, and he's bad at it, you know, but he doesn't seem, I remember us, I believe, if I'm correct, that we were like, he doesn't seem like he's beating her. Right. Okay. Then the next time we see them together, he's like yelling and screaming, and you know he's on top of her, threatening her, and so we go, "Oh, okay." It's like the opposite of what we saw him before. Now he does seem like a version of like Leo, you know, and he hits her and threatens her. But then in this one, like she's like, "No, he's never hit me."
Yeah.
So it's like some type of violence, but not exactly what we would have assumed from that other scene.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's somewhat ambiguous, but yeah, maybe we're supposed to believe that, you know, he's never actually like, you know, thrown a punch or you know, he has like threatened and obviously yelled and stuff, and that's what Carl is hearing. You know, thrown things or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So like, there's like a grain of truth to his violent behavior, but it's not.
Well, yeah, it's just not exactly what we. That's what I mean about the, you know, subverting expectations. Like, it's not exactly that it's completely different, but it's just not exactly what we thought. Yeah. And I even think Becky's response in this part was something I didn't think, like when she just goes crazy and gets the gun and she goes after him, and she doesn't come off like a battered woman, you know. She comes off like she's, you know, can you know, be just as threatening to him. she
Yeah.
just sort of wasn't in the other scene,
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. I thought that's interesting, and just obviously a bunch of other parts throughout. The part my expect, whatever was happening with Bobby, like when he goes with the
Oh
with
my
the sick
god.
girl.
Oh
I mean,
my
come
god.
on. I mean,
Oh my
what's going
god.
on? I mean, what do you? I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's sort of expectations about the crazy stuff the show's going to get into in general that you could sort of imagine before the series starts. There's the stuff you can imagine after knowing some of the plot, right? But then there's stuff like this where it seems to come
Yeah.
out of nowhere and is like connected to nothing
Right.
and is different than anything we've seen before
Yeah.
and has no context. And you're like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do with this?
And Bobby's just like staring at it like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and it was great because it completely justified this lady being so irate. Like,
Yeah.
because she's honking on that horn, and it's the kind of
Yeah.
scene where you think, he's not ever going to go over there and talk to the person. He's just going
Right.
to wave off screen to them. But then it progresses, and he actually goes and talks to her, and she's
Yeah.
like completely insane.
Out of her mind.
And you're like, oh, okay, of course this is the person who's honking the horn like this because she's
Yeah.
like insane. She's all ripped up.
Yeah.
And then you get this like situation
Like,
where
oh,
like they're
that's not
trying to
even the
get
craziest
somewhere.
thing going on.
Yeah, and it's like she's trying to get somewhere, and she's got a limited amount of time because this person in the car is sick.
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, that's justified, great. But then the way that they're sick is weird.
Oh my god, so weird. So weird.
Yeah.
It was like I don't know, like a horror thing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I feel like I've seen a scene like this.
You have seen a scene like this, and it's the same scene where it's like the cop pulls somebody over, and you get this scene, and the end would have been like the girl, infects the cop or whatever,
Right.
or kills the cop, whatever the sort of thing is. This is totally the opening to like a horror movie.
The way she rises from the seat or whatever, and then like she's got her arms out.
She seemed like a zombie, and but she's like coming towards him, which is like, why are you coming towards me? Like, and it also came off like, I thought at a certain point, because it went on so long, I thought the girl was just playing around. Mm-hmm. I'm like, this can't be for real. Like, right? Like, this girl is just really committed to the bit, right? And we're going to find out she's just pretending. Like, she's like, haha, got you. Because it's so absurd.
It's ridiculous.
But it didn't. No, it was real.
As far as I could tell, it was real.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a question. Like, does that have anything to do with the plot? Or is this just like...
That's what I'm saying.
Random weirdness.
Yeah. I don't. I was thinking about Dougie and Candy and Jesse, how they all are weird in this kind of sort of slow way.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that means anything. I just kind of thought of that connection, and I was just wondering if is something happening to people.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, is there, because we've got these dates approaching.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely some insinuation that maybe something bad, maybe it's just experiment or whatever, but there's something evil involved, and It sort of reminds me of, actually, we kind of had a callback to the shaking hand with Gordon in this part. But that's what it reminded me of. Like, towards the end of season 2, there's a number of scenes where characters like hands just start shaking, like, and it's they never specify what that was.
One of the best unsolved mysteries.
Yeah, I always assumed that it had something to do with the fact that there was going to be this opening, to the Black Lodge, like, happening very soon, and it was sort of like, I don't know, energies somehow, converging or whatever, and affecting people in various ways, and like, so is this some kind of side effect? Could Jerry Horn be tied into that too? Because his thing's been like weird as shit. maybe not this weird, but you know,
Well, definitely weird in a different
pretty
way.
weird.
I don't see it connecting except for the fact that it's a weird, sort of weird behavior that could be, a portent of something to come.
Yeah.
It does remind me the girl just in general. First of all, she kind of looks like the girl from Stranger
I was
Things.
thinking that, yeah.
Yeah, which is
Eleven.
it really throws me off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. The other thing, though, she reminds me of thematically is kind of like the '50s girl with the frog bug went in her mouth,
Yeah,
and like
yeah, yeah.
this kind of seems like something that could happen after a frog bug goes in your mouth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that kind of thing. Maybe that's supposed to connect to that. It's another young, little girl.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a sort of connection. But yeah, in general, yeah. I wonder if we're gonna get some more weird things like that. Sort of making that point.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's the weird thing. Like, I'm just not even sure. It really could just be like, you know, random strangeness. Because
Are
like,
is the girl gonna be go? Is Bobby gonna take the girl to the hospital, and then we'll see, Sheriff Truman there or something? Like, is that a connection?
yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Harry Truman.
Harry, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we've got to have. There's that. Yeah, they haven't really talked about Harry too much. I mean, Log Lady had her thing about the Truman brothers being true men and
Mm-hmm.
brothers, but
And your brothers. Yep.
but in terms of Frank like calling him and stuff like that, that was happening earlier. Um, that hasn't been happening lately. So, and things are kind of heating up here. It's like a couple days away, I think, or maybe it's one
I
day
think it's
away.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's
Yeah,
coming up
something like that.
soon. I mean, maybe that's not even the end game, but it does
I
seem
don't
like it's
think.
coming up soon.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end game. I think it's like the beginning of the end. Whatever happens there, and I feel like that tomorrow would be before they go out there. It's probably a good day to talk to Harry again. But
Hmm.
I also wonder if maybe it'll be after whatever happens. But I feel like he should talk to him again because he didn't really talk about what was happening when he did call that time. Because he was like, "Oh, you're sleep." What was he like sleeping or something? There was some weird excuse. Um, so he didn't really, Harry doesn't really know what's going on plot wise. And I'm wondering if they will actually have a conversation where he tells them, "Hey, we found Laura's
Right.
diary, and and this took him, and then the Major Briggs left a secret message, and then we followed that, and we found whatever, and this is a case for the Bookhouse Boys."
Right. Right.
But yeah, there was a lot of crazy cool stuff. Found Ruth's body at
Oh
long
yeah.
last.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was not that hard once they knew where this thing happened. It
Mm-hmm.
was
Yeah.
just right there.
Yeah, it's
Um,
so weird. It's so weird to see the place where
yeah.
from Hastings' story, and it's just sort of a place.
It's just kind of a rundown house, I guess. Um, and yeah, but it's not clear if the house is actually being used or if it's just some kind of
It seemed abandoned.
portal.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like when Gordon sees, the staircase,
yeah.
I didn't know if that was supposed to be inside that house because it's like it was going through the vortex in the sky.
I don't think it's supposed to be in that house. No, I
Yeah,
think
I
it's.
didn't think
I
so
think
either.
I think they're in the. That's the convenience store, maybe.
Yeah, yeah,
Because there was that, that whole thing about the convenience store, them being above the
above the
convenience
convenience store,
store, the
right?
idea of two levels, and they were on stairs in this shot.
Yeah, yeah.
There's something there, but yeah, I assume that's the idea, which would suggest that when and I don't know if this is true, but I think this is kind of what I was thinking originally was, but the idea that the convenience store might be a portal to our world. So in that what, part 7, I guess, when we see them all outside the convenience store and then they go inside the convenience store. Oh, part 8, yeah. When they go inside the convenience store, perhaps they then go to our world from there. And then that's why we see later the guy descending, and we see all of them out and about.
Right.
So maybe that's the idea here, but yeah, it was crazy to see more woodsmen and like the blink effect that they have, this weird phasing in and out, and what trying to think about what that really means, and because it didn't seem like from Diane's description that it's like she's like, oh, I saw a guy who was disappearing every other second. Like it seemed like that, like that's what it looks like to us, but the actual effect on people is like, it's sort of different than that.
Well, I don't know what Diane was doing, but like I'm suspicious of anything she says. No offense, Diane, but it did seem like Gordon and Albert didn't like notice that he flickered out or whatever. Like they didn't comment on that, and like I would expect them to say it if they saw that.
Yeah.
Diane's thing is weird because what she said didn't match with what we saw on screen in more ways than just the flickering thing.
Really?
Yeah, she said I saw someone like that getting out of the car, which definitely is not what we saw on screen.
Yeah. That's why I figured it. Yeah, I caught that, and I sort of assumed that his approach. That's kind of the point I'm making is whether or not the sort of visual sort of way they're depicting what's happening is sort of different than what it sort of looks like to the characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like so that's why like she didn't sort of, because Gordon like well, he had the vortex thing where he sort of didn't remember what happened at first. But like I don't know. I feel like maybe they're sort of coming in and out of our consciousness, maybe, or something like that is the idea. So it's like we're not really noticing them is sort of the idea. Not that they're like there and not there, but that they're sort of subconscious almost or something, or and so when she said I saw him leaving, that maybe we saw him approaching, and she said she saw him leaving. Maybe he was more visible or something after he killed the guy or something. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird, but I mean, it was weird that she said it that way.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I was thinking, I don't really know what she was doing. I mean, I was thinking maybe she was trying to like give a plausible suspect, I guess. Like to somehow provide like, oh, you saw some like homeless guy wandering around? I think I saw someone like that getting out of the car. Maybe that's who killed Hastings, I guess I thought that's what she was trying to do.
But isn't it the same cover to say I saw someone like that getting into the car? I feel like that's the same amount of
getting in it. Yeah, that shouldn't matter.
Yeah. And I kind of felt like maybe it was just a better line, because if she saw the whole thing, then she did see him leave, and maybe just it's a sort of a writing thing where
maybe she didn't want to say like she saw him getting in because like why didn't you say anything, or why didn't you Yeah,
it could be that. I was just thinking it could just be a writing thing where it's sort of more interesting to not just tell the audience what the audience already knows. So they're sort of just telling the audience that he didn't just vanish out of the car, that he actually like got out, sort of a thing. So it could be that, just a sort of a writing thing. But yeah, anyway, lots to talk about there. You want to jump into the episode?
Yeah, you ready to do this thing?
Yeah.
All right. So we start off with some kids playing catch. Turns out there are 3 of them, although that confused me the first 2 times.
Yeah, I had to rewatch that opening because I thought they were doing something weird and with the editing, and they kind of were.
Yeah, it's like there's a third one in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it's weird. Anyway, they're playing catch, and eventually the ball gets thrown and kind of rolls away from them, and so they follow it, or one of them does, and they see that Miriam is still alive and crawling
Wow.
out of the forest. I did not expect that.
It's funny because you brought up the fact she was breathing after he had
I thought
attacked
it meant
her,
nothing.
and it's the kind of thing that, again, back to subverting our expectations. It's the kind of thing that 9 times out of 10 really doesn't mean anything. And
Yeah,
I thought my excuse was really good. Like, oh, it just could have been her dying breaths.
right,
Like there's
right,
no reason, just because she's still breathing seconds later doesn't mean she's gonna be still breathing hours later.
right.
But yeah, it in hindsight, it's a clue. Now that this is the outcome, otherwise, it's like it's one of those things that's like, if she had turned out to have been dead, then it didn't mean anything. But if it's Schrodinger's breathing or something, like once you open the box, then you like get your answer. So it's like once you find out is she dead or not, then you know whether the breathing actually means anything or not.
Right, right,
Because now that she's alive, oh, the breathing meant she was going to be alive. But if
right,
she was dead, oh, the breathing didn't mean anything.
right. Exactly. Yeah, you can just read it. This was like a huge surprise to me.
Mm-hmm.
I was certain that Miriam was dead, and because it's like it throws into like I mean, it just changes that
Yep.
whole plot line, because there's this whole controversy about, did Chad take the right letter, and
And
like
it's like I guess that means he got the right letter, and it won't matter because she's alive
it won't
now.
matter. That's the thing. Yeah, it's almost like, even if he did get the wrong letter, like, who's gonna know? I mean, yeah. At this
Mm-hmm.
point, she can tell him herself, and so it's just, yeah, I'm just
She can write
surprised.
another letter.
Yeah,
This
that'll be
time I'm
great.
sending 2 letters. Yeah,
Miriam
yeah,
sent two
yeah.
letters.
And I can imagine the scene where she tells the sheriff department, didn't you get my letter? What
Mm-hmm.
letter? And then Lucy's gonna get a
Yep.
suspicious look on her face,
Yep. That's
and then
how.
they're gonna realize, Chad took her letter,
Yep. Yep.
and
Yeah.
then
That's.
because even the post even the mailman could
Yeah.
verify that Chad was being weird. They
Yeah.
made
He
a point
was
of him
suspicious.
watching.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I don't think he usually gets the mail, and yeah, he was standing there in this weird way, like, why didn't you take the mail and go inside? And what's going
Mm-hmm.
on?
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. It seems like that's which is kind of a pleasant surprise. That is not what I thought was gonna happen at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was pretty sure they were gonna get away with this for a while. I thought that was
Well,
the point.
did her trailer ever blow up, or
Yeah,
did
well, I
she
guess
like
that's left
get
ambiguous.
out get out just in time, or did it not even work because,
Right.
like, there was a window open, or it has my
I
trailer, my stove has an automatic shut off or something, or
Right, right. Yeah, it clearly didn't work in time. I mean, maybe the broken window was enough.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, yeah, it's something like what you're saying. I assume we'll find out, maybe, because yeah, probably she's gonna talk to the police now. So
Mm-hmm.
again, finally, yeah, don't.
Yeah. Andy needs to explain what he's been up to with this case and why. I mean, has he not
Oh
informed,
God, right.
Frank Truman that, he had the suspect whose car it was that killed this boy is missing and, like, didn't show up for his, appointment and all
Meeting,
that?
yeah, 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 yeah. They're gonna have to address that in some way. Andy wasn't even in this one, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a weird thing. It's a weird kind of um, I don't know, like the way that plot was done was strange. Like, we weren't given the context for it at all. We still don't
Mm-hmm.
even know like who she talked to, and like how he got sent there, and
Mm-hmm.
what, if anything, he's told anyone else. Like, it's just
You
kind
infer
of
it's
strange.
Andy because he's the one who was out investigating it, but yeah, you
Right.
don't know for sure who it actually is.
But
This
maybe she told
opening,
Chad, and Chad told Andy to go there. Like, I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
I mean, it probably wasn't anybody important outside of those two,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it's just it's just weird that we just get that scene without any like we don't even know that she talked to the police at that point, you know. And then she says she talked to the police, but we don't know who. And then like a plot line is we got to stop that letter, you know. And it's
Yep.
just weird because it's like, but she already talked to police and now she's alive. So it's just the writing on that plot line is very strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's circuitous, that route.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll have to see where it ends up, and like maybe somehow to make sense. But like so far, it just seems. I mean, it does seem like it's written to subvert your expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that's just not the way this plot should go.
It
But
reminds me of like it reminds me of the kind of writing from Mulholland Drive, from that little scene with Mark Pellegrino.
oh
You know, when he's trying to get the what is it, the diary? Not the diary, but the phone book, address
yeah, the
book or
Black Book.
something.
Yeah.
And just the way where it's like it should just be like a straightforward sequence, and then it's just like a series of unfortunate events, you know.
Right.
And you know the way sort of things work and are pieced together in this strange way. I feel like is the same kind of thing with that plot line of you know of Richard killing the kid, and it's just it should be a straightforward. Well, here's a witness who saw him do it. You know, we know. You know, there's an owner who you know she goes and tells the police. The police find out who owns the vehicle. They go out to check the owner. The owner says, you know, should have said, I wasn't driving then. Richard was driving. You know, they go out to find Richard.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And Richard then goes to Miriam's and he threatens to kill her. And, you know, she writes a letter or not. But, like, you know, it's just, it's just so weird that it's not as straightforward as it could be, considering all the other stuff that's not straightforward. You know, you would expect some things to kind of be straightforward. You know, even the Dougie sort of story with the Mitchum brothers, you know, isn't the sort of obvious story.
Right.
You know, we talked about that last time. How they're not like horrible gangsters.
Right.
They're really kind of pleasant guys,
Right.
and sort of likable in a way.
Yeah.
And even their vendetta, like you know, was understandable because they were the ones who were slighted.
Yeah.
They weren't retaliating out of like malice or like power, you know, or trying to get power or greed or anything like that. It was like they were slighted, you know, in a big way, and so it's sort of understand. So yeah, even the way that they're depicting these like mobsters, and they're really nice to the women, and is kind of like supporting them out of you know some sort of empathy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They haven't abused them. They haven't over sexualized them. You know, so yeah, so even that kind of thing that you know, even Ike the Spike came off to me as weird the other day. I was thinking about because like his name is Ike the Spike. We see him use the spike once and it breaks and he never has a spike again. You know what I mean?
Right.
He just never has a spike anymore.
Yeah.
And it's like you think he just gets another spike.
Yeah.
And so when he breaks it that first scene, you don't think, oh, that's the end of his spiking days.
Right.
You know? So it's like all
you would
these
think he would have
pieces.
more than one spike.
Yeah, or even if like okay, that's his favorite spike, and
spike.
It's you know it's his longtime favorite spike, but yeah, get a new spike, you know. But
go to a spike smith or something.
All these, yes, there's only one in town, but he's really good. Yeah, I mean, but you almost pick any storyline or any you know part of the story, and there's something twisted about it. There's something, you know, a little bit different than what you might expect.
Yeah.
You know, the Janie E thing from last time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so yeah, I don't know. It's interesting how there's really, it's not like, oh, okay, there's like 10 plot lines or whatever, and like 5 are really crazy and intricate, and 5 are fairly normal and simple. It's like, no, they're all weird. They're just all weird.
Right. Yeah. Even the normal stuff.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Yeah, speaking of normal stuff, the 3 boys playing catch, I don't know why it was edited so strangely. They do a weird thing where they're panning from one boy to the other, and they cut between 2 different shots in a very obvious way. And it's they cut to the shot where the boy, the ball keeps going and the boy has to go get it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
is that was the best shot they had, and so they had to use it, and they couldn't edit it any better than that. I just don't buy that. And the way they were sort of when the boys were passing the ball over the head of the boy in the middle, they just were shooting it in a way like they weren't trying to get the boy in the middle in the shot, but they did a little bit. And I thought they were switching boys. I thought it was like there were two boys playing catch, and then like they do a weird cut with the camera, and then there's a second boy who changed places with one of the other boys, and it's still two boys
like a
playing.
thing.
Like yeah. I was like, oh, this is weird. Why are the boys switching here?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I'm like, oh no, there is a third boy. He's in the middle, and it's just cut very strangely and shot very weird. And it reminded me of in Fire Walk with Me when we first see Gordon Cole. They do a weird character switch where like he asks a woman to get him coffee, and she's like blonde, and then the woman who comes in to bring him coffee is brunette.
Oh.
And it's like two different women for no reason.
Right.
So I thought it made me think of that. I'm like, are they just doing some weird switcheroo? But yeah, I don't know. So the episode, the part started out very weird, and then Miriam showed up.
Right. I mean, it's the kind of setup where like something's gonna come out at some point. They're gonna see something. I thought like maybe Richard Horn's gonna hit one of them.
Oh no, he's just going around hitting young boys.
Yeah. Yes, why not? I mean, you got to leave town. It seems like this is in a wildernessy area. But yeah, you expect something's gonna come out, and I don't know. Like I guess I had completely given up on Miriam. I didn't think there was any chance. So yeah, it was kind of a nice start. That like, no, that plot is not gonna work out the way you thought.
Yeah, and just that's all we get. We just get that.
Yeah, that's the end of it for this week. Yeah.
A little taste.
I assume we'll pick it up, but yeah, it was an interesting moment to start with. Definitely like more like a normal TV episode start, like starting on this kind of big thing, teaser type thing. Even though like they don't really develop that thing, which would be a little more normal. But yeah, I enjoyed that. So you ready for the next thing here?
Yep.
All right. So we go to the new Fat Trout. Becky gets a call. I don't really know who she's talking to here, but she gets upset. Calls Shelly. She needs a car, and apparently it's something to do with Steven. So Shelly rushes out of the Double R to go to Becky, and then we see Becky has a gun. Shelly pulls up.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. So when Shelly pulls up, Becky grabs the keys from her and locks herself in the car and starts to drive away. So then Shelly jumps on the hood. And then Becky backs up and turns around and throws Shelly off the car and knocks her shoes off and drives away.
Then Kurt Russell shows up. And he's like, no, I'm death proof. Wow.
Drives away, and then this is a whole sequence here. I don't know where to stop here, but Carl comes out to see what's going on. Shelly asks for a ride to Double R. Carl whistles for a ride. And then in the car with Carl, Shelly calls Norma, who says to call Bobby. So then Carl gets on some kind of radio in there and calls Maggie at the sheriff's department and patches them through to Bobby. And then Shelly tells Bobby what she knows, which is not that much. And then we see Becky walk into an apartment building, go upstairs, bang on a door, and yell. The next door neighbor says no one's there. So then Becky says, "Fuck you, Steven," and shoots through the door several times. And then the camera flies toward a stairwell and down, and we see Steven is there with Gersten Hayward.
Who is that?
Oh my God, you don't know? Oh, I love it. I love it. It's Gersten Hayward.
I don't know who that is.
TV's Alicia Witt playing Gersten Hayward. You don't remember Gersten Hayward? So she's
Donna's sister?
the red-haired one in the dress who played the piano. With Leland. She's only appears in one episode of the entire series, and it was episode 8, the first episode of season 2. So yeah, that's Gersten. That's the same. That's her.
Yeah, I remember her, the character. I did not recognize her.
So the only reason I know that is the credits. So like basically like I saw that shot and I was like, okay, whatever. And then the whole episode played out, and I saw at the end. Gersten Hayward.
I see it now. I can tell it's her now. Yeah, it's a weird shot. She was like looking
It's a weird
up.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah, her face is at a weird angle, but wow, that's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
What a way to like tie a new character to an old character.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wow, that's weired. That's really weird.
I'm glad I got to share that with you. I assumed you would have already.
No, I've only seen the episode once at this point, and I just watched the credits as they played. I didn't really analyze them. I just look out for any names. I'm like, did any names I don't know? Like, and I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it really stood out. It was right at the end, and I was like, who the fuck was Gersten Hayward in that episode? And I was like, well, there's only one person that could have been. And so then I moved the video to that place, and it was like, oh yeah, that's clearly her, because she was on Walking Dead like fairly recently, so I had like some idea of what she looks like now. Obviously, it's pretty different from how she looked in the original series when she was like, I don't know, 13 or 12 or something. But yeah, I guess Steven is having an affair with Gersten Hayward.
Wow, what's Doc Hayward gonna say about this? Wow, yeah, that's surprising. That very makes that storyline more. I'm more interested in it now. I didn't really care before. Like who Steven's cheating with.
Right. I think that's why they did this.
Yeah, that makes it
to like give it a little more weight or whatever.
But
even though it's
again,
a very character from Twin Peaks.
But not only is it my character from Twin Peaks, right? That a lot of people probably don't remember.
One episode.
But she's not named right now. So there's no way to really even know
it's
that that's
Twin
her.
Peaks syndrome, where like unless you're like really keyed in, you only know from the credits. And I assume that in a future episode, when they give us more on this plot line, they'll make it clear that that's who it is. They've done that with some of these other stories, like Richard Horn. Like that became clear. In the last one, after the only reason we knew was the credits for several episodes or parts. So yeah, I do agree though that like in a way I don't care. I mean, it's like it's fine, but and I guess like to the extent that this is Shelley and Bobby's problem, like I kind of understand why it matters in terms of the characters of the original series. But yeah, I guess I'm not inherently invested in like Steven and Becky's problems. So yeah, and just having it be Gersten doesn't necessarily like save that. So yeah, I mean, I think like this is the kind of plot where it's sort of like, I don't know, what's the point? Where's this going?
I think my biggest problem is that Steven and Becky don't have a good couple nickname. What am I supposed to call them? Stecky? Beaven? I mean, that's not how am I supposed to get invested if there's not a good couple's name?
Yeah, you're right. It's a good it's a good point.
What, Albert and Constance? Calbert and
Albstons.
Alstons. Alston's? Yeah. Alston's. Yikes. They don't have a good one either. Guess that's why I'm not invested.
Well, there you go. There you go.
But yeah, this whole sequence I thought was really great. I really loved it. It was so unusual. You know, when Shelley told Norma, like, I'm sorry, Norma, I just have to go. I'm thinking Norma, when she, like, takes off her glasses, this is, like, her thing she's gonna do this entire fucking part, like, series. She's gonna take off her glasses and, like, admonish people silently.
Right.
But when she did that, I'm thinking, she's probably thinking to herself, wow, Shelley hasn't had to suddenly leave work in about 25 years.
Yeah.
It's been about 25 years since she's had to just suddenly leave like that.
Yeah.
Huh, I wonder. Yeah, it seems so. It was such a callback, and just so
Laura
hilarious.
did something very similar in Fire Walk with Me as well.
Mm-hmm. I can't do Meals Wheels today. I can't.
Yeah.
Then Shelley had to do it, and she had to do it by herself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, wow. But yeah, so I love this whole thing and this whole little action part where, like, you know, once you know, it was already, you know, Amanda Seyfried's great. Like, I really haven't seen her in a lot, but she's good at what she does, and I thought she was great at this weird phone call. You know, it's only a couple lines, and I thought she'd, like, really set the tone for this whole sequence here. You know, really heightening it.
Yeah.
And putting, like, the stakes there. And then, like, yeah, when Shelley jumps on the car, it heightens again. I'm like, what? Like, oh my, what am I watching? Shelley Johnson Briggs, you know, like, is jumping on this car, and and Becky just keeps going.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, and then, like, when she peels out, and I'm just like, wow, this is really insane. You don't usually get this kind of, like, action thing.
Right.
Another thing that it made me think of, just that shot through the windshield, with Shelley on the other side, really called back to Fire Walk with Me when Cooper sees the car that says "Let's Rock" in lipstick.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
It just made me think of that, since she's wearing, like, red lipstick on a windshield.
Oh yeah.
You know?
That's true.
And both, like, old, like, cars, I guess, or something. Old brown cars. I don't know. Yeah, and then the whole thing with Carl was interesting. I'm like, of course Carl has a police radio. Oh, of course he does.
Right.
And it was weird that he's got, like, someone ready to drive him at the drop of a whistle.
That was very strange. I don't know why that would be a thing. Like,
it's like, anytime you need to go anywhere, I just have to blow this whistle, and this guy's just gonna come. Just one whistle, and we're not gonna have to wait that long.
And then boom, yeah, like, that was a really weird detail.
Yeah, is it like one whistle if it's an emergency,
and
like two whistles if it's not an emergency? Like, take your time if it's two whistles,
right.
But yeah, it was again.
You don't want to hear three whistles.
You don't want to know what three whistles is. But you will if you're good, and you won't if you're bad. And again, it's another sound effect thing. You know, like, I think Lynch is obsessed with sound.
Oh yeah,
and so it was another sound thing.
Yeah.
So
I think we mentioned before, like, but he has sound design credit on this.
Yeah. And turn up the volume. I feel like that's all he did.
That sounds.
He's also an editor too.
Yeah.
He's got his hands all in it.
Yeah.
So that's good.
You can tell. Yeah.
So all that was cool. Then she bangs on the door. I thought she was at a hotel, but I guess it's an apartment building.
Yeah. I think the later scene clarifies that this is Gersten's apartment.
This is her place.
And so that, I think that means it's an apartment building. I also thought it was a hotel the first time.
Yeah, so she shoots in the door, and I thought, okay, well, someone's on the other side of the door just got shot.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they left.
They weren't there.
Was actually, yeah.
The shot makes that clear.
So they do the camera floating down the hallway thing, which I've seen people say this is like an homage to Kubrick.
Is it?
But as you would agree, this is total Lost Highway. I mean, a
Oh
camera going
yeah.
down a hallway is like half of the movie,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right? So I'm like, he may have been, homaging Kubrick back
Back
then,
then, yeah.
but like, I mean, but this is like one of his signature shots at this point, in my opinion.
So what Kubrick thing is like this? What
I think in The Shining,
The
and
Shining?
I think,
Okay.
and there's one other one that I think somebody
The
somebody
Steadicam stuff with
mentioned.
like going down the
Yeah,
hotel. Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, it had this like weird ominous quality,
Mm-hmm.
um, which like didn't quite seem appropriate for what was happening. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. It was a weird tone, um, and the way they sort of freeze. I mean, I guess the idea is like they just heard gunshots.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, the situation is a bit scary, sort of. The idea that they're sort of hiding for their lives, but
Yeah.
but I do think that's again why it's a Lynch thing. Is it's scary.
Right.
Like, yeah, the way it's cut, it's kind of, the camera's floating, but it kind of has some jump cuts, and there's like this music.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is very ominous. She actually, in that shot, she looks like a friend of mine, Alicia Witt. So that's really what I was focused on, was how much
I
she looks
see.
like my friend Angie. I'm like, wow, is that Angie? Is Angie playing this part? I was like, I had to think for a second, like maybe that's her. Um,
Oh man,
um,
Angie, we're in this.
right.
I
But
want some secrets. Spill your secrets, Angie.
spill your secrets. Um, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Steven's cheating on her, which is strange.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
I don't know what the phone call was exactly.
I assume that was someone saw them at her
I
place.
guess so, yeah. And but I also wonder what does this have to do with what was happening last week?
Mm-hmm.
The
Mm-hmm.
Stephen yelling at her and sort of like having her cower into the couch. Like, was that some kind of overreaction because she was suspicious? You know what I mean? Did it have anything to do with this,
Did
or is it
did
just
we
completely
see
unrelated?
did we see the gun under the couch last time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think we did. I was just wondering about that, because that's another sort of, you know I don't know what to call it, context that we didn't have in the previous scene where she's cowering, is she, most likely has this gun under there, so
Right.
she's not completely like helpless in a way
Right.
that we don't understand at that point.
Right.
But yeah, it's weird. I mean, is it as simple as, she did something, she, called him to question that he doesn't have a job or something, and he got mad, and he was telling her like how much slack that he gives her, in terms of bringing in money and stuff like that, and he's offended. This is how I'm taking it. He's offended that she would question him about that, and so he gets mad and yells at her, and then I assume, is it as simple as he goes to Gersten and complains to her that, oh,
Mm-hmm.
Becky's so bad, and I want to leave her or whatever, and that's
That's a
that's why
classic
he's
setup.
there. Sort of, yeah. I mean, is it that simple, or is there like, more going on?
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like it could be. I mean, like this plot doesn't need to be that complicated because there's plenty going on in the
Well, if it
show.
doesn't need to be complicated, that means it will be
Then it will
complicated.
be. It'll be like extra complicated. There's like going to be
Mm-hmm.
5 more steps before we even get the point of this storyline.
Yep. Yep. You called it.
Yeah, it's strange. It's been very strange. I really wonder about the editing this season. This show. Like I wonder what the best way to edit it is. Because
What do
like
you? What do you
because
mean?
because like I'm not saying I have a better idea, but storylines like this, and like there are many others where they were just so sparse for a while, and we would just get
Mm-hmm.
like the tiniest thing and then nothing for a while, and then like then it would come back, and now like I don't know how long it's going to be before they pick this up again. um like it loses some urgency, or like your sense of like caring about certain things when you don't see them for a long time and you see other stuff.
It's like when Game of Thrones takes a long break between seasons, and then I come back and I'm like, who cares if winter's coming? Who cares who has the Iron Throne?
It is kind of like that. It is kind of like that. And so that's why, like, on a normal TV show, um I feel like there's a little more coherence with the way plot lines are, dropped or picked up again.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess yeah, I it's like I'm sure it's tricky to like get it all in, because like if you just cut all that stuff together, then now that's like at this point like probably half of a whole part, and
Well, yeah, I
you don't want
think
to spend the whole time on just that.
part of the problem, I think, because I was just thinking in my head, like, are there any storylines that were started that are done? Like, has any storylines actually finished yet? I think the answer is no.
I mean, I think
Uh,
the box plot is like mostly done. I mean, I feel like all that's left is to just give us
well,
explanations. You know,
that's well, then
do
it's
you
not
think we're
done.
gonna see the box again? Like, I don't necessarily think we're gonna see the box again.
But I still think that storyline is going. We don't know who the billionaire is. We just got another piece of that story in the last part.
Yeah,
When we
okay,
saw
fair enough.
that Mr. C was there.
If
So I
that
mean,
counts, I
yeah,
guess I
that's
meant
right.
like going to location, but yeah,
No,
I
I
see what you're
mean the
saying.
actual storyline.
Yeah, yeah,
Irrespective of the location that it takes the characters.
yeah, yeah.
And so I don't think any storylines have really been
Well, let's say
finished. Like
Sam and Tracy. I think their story's over.
I mean, their part of the storyline is over, but that they weren't the whole storyline.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean? Like, yeah, for sure, their part is done. But like the Becky Stevens storyline started, when we first saw their
Right.
characters, and it's only been 3 scenes with them, and so it's still
Yeah,
going, and it'll
yeah.
be over when they, I guess, the last time we either see them on the show or we see them and it's not about their relationship together and they're involved in some other storyline. But I
Right.
just mean I think it seems like the basic problem here is that unlike a traditional season of a show where storylines
Wrap
are
up.
more cohesive, they wrap up and they turn into something
And then
else.
those characters focus on other things, or those
Yeah,
characters kind of
this
stand in the background of other storylines.
exactly. Like
Yeah.
the Doctor Amp stuff is still technically going, and that was like the
Yeah.
first, second scene or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think even though there might only be 5 scenes with him, Doctor Jacoby, about that stuff total,
Right.
the first one was in the first part, so it technically going to
Yeah.
last the whole series probably. So
Yeah.
that's kind of the problem is they are everything is spread out because they're not wrapping up the storyline. They just keep going, and we keep talking about that, how hard it must be to edit this stuff. I assume they plotted out what the major stuff was, and then they figured out where it needs to go in which parts, and then they figured out how much time was left over in the different parts to fill in with other storylines. And I feel like you go, okay, well, there's a story beat where we find out Miriam is alive, okay, and that's just one scene. Where do we put that scene? Well, part 11 has an extra 30 seconds or
Mm-hmm.
something. Let's put that there. I feel like that's kind of what they have to do at a certain point is just see where they had free space to put different things. Because they could have
Right.
put that scene in the last part.
Right.
But then of course they have to think about how each part plays. And then the whole sort of just storytelling aspect, of setting up and paying off things. So this is a setup. This is sort of a payoff of the last part, but it's sort of a surprise. So it's a setup to whatever next part of the story is going to happen. And,
Yeah.
So they have that in our minds. And I feel like they're not waiting as long as they were in the first part of the season to come back to things.
I agree. The pace is faster now.
It seems like
Definitely.
it seems like it's picking up.
But I guess, maybe that's the thing. Like, it seems like, especially the Twin Peaks characters, because like, so the plot lines with Eva Cooper and Dougie and stuff like that. I mean, those are like very, and the FBI too, like very extended plot lines.
Mhm.
Those are occupying like the majority of the screen time, really.
Yeah.
But with the Twin Peaks characters, it's sort of like, they have, they could have like a centric episode worth of story, but it's spread out over 18 hours.
Yeah.
And I think that makes it feel like weirdly sparse, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the sort of part of what I was saying was that like it's spread out like that because they're not wrapping up the storyline. Like they could spread that out, like that whatever happening with Jerry, they could do that in one. They could do that in the first part or the first 3 parts.
Yeah, they could have wrapped that up a while ago, presumably.
But it seems like they can't because it's going to tie into. I guess part of the concern would be the chronology of these scenes.
Right.
Like they can't wrap up the Jerry storyline if it takes place on the last day of the show.
Right.
They can't show that. They wouldn't want to show that at the beginning of the season.
Right.
And then have a weird dual timeline thing, because that would be crazy to have multiple timelines on a TV show without telling people.
Right.
Don't do that, Westworld.
Ouch. Yeah. I mean, I think there are some scenes, like certain isolated scenes that, I'm thinking of something like the Lucy and Andy furniture scene, where like they could kind of drop that in almost anywhere.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it doesn't really depend on any, but then there are some scenes that depend on certain events happening before them and after them, and so you can't just put them anywhere.
Yeah.
You have to kind of control it. So yeah, I feel like there was a bounce of those. I mean, like I was thinking about the Log Lady call last week, and I feel like the Log Lady call last week is one of those that like could have gone anywhere. Because they didn't reference, like, that's what I noticed about this week is that she's like, you found something, and it's like, it's weird because they found something a while ago and it wasn't mentioned last week during the call. And so it felt like this was the logical like next call, but it wasn't. It was the one from last week where she said Laura's the one. But I feel like that could have been, I don't know, in a way that almost makes more sense like after she knows that it's a diary. Of course she doesn't find that out, but you know what I mean?
But but Laura's the one ties together with Gordon's vision. Like that. Right. That's a connection there. And I thought in this one, she's saying you found something. I thought, what did I think? I thought, she was referring to the revelation they just had with Hawk's map.
I think that's what I thought. It's that because he said it's just like you said. It was just like you said. And the thing she said was the thing about the thing that led to the diary. You know what I mean? That something's missing, and the way you find it will have something to do with your heritage. I mean, the Major Briggs stuff, hasn't been like that. That feels like a separate. I don't know. I feel like she doesn't. That's not what he was referring to.
Well, that's what I thought she was calling because. She says her log doesn't like fire, and they just were talking about fire in this thing, and so that's why I thought it was like another sort of thing where like her log woke up and told her something or alerted her that something was going on, and that's how it came off to me. Right. I don't remember the dialogue that you're talking about though, where he says. What did you say he says?
He says it was just like you said. Something
What
like
was?
that. I mean, I don't have the exact quote. I would have to
Well,
look it
you're
up.
not much of a case then if you know the exact quote. I mean, what are you just? I'm supposed to take your word for it or something? I mean, come on, what is this?
I can probably find it.
Wow, maybe you should find it.
Let's see here. All right. Here we go. Okay. Just gonna find that here. Um. Okay. Here we go. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so
I
close.
see. I found it.
It was just like you said. Isn't that what I said? Some close.
Yeah. It was just like you said, but then he said, "I should have told you sooner."
He did say that. Yeah, I should have let you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I should let you know. Trying to see what she says. What did you find? And he says, "I can't tell you that."
Right.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, so as a result, it's not clarified, but like the thing she was talking about was clearly the thing that led to the diary thing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So that it seems like that's what they're addressing, and yeah, that just it feels like it's too late.
Yeah,
but
it's just that the next line after that is my log doesn't like
the
fire.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like,
Which is
well,
relevant
okay.
to the thing now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that part makes sense now, but I guess like I feel like
Yeah, I
she should
guess.
have the first
I
part of
guess.
the call should have been last week.
Well, yeah, I think that's how it comes off to me. Is they are talking about the previous thing, but the reason she called now is because of this whole fire thing.
Right, right.
That's how it comes off.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like some of this stuff could have been at different times, and it is interesting kind of how they chose to do that.
Yeah, that they
I
had this
think
like other call in the middle where they don't really address that. Like they could have had this be at the beginning, still did Allure is the one thing, and then a separate call this week. You know, like I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like that might have been more logical, but call me crazy.
Yeah, it begs the question why they didn't do that, but that's why the last time it seemed like her usual Tuesday night call,
right,
where she just picks up the phone and she's just gonna ramble for like 15 minutes and he's just gonna politely listen and,
right.
But yeah, it's oh man, I can't wait to see what happens. It's so funny. Hawk talked about all the fire symbols and stuff on the map and the log lady, her log and her fire. And it's so interesting how wood and fire are like key to the show. Back to the mill. Back to the title sequence of wood. And then the season 1 finale with the fire at the mill. It's so interesting how those symbols are just were there from the beginning. And one of the things that he talks about with the fire, which I thought was really interesting and like really enlightening, honestly, was the idea that he described it as like he said something like we would consider it like electricity.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, because that really connects everything together. That explains all the the fire symbols that the Black Lodge people have. Bob when he enters and exits, it's all these flames, and when Philip Jeffries reappeared in Buenos Aires Hotel, there was a fire
walk with me.
Yeah, fire walk with me and all that stuff. But then all the electricity stuff, right? So like being able to the ceiling, Bob's ceiling fan and the traffic lights and the new stuff with Mr. C and his technomancy, like this idea that electricity is just is sort of related to fire, and it even goes back to Greek mythology, that idea of was it Prometheus, giving fire to man, which is sort of the analog of like technology and knowledge, right? So it even connects to that, like fire being connected to not like technology and electricity. So I don't know, it's like, wow, that like tied all these things together. This one idea that fire is this sort of fire and electricity are related in that way. I thought was like really interesting, or the idea that early man used fire for to transform how they lived and stuff like that, and that's what we do with electricity. But it's just a sort of more it's a more perfected form. It's more in control. It's more
Right.
precise.
Right.
It's more powerful than just like an open flame.
Right.
So I don't know. I just like that was like crazy to me. I was like, wow, I would have never really put those together like that, even though they're literally right there, But I would have never like put that together like that. All the electricity sounds, when when they're doing all that shit. So I thought that was a huge revelation that they just kind of like laid out there in a very casual way.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I didn't even make those connections. Now that you mention it, it does seem like a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a total thing. It just struck me when he said that. I was like, oh wow, you just bridged the two huge symbols on the show, fire and electricity. Like you just made those the same.
Right.
Which and makes the sort of mythology nice and neat, And it explains it helps explain why they have this technological control, this whole thing there, because it's sort of just like, oh, they just have it, it's just a thing, because you can't really explain it because they're otherworldly, so it doesn't you don't have to like explain it explicitly, so this goes a step closer to making it a bit more of an explicit explanation of why they have that connection there. Love that.
No, it was great. I agree. And I feel like it's, now that you explain that, it seems like a somewhat bigger thing. I mean, I guess I took it as a kind of explanation of the electricity. I guess I wasn't thinking about how prevalent fire was as far as the Black Lodge, and like especially Bob. Like there's been like a lot of explicit connections there, and the idea that would be somehow I don't know, the technological version of fire or something.
The electricity is the techno version of fire is an interesting idea. And it really makes sense. And I love Hawk's explanation of that it's a type of fire. And I don't know. Anytime somebody pulls out a map that has symbols on it, I'm just really happy. It's just it's a really easy way to pique my interest.
Right.
And he's like, this is a living map or whatever he said. I love that. Like, what does that mean? It was great. Love that scene. We'll get to that scene.
We will.
All right. I don't think I have anything else for this little sequence here.
So Maggie gets a bunch of calls. I'm assuming that they're about the gunshots in the building. She keeps saying someone's on the way.
Someone's on the way. Yep.
I guess. It's they linger on that longer than seems normal to me. But
that's how they get their comedy when things get absurd and repetitive, and then you just want to laugh because it's so ridiculous. And and I guess it's like, wow, every time there's an incident, she just is going to get a lot of calls.
Right.
And this is just what happens when you're a 911 dispatcher.
Right.
I thought it was nice to get the sort of confirmation that, Bobby is Becky's dad. Shelley Briggs, if you will. Which was interesting. And of course, we'll get to the scene later, but again, subverting expectations. I didn't assume that Bobby and Shelley were sort of still living together necessarily, like as a married couple.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely didn't think Shelley was in a relationship with Red.
Me
and
either.
Was completely like over Bobby, sort of like once she saw Red, it was like, I forgot why I was even crying.
Yeah.
I don't even remember anymore.
Was there a problem here?
Yeah, exactly.
I saw TV's Balthazar Getty out there, so...
Have you seen Brothers and Sisters? It's like 6 feet under, but on ABC.
Oh, the things he can do with a coin.
Right? Oh, ladies, if you think you can flip a coin, wait till you flip something else.
Oh man, yeah, no, that was definitely a surprise. I agree. On multiple levels. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's yeah, oof.
Oof, indeed. All right, so I think we have to go. The next part is probably the best part of this part.
Yes, for me, absolutely.
They put it up front, which is nice.
Yeah, they did. They
Because
did.
this totally could have been like the ender or towards the end.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was front loaded, I
Mm-hmm.
would say.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I also enjoyed the follow-up scene, but yeah, this is definitely the most exciting part.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we go to Buckhorn. We have Gordon, Albert, Tammy, Diane, Mackley, and Hastings. Two cars.
Yeah, not all in the same car.
Two cars. There's police car. Mackley's driving with Hastings in the back, and I guess the rest of them were riding in the other car. So they arrive at the site, presumably the site where Hastings and Ruth Davenport encountered Major Briggs, and all of the things that started this plot in Buckhorn sort of came to a head.
Yep.
So Gordon tells Tammy to find out where Hastings went. Diane rests on the back of the car they drove in on. Tammy finds out from Hastings that he went through a fence, the fence there about 15 or 20 feet, and he doesn't remember what happened after that, I guess.
The best answer ever. It's so great. Like, set up something mysterious and then go, I don't remember the rest.
Yeah.
It's just the best. It's just great. Because it's like it's good enough to like help and verify what might happen next, to like give the character something to go on. But it doesn't ruin any of the fun for the audience of like if he was like, oh, I walked, and then I saw this thing, and then I saw that thing, and then
there was
this
a whirling
thing,
vortex in the sky. And,
exactly, yeah. It's great. It's the same thing he's been doing basically this whole season,
right?
Which is like teasing ideas and he did do a big like data dump of information the last time we saw him in the interrogation, but it was still parts that were left out and vague.
So vague. Yeah. I was irritated that he didn't specify like what happened, but I guess like the point here is that he doesn't really remember what happened.
Mm-hmm.
At least not fully. I mean, he clearly remembered a bit of it, but yeah, not. I guess nothing really specific enough to go into detail about. Let's see. Gordon and Albert see a woodsman lurking on the premises. We talked about that earlier. Tammy shares what she learned, and then Gordon and Albert go through the fence. Gordon first, and they approach the building. Gordon gets closer to the building and sees a whirling vortex in the sky. And
that's what I'd call it.
He raises his arms, and we sort of go through the vortex.
Or does the vortex go through us?
Oh God! Don't even. That's.
I
don't know. The vortex has gone through somehow. Let's make it passive. So at the other side, we see some woodsmen on a flight of stairs. Gordon starts to kind of flicker, and then Albert grabs him, pulling him back, I guess, back into the real world. Back from wherever he was about to go.
Mm-hmm.
The sky is back to normal. There was a cut in the middle of that kind of revealed, I guess, what the other people were seeing. Like, I guess Gordon
I loved it.
alone was seeing like
yes, and that was great because I swear, when it first started, I'm like, please show me, please do a wide shot, please do a watch. Please verify. Like, is it just him that's seeing this, or is everybody seeing this? Because and then they did this shot that was kind of from Albert's perspective,
right?
But it was blurry and weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, is that supposed to be Albert's POV? And he is seeing it? Like what, And then so it seems like that wasn't necessarily his POV. I can't really tell now, but
yeah, I'm not really sure.
But yeah, I was so happy when they did that wide shot, and then it played sort of comically.
Yeah,
when you see
the
juxtaposition of like the intense moment he's having versus like what it looks like and how ridiculous it would be for him to explain, and like they just have to take his word for what he says. They don't really have any proof. Now Albert does sort of see him disappear, so that tells him something.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course they'll trust whatever he says, but it's just like, yeah, he was really flickering and he was about to like take off. I love this whole sequence. It was so great. It was so cool to have Gordon be the one to basically be Cooper in this scene.
Yeah, definitely.
And Albert was Albert.
Yep.
And yeah, it was such an interesting thing. Again, like the only other portal we've seen is Glastonbury Grove, and it doesn't do this thing. I mean, I guess we've seen other portals. I mean, in this, well, I don't know. We've seen weird stuff in this series. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like, just this depiction was interesting. And the idea that it was in the sky, like, why is it in the sky? Versus in the ground or in the building, or I don't know. The sky was weird. And then then I loved when right when something was going to happen, Albert pulls him back. I thought that was great. It was a nice tease because I'm like, is Gordon gonna go to this place? He's gonna go, hello, are you the woodsman? Do you have a wet nap? You're a little dirty, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I just was like trying to envision that scene, like what would happen if he actually went there. I mean, like what? And they were just, they weren't really phased, but it was interesting too that they, sort of saw him. Yeah. They were looking at the camera, so it wasn't like he was sort of warping into a place where they were, but they didn't really notice him. It was like, oh no, they see him.
Yeah.
And it sort of, is recontextualizing what the woodsmen are doing when they are vanishing in and out, right? Now I'm wondering, are they going through portals? Is that what is when they disappear? Or did they go through a portal then? Mm-hmm. Is that how they travel? Is this, is this a unique thing? Is their flickering a product of these portals? Why do they flicker in the beginning? To begin with. Are they? And yeah, I guess that's the big thing. Are they just turning invisible, or are they actually going somewhere else?
Right. Yeah, I'd say that's not clear.
I'd agree with you.
But yeah, that's an interesting question. I guess I assumed they were just, I mean, it seemed like the woodsman can be invisible because it seemed like that one woodsman was invisible when he killed Hastings. I mean, certainly Mackley didn't see him. Mm-hmm. And the thing that Diane saw, he sort of phased out when he went in the car,
I guess,
and yet
I'm thinking about it.
So I'm thinking about it. It's still there.
I guess I'm thinking about it like, I mean, you can go back to Stranger Things with the Upside Down, maybe, but like, I'm thinking about it like, is he going to like, and I don't really think this is true, but I'm just as a thought experiment, is he going to like a parallel Earth or something, where like, he can, interact with people still in this world or something,
I see.
I mean, that would be like, I think a bit crazy for the show, But I just wonder, like, yeah, and again, like, it was weird when Lieutenant Knox, that whole hallway scene,
Mm-hmm.
when she sees him walking, or he walks and she turns around. It's like, well, if he can turn invisible, why didn't he just turn invisible to us? But it looks like you could argue she didn't see him,
That's what I thought at the time.
but like he didn't turn invisible.
No.
So then can he not be seen when he's also visible? If so, why ever turn invisible? So it just like muddles that, I think.
Yeah.
That's why I want to think, like, a like the like I was trying to say in the beginning, like the sort of visual representation that to us comes off like he's disappearing is really supposed to communicate a sort of different type of idea in terms of how that entity is sort of present in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's sort of there, sort of not there is maybe the idea, versus like, oh no, sometimes it's just invisible. So it's like more of a sort of subconscious effect on you versus a conscious effect, or a little liminal, subliminal or something. I wonder if
But
maybe
it
that's
definitely
the
seemed
idea.
like it was invisible when it was killing Hastings, though.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, he didn't. He wasn't like looking in the back when it happened. So even if the guy was visible when it happened, I don't think he would have seen him, because he didn't like look around until the head exploded. You know what I mean?
But then, I mean, so he just disappeared as soon as he killed him.
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean,
yeah.
we actually saw Hastings when we started hearing the sounds, and we couldn't see anything. I mean, except for Hastings.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, I mean, he was phasing in and out the whole time he was walking up there, which and when the other woodsman we saw around that Gordon and Albert saw was phasing in and out, and I don't know if it's so inconsistently shown that I don't know how to take it, because is that like, are they phasing in and out at will? Is it an interval? Why is it like this now, where they're phasing in and out, where sometimes they're always there,
Right.
and Lieutenant Knox, he was there for a long time, not phasing in and out, so that's why I'm like, so anyway, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that shot where something is happening to Hastings, and we can't see the guy. But like, if the shot was 5 seconds longer, would he have phased back in?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, I don't really know how to take it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe it's supposed to be, again, maybe if Mackley would have looked behind him, he wouldn't have seen anything. But again, like, I think that the sort of my main idea that, like, the idea is these beings are sort of subliminal, is maybe the idea. Like, and that would mean that you don't always know that you're looking at them, and that's kind of a ghost thing. We've seen that kind of depicted before in sort of horror stories,
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think they're sort of like that, at least.
Yeah, and even when we saw the woodsman, back in the 50s, and the radio station and all that, he sort of was, appeared out of thin air, if you will.
Yeah.
And floated
pure
down.
Air, you might say.
Yeah. Buenos Aires. But I think, but then, he didn't really sort of do the vanishing thing.
No,
while he was like killing
totally
people and
visible
stuff
the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like they can do that.
But it's like,
but I don't know if that's,
if you can be invisible, like, like, so like the guy the one who killed Hastings, like, why didn't we see him, like, he's like in the distance, he's there, he walks towards the car, he vanishes, and then, like, that's all we need to see to know he's going to the car. Yeah, but he goes in and out,
right.
So it's like, well, if he's hiding and like, Diane's looking there the whole time, basically.
Yeah.
It's like he caught her eye.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if he was going to hide, why wasn't he just invisible more of that time?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he
It's
knows
strange.
Diane.
Maybe he knows her. Maybe they're friends.
Maybe he sends her text messages sometimes.
Oh, jeez. Um. Yeah. Yeah. What else in this part? There was so much.
So shall I summarize the rest of this bit here?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some more stuff. So right after the vortex incident, Albert says, "Well, I guess we found out." I don't know exactly what that means, but that's what he says.
I think he means they found out what happened to Hastings when he walked past the fence.
Okay. Yeah. That'll work. I figured it was something like that, but I was not sure exactly what he's referring to. Um, uh, then they notice a headless body lying off to the side of the building there. And it is Ruth Davenport, the long lost Ruth Davenport.
Wow. I hope she doesn't have coordinates on her arm.
Well, your hopes should not be too hopeful because, yeah. So Albert takes some photos and okay, then Diane sees a woodsman approach the car with Hastings and Mackley. Then Albert mentions the coordinates on Ruth's arm. They're kind of cutting back and forth at this point. He mentions the coordinates on Ruth's arm, and then Hastings starts to crunch. I don't know what else to call that sound.
Mm-hmm.
And Mackley freaks out, calls for backup. Diane says there's no backup for this. And then Gordon, Albert, and Tammy come over, and they see that the top half of Hastings' head is missing. And Gordon says, "He's dead." So that's the end of that scene.
All right. Yeah, the Diane thing is weird. You know, she seems to see him approach. When the woodsman gets the car, she seems to like turn her head and not say anything deliberately.
She didn't seem real alarmed or even particularly surprised. So it really makes me wonder, like, what she knows. Like, what does she think about these woodsmen? Like, what did Evil Cooper tell her? Did they discuss this? Has she seen them before?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Because like her reaction was just not. It was weird.
Mm-hmm.
It was really, really weird. And obviously there's something crazy going on with Diane. So, you know, if she's collaborating with Evil Cooper, the possibilities are pretty open as to like what her knowledge is.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely seemed to me like she wasn't particularly shocked by the woodsman.
Yeah. Yeah, she was playing pretty cool. Playing it pretty cool.
Yeah, she's a cool customer, that Diane.
It's hard for me to think what she could have been told about the woodsman. You know, in terms of any specifics, because I barely know anything about them. So it's hard for me to think like what could Mr. C have told her, like
dirty bearded men in a room.
Like, is he like, okay, at some point you might see some homeless looking people and they might do some violence and let them, you know what I mean, like it, you know what I mean, like what don't get in their way, or like they're helping me, or that just seems weird to me as a thing to say. Or maybe she saw them and he got to explain them, you know, sort of in the moment or something. Right. They're with me or something, or interesting. Yeah, so I guess we'll see what. But yeah, she's not making a good case for herself in terms of being innocent. Of any alleged crimes.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a reason for it, that sort of makes her not all bad, but yeah, I feel like it seems just really hard to deny at this point that she's collaborating with Evil Cooper in some way.
Yeah, I think the only way to save her is to be like Mr. C told her this is the only way they'd ever get real Cooper back.
Yeah.
If they're going that way, or the point is, hey, sometimes people are corrupted, and that's just life,
right? Right. So another question I had about this scene was like, why now? Like, why did they kill Hastings now? I mean, we saw multiple woodsmen in the jail, in the police station. Presumably, they could have killed him at any time, right? Why did they kill him the first time?
There's a bigger question your question leads to, I think. Which is, so I'll answer your question with the question.
That's very reasonable.
Why didn't the woodsman attack anyone else?
Yeah.
I mean, they could just kill everyone there.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Yeah.
So I think why Hastings is like, well, I guess he did a bad thing by leading them there, or he's a liability now. And I guess maybe they thought, well, he was in jail. If you look back when we first saw the woodsman in the jail cell, like, I get the idea is kind of like, and then maybe we mentioned this before, that he was sort of keeping an eye on him.
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, he's in jail now. He's out of our way. I'm going to fly away with my head now. That's the sort of idea there. Right. Like, okay, we'll stop paying attention to him now. And then he shows up with the FBI at their portal place. And it's like, oh shit, now we need to, like, stop this. Because Ruth is dead, and the other person connected to all this. Like, she's already dead. He's, like, the only last loose end. So that's how it came off to me, was sort of why now. It's because he brought the FBI to this place.
Right.
But the question, like I said now, is like, well, they could have or should have or did see Gordon and Albert find Ruth's body.
Let him go.
So why would they leave the body out there with the coordinates on anyway, if that's at all a place that people shouldn't know about?
So I feel like this coordinate plot is, like, kind of awkward. Like, I kind of see why they did it, but just this thing where, like, the coordinates are on Ruth's arm, but also like Evil Cooper had to get them from Hastings' secretary. It's like it's a weird redundant thing to write in, and I guess the question I have here is, if indeed the woodsmen are serving Evil Cooper or serving Bob or whatever, I mean, if those coordinates are just right there on Ruth's arm, I mean, why don't they just tell Evil Cooper what they are? I mean, and that was the other thing I had. Like, if Evil Cooper was there, he could have just read the coordinates from her arm, and, like, that whole thing wouldn't be necessary, which makes it seem like he probably wasn't there, because it's too, I mean, he's gone through too much trouble to get the coordinates, and but then what was going on? I mean, he was involved clearly in some way.
So I think there's a lot of questions there. So before you pile more on,
okay,
let's unpack a couple of those. So I think with Mr. C being there or not, my idea is that, like, whatever place they were, so I guess the idea is, Ruth and Hastings go to this location, the sky portal opens up, and then they go inside. Now, we haven't even talked about the big kahuna, which is this where Briggs was hiding? And if so, I thought these were the people he was hiding from. And if so, does them being here now means they found his place? Is this his place? Is it their place?
Right. I guess that's what I was assuming. I guess I was
hour
assuming
of conversation
that, like, they pursued him. I don't know if that's where he was hiding, but I think that is where he met. And I don't know if they were there the whole time or if they came there because, Major Briggs met them there. And,
isn't that crazy?
And now they're keeping watch or something.
Isn't that crazy? There's like 15 questions now from that one shot of the woodsman being on the staircase at the portal.
Yeah,
Like, that's
yeah,
not what because, Hastings said there were so many people around. Or were there
yeah.
people around from the beginning because you went to the woodsman's house?
Right,
You
right.
went to where they live or something? And so, and was the major hanging out with them on purpose because they were aligned or something? Or was he somehow hiding there incognito, like in some way under their nose in some weird way? Like, literally opened up a portal to more questions. I did
Yeah.
not expect that when we sort of. I didn't necessarily expect we. I guess I expected we'd see this place since he said we're taking it to the coordinates, but I didn't really expect what was going to happen. But
Yeah.
now that it happened, there's all these questions about the woodsman. Okay, but anyway, so that's one thing. So anyway, my point being, with Ruth, so Mr. C goes there, Ruth, and they're all there. They're all in this wherever the portal takes you. I'm gonna say the woodsman's house or something, the cabin, or
Sure.
maybe it's the convenience store. And so they're there. Briggs gets the coordinates from Ruth's arm, or she tells him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
His head flies off and
Right.
disappears, and I think my crackpot theory is Ruth's body vanishes from that place before Mr. C could get the coordinates there. Now, then when I guess he comes back from the portal place, he doesn't know where the body is, which is not a great answer.
Yeah, and was it just sitting outside that whole time?
Or maybe it didn't arrive there instantaneously. If perhaps Briggs' head went through space time, then perhaps her body did too.
Went through space-time?
And so it wasn't necessarily there immediately after Mr. C came out of the portal place.
Okay.
That the horse cover.
Okay.
But again, I think, and then you can maybe
and
attach
that's why he had to do the backup plan with the second.
Yeah, and you guess you could attach the woodsman maybe not knowing the body's there, because you have to explain your question about why don't they just tell Mr. C? They don't know he's looking for the coordinates. They don't care enough to help him because they're not that much aligned.
That's what I was wondering, if it implies anything about how much they're on his side. Mm-hmm. Or if it's just some weird contrivance about the way they wrote this plot, because it really is kind of awkward.
I think the secretary thing is also, we talked about that before about, well, it can't be Ruth because Ruth's dead.
Right.
And I think the idea is probably, because they got the coordinates from the military base. So maybe, this, and it's a high stakes situation, because this is information they shouldn't have, clearly. So maybe, the idea is Hastings, gave the secretary the information. He's like, hey, we got this sensitive, piece of the puzzle for finding the zone. I want you to write this down in case anything happens. And he gives her the coordinates. That's sort of the kind of thing I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Not a million miles away from, like, writing a letter to the sheriff,
right.
Having some information backed up, sort of a thing. And since Mr. C, I guess, either didn't know about Ruth having the coordinates on her arm or knew about it but didn't have access to the body, then the secretary is like the next best bet.
Right.
But, it also begs the question if I guess he didn't know where the coordinates came from, or else he could go to the military himself, and clearly he's capable of doing whatever they did.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Unless it's like a file, unless it was like written on a physical file and they took that and there's no, unless it's like something like that where there's no
other copy,
that information isn't there anymore.
Copy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's a good point. But yeah, it raises so many. You're right. It raises more questions than I even realized. But yeah, I definitely, in a way, it helped. I mean, it confirmed that probably the so many people there were the woodsmen. Mm-hmm. They're clearly involved in that storyline, but yeah, a lot of the details are still so unclear, and it does seem that those coordinates and that whole idea was, like we said earlier, like maybe it's not the end game, but it's certainly like a major plot point for this season.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the reason why we don't know yet, but
yeah, and
it's been a convoluted route to get there.
Another reason why I think Mr. C can't get the coordinates from Ruth's body, sort of in a way, I think is the FBI needs a way to get the coordinates.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess that's why I said like it feels like a kind of a contrivance to write like the two paths.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sort of it works better for Eva Cooper's story if there's this person who's still alive, and they have to get it from her and so on.
Mm-hmm.
They know where she is, and like it makes more sense at that stage to do it like that. And then for this, it's better if, and that's why they have Hastings set up the idea that she wrote it on her arm. Not that she memorized it or something. Something that they can just read from the body.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that allows them a pathway to know. And I mean, it looked to me like Diane was trying to like memorize the coordinates.
I mean, it didn't look like that. She was doing that. I mean, it was like super. It was like comical almost. It was, and I mean, it was like Albert's gonna look over. It's just kind of the thing where they're. That's literally what they're trying to do is make you suspicious about her. Because it's not like they didn't do it subtly like they've done before with some of her things, making it a bit ambiguous.
Yeah.
Where it was where she could like be looking at them, and you could go, oh, maybe she's memorizing, maybe she's not, but like she's mouthing the numbers.
Right.
You know what I mean? Which like no one would do if they're surreptitiously trying to memorize numbers. Like she's doing it in a bad way. It's almost like she's acting guilty versus actually being guilty.
Right.
It's like her, she's playing a character again or something. Because it was just, it was like ridiculous.
So, like, I guess what I was going to say is, I mean, Ray clearly doesn't actually want to deliver the coordinates to Eva Cooper. In fact, no, did he? Now I don't remember. Did he confirm to so-called Philip Jeffries that he actually does have the coordinates? Because I feel like it's at least like somewhat questionable whether he even has the coordinates, given the fact that he was intending to betray Eva Cooper at the time. I think he does.
I thought something happened to the secretary.
Yeah, the secretary was killed in an explosion, but supposedly they got the coordinates before that. I mean, that was the story. I mean, that's what they said, and he might have confirmed it to Phil Jeffries on the phone. I don't remember 100% for sure. I'd have to double check that. So yeah, maybe he doesn't even have them. But anyway, the point is, I was just going to throw out, no matter whether he knows or not, Ray doesn't want to give them to Eva Cooper. So how is he going to get him, right? He's going to get him somehow. And it kind of seems like maybe Diane is going to give him the coordinates. And then it means the coordinates did come from Ruth's arm in the end. So then it does start to seem like, like some kind of weird plot contrivance to have this secretary thing.
Well, I mean, contrivance is a strong word. I think it's like, it's a contrivance, but it's design. It's a sort of necessary to the design of the plot, I think.
Yeah.
Because he can't get them earlier,
Right.
From Ruth's body.
Isn't that what a contrivance is?
Yeah, but I get isn't what a contrivance.
Like a thing that you just do so the plot will work.
But I feel like that
really is necessary.
But I feel like that's part of writing. That's part of storytelling, is doing things so the plot works.
Well, I guess things that don't seem justified by the story itself, but just by the construction of the plot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think those kinds of things it's a fine line. But yeah, I think it. I mean, contrivance definitely fits as a word. But I think it's the kind of thing that it is necessary to the story they're telling, that because they couldn't, if they change the story and Mr. C gets the arm earlier, right? Like she doesn't disappear or whatever happens, then they don't need the secretary. So it's like the way they're writing it necessitates that they have some other way that he's trying to get it earlier in the story.
Right.
So it's like, it's a contrivance, but I guess I'm saying it's a necessary contrivance. It's not like, I don't know, like something you do where like there's just no point for it at all.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like it doesn't help. It doesn't like make the story make any sense. You know, or something.
But I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess I just think of those things as being things that are, you know, they're always there so that like the story can function. But I guess they don't necessarily make sense, you know, within the world. You know, and of course, like we don't necessarily know enough about the story, about like what happened to be 100% sure that it doesn't make sense. But it's just right
Mm-hmm.
now it looks like it looks like, you know, that whole idea was kind of a, you know.
I guess to me the difference is if you can is if the story doesn't work. But yeah, I don't know. We're sort of going in circles saying the same thing. I think because I was gonna say like if the story doesn't work if you remove it, then it may be a contrivance in the sense that you have to concoct this thing to make the story work. But if there's, I'm trying to think of another example in the show though, of like this. Like what other thing would you call a contrivance from the plot
For Twin Peaks.
from Twin Peaks
Oof.
overall, or like
Oof. Uh, there's so many, I'm sure. No, I don't know. I mean, that one seems like the biggest one to me so far, but is there another one? Let's see. I feel like um yeah,
another. I can't even think of any, but
yeah,
I
I
feel
can't I
like
can't think
I'm
of
trying to
any
think of like that
contrivances
kind of.
ever,
I
which
know
is
it's
like,
like
you
one of
know,
those things. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it's like I know there've been
This is the first
plenty.
contrivance ever. This is
I
it. This
can't
is
think
the first one.
of a single example. But yeah, yeah. I mean, you
I,
know, it is subjective, you know, what you consider a contrivance versus like, you know, just like a well constructed plot. But you know, I just think that, um, you know,
like I guess like if you sorry to cut you off, but I was thinking like Inception, like the totems that they have in Inception that they use to like know if they are sort of in the dream world or not. Like you could say that's a contrivance, right? Like, oh, that's just a thing you know, you just made that up, the idea of a totem, so you could make this part of the story work. But it's like, but yeah, but that's part of the story.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I guess, yeah, I don't see that as a contrivance because it has a logical explanation within the story itself. Like it feels like a an important and necessary part of the world, you know, that they would have
Mm-hmm.
this. Like it kind of makes sense in a way. I guess that's what I'm saying about section. It just seems like it doesn't really make sense that that even happened. Um, you know.
Well, I guess yeah. To me, it makes sense given the setup of the story that he thinks she has this information. That presumably that's the only way he can get this information, and he's trying to get it from the only person he knows that has it. So you know what I mean. To me, in that context, it's not a contrivance because it makes sense for that character to be trying to get the information from the only source he knows. So
Uh,
that's why it feels like integral. Now it's not like important, right? It's not like the bigger thing. Like Ruth's thing is the bigger thing, and Hastings' stuff is the bigger stuff than the secretary that we never see. You know what I mean? So it's definitely like a lower thread.
Yeah, I wish I could think of a single example of an actual contrivance so I could explain why I think this is a contrivance, but you know, I can't. So yeah, all I can say is like it seems contrived to me, but what are you
Yeah.
gonna do? I mean, yeah, just sort of artificial. But I'm having trouble even expressing in words what I mean by that because I mean, obviously, like a lot of elements are inserted to make stories work, but I guess like the key of being contrivance versus just a well constructed plot is that it feels like an element that is only inserted for functional reasons and not because it really adds to the story or even makes sense within the context of the story. You know, and so it's like it's weird that she even knows the court. It's weird that they even gave the secretary the coordinates. You know.
Well, it depends on what their
That feels like an
explanation of that
arbitrary.
is, well, not necessarily, right? Like again, I think it's plausible if they gave it to her because of where they got the information from, you know. So it's like the kind of thing I think there could be a reasonable answer. Like I agree with you that like, you know, why it's the simple solution is that Ruth is his secretary, right? Like that's the simple way to like make all that work.
Well, that's why I'm saying
It's weird
like,
that he has a sort of mistress and a secretary.
yeah. It feels like that's what the story should be, and so that's that's the more like reasonable version of the story. And
But
so
I guess but that's my thing is like just because it's more reasonable doesn't mean that that's like the way it should have gone. Like there's a ton of shit in the show that's not reasonable, yet it's the way it's the story it should be. You know what I mean? Even if it's weird and counterintuitive and messy, it still comes off like, you know, like all the stuff we were saying before about like how these sort of storylines are adding up very strangely. You know,
yeah. I mean, obviously like supernatural stuff. I mean, I'm really just talking about like story logic, but I
that's
guess
what I mean.
like
Like the story logic stuff we were talking
I,
about
I,
before about. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I guess it's subjective, in the end. One person's contrivance is, another's, brilliant idea or whatever. To me, it
Like
just,
is
especially because
well,
like this character is never named, is off
mhm.
screen. It just feels like such
Well,
a
that's what I'm
contrivance.
saying. I'm saying like yeah, and maybe that's the difference in how we're looking at this. Is like like I said before, like I agree that it's a very very small thing. It's low on the totem pole. Like its importance is very very small, and like all the other parts of that story are more important. And maybe that's why you consider it contrivance because of like its impact on the story. Maybe that's the big difference. Um, you know, yeah, maybe that's how you're viewing it. Is like since it's not impacting the story very much, it comes off as a contrivance.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not impacting the story, but like it was required for the early part of the show to like happen.
Mm-hmm.
But then it makes it seem like a lot of that early stuff was, you know, a bit empty.
Yeah, but a lot of that early stuff was like that too. I mean, all the stuff with him, Mr. C, driving and he's gonna go to the prison, yet he gets in a car accident and then he
Oh,
gets
the
in
prison
jail,
thing is
and then
definitely
like
a contrivance as well. Yeah.
yeah.
I agree. Yeah. That's a weird element that I have yet to understand.
Mm-hmm.
Um. Uh. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I guess yeah. I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like looking back, I mean, I guess a lot of stories are like that. Where you go back and once you understand where they're going, mysteries are tough like this because
Mm-hmm.
and that's the thing I said, like, if we learn more about what happened here in Buckhorn with Hastings and Ruth, and you know what I mean, if we get sort of Evil Cooper's perspective on this, maybe it will make sense, and maybe I will change my mind that it was a contrivance. It's just like so far that's what it looks like.
Yeah, and I think
Um,
again, I hear what your sort of the key difference in how I view it is sort of its importance of the story. So like if it came back and that was like a more important thing, you would say that's not a contrivance anymore.
Yeah. If there was sort of a clearer explanation of what happened, why he couldn't get the coordinates from Ruth, what he knew about what was
Mhm.
going on, maybe a line or two about the secretary who's
Yeah,
like getting secret military coordinates. It's like,
yeah.
I.
I guess I consider a contrivance something where even an explanation won't make it any better, and I can't think of a good one either.
Yeah, I know. There's like
But like
so many, but
even if you're like, oh, it's because of this, well, it's like still, yeah. I was trying to think of something that happened in season 2, with Leland, or oh no, it was Laura's diary. But I can't. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what the contrived part was. But yeah, anyway, okay. Sorry that
it's amazing how hard it is to come up with one.
Yeah. Sorry, no, I was just like
maybe there are no contrivances.
Felt like parsing out exactly what you meant by that.
This is the one true contrivance.
Yeah, because I feel like there's windy stories. There's stories where there's story threads that go nowhere. That the show is like full of that stuff. So to me, when you pick that one out, I was like, that's a contrivance. I'm like, but isn't all of the story is like there's so many little bullshit.
Will argue. I mean, I've heard that, and that's why I say it's kind of subjective. It's because there's a line there where you say like this kind of works for the story, and so it doesn't feel like a contrivance. This feels like an element that doesn't really add anything and is just introduced for functional purposes, and that.
But you have to define what adds anything means.
Well, yeah, that's where it's subjective.
That's where it's subjective. It's like, what do you mean by adding anything?
Yeah.
And how much does it have to add for it to be meaningful?
Well, there you go. There you go.
And other interesting questions.
It's a critical kind of thing, and so I mean, I think you could easily there could easily be disagreement about that. I mean, I know there's examples in Lost. I know there's examples in like every show where where I think we'd even agree that such and such thing was contrived.
Oh yeah.
But I'm sure, there's probably a lot of those where, the writers or whoever, fans would come back and say, no, it's, it totally makes sense. And it makes the story work. And, it had to be that way.
Yeah. Cause in a way, every plot point is a contrivance. Everything is manufactured and created, and it's only like
the
sort of it's only sort of how the contrivances relate to each other that gives us a sense of what their importance and their the cohesion and how it adds, how all those little parts add to the whole. And it's a whole thing.
Yeah. Like this is like a terrible example because it's really not like this.
Oh, good.
But one thing I did think of, this isn't even a contrivance. So sorry, but one thing that did come to mind was the Santa Muerte killers in season 5 of Dexter.
Oh no!
I think.
Oh no! You were like, what's a show that has contrivances? And you were like, oh yeah, all of Dexter, one big contrivance. God.
Yeah, Dexter definitely had its share of contrivances.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Santa Muerte killers, maybe there was more than one, was like this plot line that that they spent some time on like early in the season, and they even like get to a certain point with it, and then like abandon it completely.
Yeah.
And it just seems like, that was just kind of filler or busy work until like the actual story that mattered could start.
Yeah.
And I guess like maybe contrivance isn't the right word for that, but this feels kind of like that. Where it's like getting the coordinates from the secretary was just busy work. That they never intended to really be a thing.
Guess the difference is if in Dexter, like, and I take your point, but I feel like the one bit of missing from the example is if in Dexter, like, there was some connective thread between the Santa Muerte brothers or whatever, and then the next part of the plot.
Right.
Like if by interacting with that led them to somewhere else, you know, because it's still connected. I think that's the big difference is like the Santa Morty stuff gets dropped and the main characters aren't invested in that anymore. But here, you know, Mr. C is still invested in the coordinates, even though his source is dropped, you know. But yeah, I take your point.
That's
and
what
I was just
said.
thinking,
It's not the perfect analogy at all. But
yeah,
I got an example, so I was.
Well, and I was saying, here's an example of something you could call a contrivance that we would argue about. We could argue about, which is Harry. You could call Harry a contrivance. The whole concept.
Oh yeah,
you
sure,
know.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't call Harry a contrivance just because. But just because of how how important it is, it's character wise.
Yeah,
but
exactly. Yeah, I'm not saying it is a contrivance. I'm saying it's an example.
But I agree that you could call it that because in a way, like he serves.
It's only
there.
Yeah, he's only there for a specific type of plot function.
Yeah,
you know, obviously relates to like character development and stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to point out another thing that like proves why we've been talking about this for so long.
Right.
Which is that it's subjective and like
it is.
It's just it's interesting because contrivance has a dirty.
Yeah.
Dirty,
it's supposed to be a negative thing.
Yeah.
And that's just how I'm feeling about the secretary plot right now. It just seems like a waste of time to me. But you know, I mean, not that I didn't enjoy that part of the show. It's just sort of like rewatching it. It's like, you know, it just feels like they're going around in circles about something that isn't even going to matter.
Well, and that's the other thing too is just that they're going around in circles on like every plot line, though. You know, like we were saying before, like so many plot lines are just not straightforward.
Yeah. But if it matters in the end, I can sort of live with it. I don't know. Yeah, it you know, because if Jerry Horn goes nowhere, if whatever else goes nowhere, I will be happy to say that felt like a waste of time.
But I mean, I'm just talking about like individual plot lines, like you know, we were just talking about the Richard plot line, how you know the Miriam stuff, how that's like not straightforward. You know how you know what I mean. So and it's feel like when you're writing a story that has these starts and stops and changes directions, there's like inevitably like threads that are dropped and like you know these little bits left behind that don't matter because the story changes directions again, you know, and so I guess I'm just saying like you're gonna have contrivances on a plot like that.
Yeah, the letter thing could end up being a contrivance, definitely.
Yep.
It has a strong whiff of contrivance about it. Because especially now that she's alive, it's like, well, now it looks like that's just going to be about Chad or something.
Yeah. And that I would call the contrivance if it was like only used to like make Lucy suspicious about Chad or to, you know, whatever, then it's like that makes sense.
The whole idea of writing a letter is just like and that's where it gets into the believability or like how good I think that element is basically.
Yeah, and then it's still the open question of the last name being different and how they're going to address that. So we're not even out of the woods yet. You're being skeptical that what?
I'm being skeptical.
Oh, you're being skeptical? Jeez.
I'm putting being skeptical in the category of like, you know, fairly minute continuity details and how important they are. Like, I'm skeptical about that in the same way I am about the Bing scene being like, you know, important.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Like, I'm not convinced that last name thing matters yet. You know, especially now. But, you know, hey, if they want to go crazy,
I think they're going to come back to it. I think, you know, they are very much used to, like, these little moments coming back and meaning something. And, like, you know, things taking forever to come back is no big deal for them. So I think the fact that it was in there is a weird thing to put in there at the end. And I kind of think since it has the Bing thing, and I think since it has no real context, then I think that means it means something that they'll come back to. They'll at least tell us who Bing is, I guess. Or whatever, you know, was going on there. And I still hope that, you know, the whole he's Bing.
He's calling for Billy.
he called for Billy. Sorry,
Yeah.
that we find out who Billy is. If Billy is the farmer,
Right.
So I do think they're gonna come back to that because this show's all about the details, man. It's all about the details. And I think that's a detail to something that they have to tell us later.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I would never say details don't matter. I there's a line for me where I just don't. There's certain things it's just hard for me to buy, and that just feels like a moment to me. I don't feel like that's going anywhere. But hey, we'll see.
If we had known who that character was, or if we knew who Billy was, I would totally be more willing to agree with you that like it doesn't really matter. But because that was a new character and David Lynch's son and said Billy, and we don't know who those people are, it's like, well, what were they giving us? You know, they're giving us nothing then. So why have this scene if we have zero context? We have no interest in these people because we don't know who they are. Like, you know, is it even a scene then? You know what I mean? Like it's barely functioning as that
Yeah, I mean, I
without
think
any
yeah,
information.
it was kind of a cushion for the credits. I don't think I don't think it even counts as a scene. I agree. It's like a
Yeah,
tiny moment.
that's why I feel like they'll explain that because you know I think it'd be weird to just have a complete like if they never came back to that they like that would just be weird. That would be the single most weird thing on Twin Peaks ever.
Ha! Wow. Bold statement. Damn.
I think that would have to be. It would just. I mean, it would. I might be exaggerating a bit, but I do think that would be very strange because again, there's no context to it. So it's like it's not even the hands shaking in season two. Like we have some idea what that means. I'm trying to think of like one-off little things that have happened on this series. Like like that would just be weird to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but that would be super weird if that means nothing. And and what are we doing with that? Why would they do that to us? What are they? What are they communicating with that? What's the point of that? I don't even. Is it a joke? What's the joke? You know what I mean? Like it's just a weird thing to do. And then they played Sleepwalk and had the whole weird music transition, and I don't know. I think they're coming back to it. I hope it's tied to the farmer thing because that's a thread that's open. Was Farmer in the band? Let's go back and look at that. Farmer's our sole drummer. um, but anyway, so you're being skeptical
Yes.
on this thing, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the Roadhouse performances, I mean, I guess they have like a sort of a context, but I don't necessarily think they're, gonna come back to any of them in any particular way. So it just, the piano
But those
player in
are
this
like
episode, like,
real.
I just see it as
But
kind
those
of a
aren't
bed for
real.
the credits. Like, I don't think it's a moment. It's in Twin Peaks. It has some kind
Uh
of,
huh.
you know, relevance or resonance with the show, but yeah, I don't.
Well, but
It
he's
doesn't
listed
feel to
as a
me like.
character on the show.
Yeah,
Like
well, he
the
got a
people at
line,
the
and
people
it
at
is
the
David Lynch's
end.
son.
Yeah, the people at the end. He's
Well,
gonna get
nepotism.
listed. But
You'll
that's the
get
thing.
your
Like
SAG card.
the musicians at the end, are like not playing characters. They're listed as themselves. They're not in the main credits with the cast, but they're there and they're listed as themselves. So I don't take that as to be like it's part of the plot. But having him be in a scene, listed
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
as a person, I mean, I see what you're saying. Like like it's just like a bed. Yeah, it's just a thing. We're gonna be at the diner, and then someone's gonna say something, and this is
Yeah,
what the person says, and it doesn't mean anything.
yeah.
Um,
It could have just been, whatever. Like, what's the special tonight, or like any number of other like little interactions that you could have. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's how it feels to me.
But the fact
Um,
that he's looking for this person and like he's running around with some urgency,
yeah.
it makes it feel like it's a part of the plot. And since someone was missing in that episode,
I like
you
that idea.
know,
I mean, I wish they had just named Farmer Billy.
yeah,
Then I would definitely be way more inclined to believe you.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
but maybe they're waiting till he's Billy Farmer or something.
I mean, I feel like
Um,
it could be this thing where even if they never show it again, you could plausibly argue that that's who he's talking about, and like I wouldn't be able to disprove
well,
you.
because he's not going to say, "Have you seen Farmer?"
Right.
Yeah, so he does mean Billy, they're never coming back to these guys, so they didn't give Farmer a real name. Yet they
Yeah.
did say Billy. They
Yeah.
didn't want to call him Billy because he's Farmer.
Right.
I don't know. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's weird. It's weird. I mean, I'm fully prepared to be wrong. I hear what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
There's a logic there. There's a reasonable thought process. I'm just I'm just not convinced yet. I don't know. I remain very skeptical about that, as well as the Miriam envelope name. But you
Mm-hmm.
know, there's also been some other controversies that we haven't discussed that I've also not been convinced by. Various like
Like,
there was I remember there was a lot of to do about like some flickering going on with the airplane windows. Like people were seeing like flickering lights in the airplane windows or something, and
okay.
they thought it was like a code or something.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And let's see. Uh, there was another thing like that. In the last one, when Tammy walks by in the hotel with the slow motion, there's like a digital artifact or like error or something, like where like a little piece of the door like kind of glitches or something.
In which scene?
Um, it's the scene when Tammy's walking to the hotel room. Um,
Ah, okay.
they show her like walking in slow motion, and if you look at one of the doors, like there's a little like digital like I don't know like tear in the image, I guess is what you call that. Where
Mm-hmm.
it's like misaligned for a second, and then it kind of snapped back into place. I know people were making some big deals about that being some
In
kind.
the last part?
Yeah, in the last one.
I didn't catch that.
It's fairly subtle. I mean, I had to it I mean someone like zoomed in and like I mean I think you can see it if you look at the door. It's like the sort of middle of the door. There's like a I don't know what you call it, sort of a line going through the middle of the door, and you can kind of see a little break there
Hmm.
when she passes it. Um, you know. Uh,
Well, I just saw the airplane window thing.
oh yeah.
That's really weird. I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's a weird thing. I don't understand sort of why that would happen normally. I don't know why that would also be a code for anything. That's but I mean, why would that be a code? Besides the fact it's weird.
Right.
Um, So what do you think? It's just like a weird problem with how they shot it or something?
Yeah, basically. Either a problem or, he just thought it looked interesting or whatever. But but yeah. I mean, basically like it's just a production thing. Like it doesn't necessarily mean anything for the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. With this kind of thing, it's tough to tell. Yeah, I mean the lights are doing something weird. It wouldn't be sun reflecting necessarily, but yeah, it's weird. So have people figured out the code? Did they get anything useful out of Like, is it binary or something? You know, like every time the window goes out, that's a different one. You know, and it adds up to 430 maybe. I don't know.
I
Like,
think there were various interpretations, but yeah, I didn't actually read that deeply into it because I didn't really believe it was a big deal. But I don't think there's a definitive answer because I think no one really knows, um, whether that's a thing or not, whether that matters.
hmm
Oh yeah, there's another thing. There's another thing involving Diane's text message. um, if you look at the message that Evil Cooper sends, when he sends it, when he types it in, and you
hmm
compare it to the message that Diane receives, the words are all the same, but in Diane's version, it's capitalized. Like all the letters are capitalized, and they weren't in the
hmm
original. And I think there's one comma inserted in her version
mm,
that's not in the version that Evil Cooper typed.
yeah.
So yeah, there were swirling theories about that as well. So I put all those in the same category where basically I think they're just production things that don't necessarily
Yeah.
mean anything. Um, and that's my general attitude, I guess. Like I've seen so many examples of this in other shows that like and Lynch is not a perfectionist. I mean, that's and not only that, I mean, this is 18 hours that was, put together in a
hmm
reasonably short amount of time. So the idea that like some slip ups would crop it up, it's just not
Yeah.
remotely like that hard to believe for me. So, because I mean, it happens on all shows to some extent anyway. So yeah, that's just my general attitude about those things. And so,
hmm
I mean, the Bing like saying where's Billy? Anybody seen Billy? Like that's one thing. I guess in that case, I'm really referring to the continuity error cut where you see him, walk out,
hmm
like that's what I would put in that category. Is anybody
Yeah.
seen Billy as a separate? I mean, that's not a production error. That's just like, does it mean anything or not?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, those things are interesting. I guess I'm generally on your page about that kind of stuff. You know, if it'll mean something if it means something, you know. But yeah, I think those kind of prop errors. I think the plane thing is weird. Um, because it seems like the kind of thing that wouldn't naturally be there. But
Yeah,
what could it mean? It's such a subtle thing. Although people found it.
yeah. Well,
Um,
people are studying it pretty intensely.
Yeah. I don't think though that this is the kind of show where they embed codes into shots and you're
Yeah,
supposed to like play along at home or something,
right,
like I don't think it's like that. Um I think the codes they show us
right.
I think the
Yeah,
symbols and weird stuff to figure out is very obvious.
yeah.
um, and there's enough of that to go around. Yeah. And what was the other thing you said? Tammy with the door.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Tammy walking by the door.
And then
There's
what did the door do? It's
there's
like
a
a.
there's a tear in the image. Like it gets a part of the door gets kind of misaligned. Um, at a certain point and then realigns, or maybe it's the other way around. But yeah, you can see it sort of glitch if you look.
Okay. Interesting. Well, the Miriam thing is a bit odd because it is a sort of detail you think someone pay attention to. Because you have to go. Well, whose name do I write on here?
Right.
But yeah, depending on how they came up with the name and what they had in the script and what they were working with, and it could
Right.
have changed, and yeah, I could see a slip up happening there.
Yeah. 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 It's strange. And I mean, I guess they could write in some crazy thing like, you know, um, I don't know, like I don't go by that name anymore, like,
Mm-hmm.
like some extra level of like, she got a divorce or something. And, I prefer not to use that name, even though technically it's still her name legally, or I don't know.
Yeah.
If they really wanted to somehow make that a point. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm happy for Bing to come back and talk about his friend Farmer. I
Mm-hmm.
do want to learn what happened in that storyline. Presumably, Richard killed him, but it'd be nice to have some confirmation. Is
Yeah.
Andy gonna go out to his house again and check up on him? Like, is his dead body just
Well,
gonna
it seems
rot
like
there
a
for
miss.
days?
Seems like you should have filled out a missing person report by now. I mean,
Yeah,
this guy
if he's like
disappears.
on his
I
shit, yeah.
I mean, luckily we've seen Andy since that shot. Otherwise, I would think
Right,
Andy went into the house and didn't come back.
right,
You
right.
know. So I'm curious what he found there. I guess we'll just get we'll get that scene where he tells Sheriff Truman like what
We
happened
have
and what's been
to, yeah,
up.
yeah. I mean, maybe it'll just come up when they start talking about Richard Horn because Miriam,
Yeah,
maybe that'll
yeah.
just be the natural time.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's going to be talking about how she witnessed him hitting the kid with the truck. So, hey, Andy, heard anything about that
Yeah,
lately?
he'll be like, Andy, did you ever find the driver of the truck? Yeah,
Yeah,
I could totally see that.
yeah.
And he goes, well, Sheriff, I tried, but
There's the
you didn't
scene.
show up. Exactly. All right, Andy, that's okay. We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Hawk, see if you can find the driver.
Yep.
That's how that scene's gonna go.
Sounds about right.
Sometimes the show writes itself, You watch enough of a thing, you know how it's gonna go.
Yeah, it's true.
So I was trying to find that scene tearing part. I didn't see it with Tammy walking down the hallway.
Oh, you didn't see it on the door?
No, it's on the door. So this is in the last part where she's coming to Cooper with the picture. I'm sorry, coming to Gordon and Albert with the picture.
yeah.
And it's on his door on the outside.
It should be on the left. The left side of the screen. As she's walking. I think she walks by. It might be one of the doors she walks by.
Oh, she walks by a door.
Might be. I mean, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't really. I only looked at like this screen cap that someone made of like the little section when it happens. So I didn't actually.
Because it could be Laura lurking in the hallway.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people were coming up with theories about it. Sort of along those lines. I mean, there's some Tammy conspiracy theories as well.
No!
That like Tammy's on the take.
Oh no, not Tammy's on the take.
Tammy's the real bad guy, not Diane.
Not some conspiratammies.
Yes. God.
Oh jeez, how many women are on the take here? How many people are on the take?
Yeah.
Andy's on the take, and Anthony's on the take, and
yep.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Chad.
Person on the take.
Yeah.
I don't see any tearing. I don't know if I'm watching the right scene. Nothing is being weird. Oh, there it is.
You see it? Good.
As soon as I was convinced it wasn't happening, I saw it.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely didn't notice it when I was originally. Well, I saw a scene multiple times. I never noticed it. I mean, your eyes aren't necessarily looking there all the time, but
it almost looks just like it looks like a digital artifact problem that like wouldn't be on there on a Blu-ray or something.
Yeah.
Like it's the kind of thing that is super weird. It's weird. It's not as weird as the airplane thing to me, but this one, it doesn't seem important at all. Yeah, I don't know what you would make of that. Like, the woodsman did it? Like, I don't know. The woodsman moved the doorknob.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the theories were, but I do think they were connected to Tammy conspiracies. It is weird, I will admit, that she's walking in slow motion. I don't really understand why they put that in slow motion.
Well, because she's got a big thing. And he likes hallways in slow motion. But it's like, she's got news.
She's got big news. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's building up the drama. Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Sure. I'll buy that.
Good. I'm selling it.
Thank you.
All right. You want to move on to the next part?
Sure, let's do it. Actually, now that I think about it, there's one more thing I want to throw out about this scene here.
Okay.
So we mentioned, like, I mean, there's multiple questions, and I can't answer them all. But one of the questions was like, why Hastings and why now?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Of all the people there, like, why kill him now?
So I was thinking maybe the idea. So we know that Diane's message to Evil Cooper was they have Hastings, and they're going to take them to the site. He's going to take them to the site. So maybe Evil Cooper actually sent the Woodsman to kill Hastings. Maybe that's why they're killing Hastings.
Interesting.
You know? Like, that's why they're doing it now. That's why they didn't do it earlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Wow. He should send them to kill Dougie.
Shit. Don't throw out a plot hole.
He should have, I don't know, done that in the beginning.
You have a really good point. I guess, like, if he can do that, then why?
Or is it like they're only in the greater Buckhorn area?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
And they can't.
I mean, maybe
Vegas.
They can only go to certain areas. Maybe they can only kill like around these sites or something. And so, like, that's why they killed Hastings there and not like somewhere else. I mean, that's
so they can exist further from the site, like the prison, but they can only kill within the radius of the site.
Yeah, that doesn't. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the radio station thing, was that close enough to a site? I don't know.
Well, depends where and again, this portal thing does connect back to the guy descending from pure air. Like, if he literally came out of a sky portal, that would sort of explain a bit more about what that idea is. But I like your general theory, though. The general idea that, you know, there's sort of a cause and effect here of sort of what's happening. It's not just random. There was some information communicated where he would be, you know, and he wasn't, you know, in jail anymore. That might have, not that it really should have mattered to the Woodsman, but that could have helped in terms of him being more accessible or something in a way. So I could see that in general, but I think, again, I don't want the Woodsman to be his henchmen, and I kind of don't want them to be on his level, like his peers. Like, we're all in this together. I hope that they are above him in terms of their sort of supernatural hierarchy, and maybe Bob is on their level. You know, although I do kind of think they sort of created Bob or sort of brought him here, so in a way they're above him. But, I don't...
Well, the Experiment created Bob, right?
Well, we saw Bob come from Experiment, but, you know, the Woodsmen were doing something at the convenience store literally right before that. So
it seems to me they're below... although, I guess they're allied at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's...
But I think they're below Bob. I don't know. Or they were helping the bug thing, seemingly, which was another thing from Experiment. Which doesn't necessarily mean they're below that thing just because they're helping.
I agree, and I think, I don't know, it comes off to me like they could have, you know, they could have created Experiment to create Bob, or they could have, you know, called forth Experiment to create Bob. I don't, at this point, give Experiment a lot of agency in terms of, like, being a character that has wants and needs, and, like, in terms of, like, a plot function. I haven't really seen that really happen yet. So I don't really consider them like the Woodsman, like Bob and like Mr. C, that have sort of these, like, plot concerns. To me, Experiment comes off as this, like, sort of otherworldly entity that, you know, may not concern itself with mortal men. You know what I mean? Like, that I feel like it's sort of just this other thing, and I don't know what to do with model experiment or experiment model. I don't know what to do with that. It did sort of kill them, seemingly for some reason, but we haven't seen it since. So I kind of just put an asterisk by that and don't really count it with my general theory about experiment, which is just that I don't know. It was just such a primal sort of thing that was happening there, and like with all the different shots of space and time and all that stuff. And so anyway, I'm rambling about that. But yeah, so I don't really count Experiment as like Experiment is the leader. Okay, she's the mafia boss, and then like the Woodsmen are like the crime family, like, and Mr. C is like an up and coming like whatever. Like I don't really see it like
it's
that.
Sort of like the kids, like I want you to take over the family business someday.
Yeah, I don't.
You're gonna do great work. I mean, if Experiment can make Bob, and Bob clearly has like, I don't know. I feel like there's definitely a chance that Experiment has some kind of agency.
Oh, I definitely think there's a chance. I just don't factor that into my opinion about what it is, because I haven't really seen proof of that. To me, like cutting to Experiment and Bob coming out of its mouth was just as impactful as the weird lights and color and explosions. And then I'm like, well, do those have meaning? I mean, clearly there's some meaning there, but does that mean they have agency? So that's kind of how I view that whole sequence with Experiment. Is sort of part of this sort of like, I don't know. I just feel like until we see it again, and it's doing something,
it might have been banging on the door, although we don't know that for sure.
Sure. Good point. Yeah, good point. But that was all in the other world, but maybe that does relate to what it wants or could want in our world.
To still be some kind of agency, though, potentially. You know, and this symbol, I feel like the symbol's connected. I feel like we're going somewhere with that Experiment thing, and so I'm expecting we might actually get something like an answer as far as like a basic question, like, does the Experiment want anything?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's definitely open, for that to happen. I just don't at this point factor that into like kind of what I think the hierarchies are here, and yeah, like I just hope it's not that simplistic, and I don't want like the Woodsman just to be like Bob's henchmen, and he can just say, hey, go to this place and kill that person, because that really simplifies the story. Even if they do have sort of a perimeter constraint or something like that. We saw them. Why didn't he have them kill Phyllis? She's in Buckhorn. Why didn't the warden? He's over in Yankton, but is that close enough?
Not close enough.
Not close. Too far. We don't deliver murder that far. We guarantee it 30 minutes or less, but
it's now that I think about it, it's kind of a problem if it's true. But there does see it. There's a plausible connection there. So
I think there's a plausible connection, but for this scene, I think it's Occam's razor. I think they were. This is sort of where they hang out. Most likely because there's the portal there. These guys were either sort of coming or going. Maybe that's how it comes off. But yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense if there was.
But I guess
some
why
sort of,
why Hastings specifically?
Well, like I said
why
before,
not kill all of them?
Well, I said before, like Hastings was the one was causing a problem, by taking these people here. I mean, it's still why not everybody anyway,
Yeah.
Why didn't if Mr. C can text the Woodsman or something, go go kill Hastings, why not go kill all the FBI?
Yeah, completely stop them. Yeah. Why would he want to do that? It's weird.
And honestly, he seemed very. I mean, he was unconscious, but he didn't. The Woodsman thing with when Bob showed up, it was almost like Mr. C was didn't matter. It was about Bob. So it's really not clear to me what that relationship is there.
Yeah, I'm not real clear on what was happening there, but it does seem like they healed him. So I
It,
feel like
it,
it was at least
it
partially.
it's they healed him, or he was healed because they took Bob out or something. Like some that's just a
Yeah,
so it's kind of hard to really determine there. And when he's, I don't know, he's got a lot of fucking friends if the woodsmen are his allies too. You know what I mean? Like he's got all the people he's possibly paying and all the people
yeah.
he's coerced into helping
The Off
him.
Island
All the
others.
like
And,
like half of the cast is just working for Mr. C.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
the woodsmen just seem like they,
Diane.
yeah, of course, yeah. So I think Hastings was sort of posing a threat to the woodsman more than he was to Mister C, and I think that's why I think the woodsman sort of killed him for that. But you could ask the question, well, how did they know, or why did they blame him or something for bringing them there?
Yeah. Maybe they
Um,
intercepted the text message and
God, do you think the woodsmen have like phones?
I mean, they went in a radio station and broadcast, so
But that's a
electricity.
mile away from carrying around a cell phone.
It was the 50s, I mean, they couldn't do much better.
Yeah, yeah.
In these modern times, no, I don't necessarily think that. That's a crackpot theory. It's just I was just thinking, like how could they maybe like the text message could still influence them even if it's not just
Mm-hmm.
Evil Cooper telling them to do it,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Now if I could maybe see a scene where he meets with one of them for some reason, and then like if anything, I could see a face to face conversation. I just don't imagine he texted a woodsman or something. You know what I mean? That's too far. A
Yeah.
little bit closer, I think, is maybe a face to face. But I don't see the woodsman doing. I don't know. They seem so beyond. It's hard, even though they're kind of around all the time. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Keep it in mind. We'll see. I guess we'll see.
I mean, they definitely have some goals or some kind of interest in what's going on in various places. It's not really clear what or why,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, like unlike Experiment, I guess it's a little clearer that they do have some kind of
Mm-hmm.
um, interest or whatever in what's happening. So, I mean, so far it seems like yeah, they're either Experiment's helpers, they're Bob's helpers, maybe they're yeah, something like
Or
that.
they, or they created an experiment and she's their helper.
Yeah, it seemed like they were doing. I mean, so far functionally, they've been doing the helping. We haven't really seen them make
Mm-hmm.
anything. So, I mean, it could be true that that's the backstory, but it's just, yeah, that's just the stuff they've done so far makes it look like they're helpers.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's tough because the question is, who are they helping? We saw them actively help Bob. We saw them possibly help Mr. C in terms of he's alive after that.
Right.
Which begs the question: what if he gets shot again?
Yeah.
And like that's it. The rest of the stuff they've been doing, it's not clear who they're helping. I mean, killing Hastings, I guess, helps Mr. C. Maybe
Well, it seemed to me they were helping the bug thing.
they were helping the bug thing. You mean with the radio station and the whole?
Yeah.
I, yeah. I mean, but to me that comes off as they're helping themselves. Like that's the bug thing is their way. Was their way to infect people or something like that. But
I guess since the bug thing seemingly came from Experiment just like Bob did, it just kind of seems along the same lines.
mm-hmm.
Like they're coming in to assist. I mean, maybe they care about the outcome,
Mm-hmm.
and who knows, maybe they're even, behind it, but it appears as though they're aiding the offspring of
Sure.
um,
Yeah.
experiment. So that's why I say that. I mean, but to be fair, I mean, we don't have like they haven't had like a ton of screen time, so
Mm-hmm.
there isn't a ton to go on. It's probably premature to say like I completely understand what they're doing, but that's just kind of what it looks like based on the small amount we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But if they want to, yeah, I guess it's not clear to me um how how deep they want to go with the woodsman. And I guess like the other thing is like the fact that they're kind of anonymous. You know what I mean? Like there's just
Mm-hmm.
like a bunch of them. And
Yeah.
they all kind of look similar, but they're always in like groups. Well, maybe not always, but they're often in groups. Like
Mm-hmm.
that just gives the impression that they're sort of a collective helping thing, as opposed to the Black Lodge characters or whatever that are more individual.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, that definitely seems like the case. It comes off to me like they are collectively some kind of representation of something. We talked before about possibly the person behind the trash can and Mulholland Drive being a woodsman
Oh
or
yeah,
being a
yeah.
similar idea. So I it comes off to me like I mean, if the woodsmen have been here for this long, it's unclear as if they've always been here or if they only came after the nuclear test. But yeah, it comes off to me like they're another sort of force, of evil in quotes or something. And that's where there's like a bunch of them. And I guess the way it came off to me was that you could interpret it as the humans create this nuclear test and that either opens up some portal or that calls the woodsman forth in terms of like the destructive power. They are attracted to the power of the blast or the evil sort of behind the intent or the capability of that kind of destructive force. And then proceeded to like if they were like, okay, well, we're going to infect humanity or we're going to take over this town or we're going to whatever, and then sort of, called forth experiments to bring some evil to Earth via Bob
Mm-hmm.
and the creature. Like to me,
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of how it came off. But now that we're seeing, now that we saw in this sequence here, the woodsman sort of on the stairs, if that's the convenience store that we saw before or not. I'm curious if we do get more from the convenience store because it'll help us figure out like what happened in that part when they sort of were congregating outside of the convenience store in that weird style
Right.
and then went inside and things got fucking weird. And to me it's like things got weird and shaky and then the next thing we see is experiment. So what to me it's like they caused that or they wanted that to happen versus
Mm-hmm.
the sort of cause and effect not being there and it just being like a coincidence or something or
Yeah. No, that makes sense. But maybe they helped
yeah and it could
experiment,
be
like come into the world or shoot
sure
its
yeah
stuff into the world.
yeah
You
exactly
know.
I think it's like if you were if you wanted to take over someone like a computer virus right it's kind of like there's a person that programs it but then there's like the virus itself that's doing the work and I feel like it's
Yeah.
kind of like that where they sort of create could have created experiment to do this or experiment is a entity that's beyond space and time that evil comes from or something or and they called it forth or they had it aim its shit at Earth or whatever the fuck happened to sort of carry out their plan. So yeah, they're helping it along, but they're mainly helping themselves because they're the ones with the sort of overall goal. But I could be totally wrong in that interpretation, and it's completely the other way. And like, Experiment is like the queen of evil or something, and Bob is her prince, and you know what I mean. Like, to me that's a little schlocky, but it could go there and they can make it work. Like, like whatever it is.
Cersei and Joffrey.
Oh God, thank you. I was wondering where the modern analog would be. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Bob is Joffrey. You heard it here first, folks. No one else is going to say it on a podcast. So yeah, it's definitely, I'm open to that interpretation as well, that, that it could be in charge. It just doesn't, I don't know, like I said before, I'll say it again, it just came off to me like Experiment was just sort of like, I guess my point is I would just be surprised if Experiment is really invested in like the minutia of our world and like what the Woodsmen are doing and Bob is doing in any sort of like human psychological way. You know what I mean? In any sort of like, like, again, like a queen trying to take over territory or something, like strategy and like planning. Like, that's weird to me. I feel like, to me, there's the giant, the 6 or 7 question mark guy. He's crazy. He's got some weird abilities and a weird stance in this world and in this story. But I feel like he's not on the level of Experiment. Now there is that line, "It's in our house." Experiment is a great thing for it to be, at least Experiment model or something. And maybe Experiment model is some version of Experiment, but they're separate entities or something like that. Like, that would make sense to me. But I would be just very surprised if Experiment model is the same thing as Experiment, and like Experiment, after spewing, Bob and mutated eggs to Earth, some decades later, came to the box with Sam and Tracy, and then like is there, and then that would just be really surprising to me, because there's just
that's what I think is true, though. I mean, okay. I agree it's weird, but that's what it looks like to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would be surprised if they make a distinction there, and I guess I'm expecting. It definitely, I agree that it brings that concept of Experiment like down to a level where it seems mm-hmm. like, I don't know, it seems like out of balance or something, like on the one hand like creating those things, and then mm-hmm. on the other hand just like killing a couple people, like in a very like a Stranger Things monster or something.
And it was like a very straightforward thing, and unless they sort of give us some more context about why that happened or something, or it feeds on love or something, and it just couldn't resist itself, and or whatever. I just would, the fact that they're credited as different things, I don't know what that means, but if they were both called Experiment, I would have no choice but to agree. But because there's a little bit of room there of doubt, because they're credited slightly differently, I feel like I can wedge some doubt in there and hold that hope until they like make it clear.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I think at the very least they're related.
They're clearly related, right? There's no way that, I mean, they look similar, so they're related by look, so you can't deny that. They have similar names.
They both have Experiment. They're played by the same actor.
I mean, maybe Experiment model is like a version of Experiment on our plane of existence or something, or it's a piece of it, that can go, or something like that. But for it to be like the same thing it would just be surprising. So that's why, I have some doubt about that. Which takes us back to the original point we were making about Hastings getting killed and why now. I guess I want. It's one of those things where it's kind of like a receding tide, where it's like, Bob and the Black Lodgians were sort of the upper echelon of entities, right? Until the tides receded some more.
and we see these like woodsmen, and we go, oh, okay, well, maybe they're the highest, or they're at least another level, and then like the tide over season more, and we see Experiment, and so then you want to say, oh, well, now she's the top, so that whatever is the last thing we see is like, oh, well, maybe that's the thing at the top of this pyramid, and so I don't know, that's definitely one sort of way to look at it, but I feel like some of these entities are sort of on the same level, if there is a sort of comparison that could be made. And that's why I want to put like, the woodsman and Bob on a sort of different level than like Experiment. And like, and I think the giant is on the level of the woodsman, and Bob, sort of a thing, but maybe not Experiment. But I don't know. Yeah, the Experiment thing was so weird. I don't know. I don't. Those things was so weird. It's so hard to try to judge what was even going on in those 10 seconds or whatever when we saw it spewing Bob eggs and stuff.
Right. Yeah. I agree. But I do expect we're going to get more on that. That's one of the things I'm.
So like Experiment is Cersei, and Mr. C is like the Kingslayer or something, and he's gonna kill like the giant or something, or and then he's gonna like marry Cersei. Like, is that what you're seeing here? Like, like that's all Mr. C really wants is like the throne, which like to control Earth or something, or like Cersei Experiment's gonna like take over the planet. Like that's the goal, and like the woodsmen are like the knights of the round table, and they're gonna like go off and like prime the land for her and kill her enemies so she can like take over and and then like Cooper's
like Ned Stark.
Yep. There it is. Yep, he's and Ducky is like Jon Snow or something.
Ouch.
He's gonna like sort of take over or something. Yeah, I don't know.
You know nothing, Ducky Jones.
That's a Janie E line.
Yeah, well, I guess she's Ygritte then.
Yeah, there she is. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Game of Thrones parallels. Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
Why not? No, the way I see it is like, and it might turn out like this or it might not, because I don't know the extent of Eva Cooper, Mr. C, and or Bob, their involvement or even understanding of what they're doing.
Great. Then let the speculation begin.
Well, I'm just saying, like it remains to be seen. I mean, we don't know what their plan is, and we don't know also, even if we knew their plan, we wouldn't know what they think about the plan. Like, like, for example, like, how much does Bob know about his own origins? Like, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Does he know, like, that's mommy?
Well, he was so seemingly conscious and aware during his, whatever that was.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if that was his creation so much as, she could be a teleportation device or something. Maybe that's how they travel, They just jump into Experiment and she, like, flies around and then she spits you out. Like, I don't know. Bob, it could have been something like that,
True. Anyway, the point I was gonna make is because that's just like a deep pit of endless speculation, which I'm gonna do anyway.
Sure.
I feel like there's an aspect to this story that's kind of like, what's the reference I want here?
A good one.
Kind of like, did you ever see In the Mouth of Madness?
Mm-hmm.
The John Carpenter movie? So like there's this concept of and like I was gonna throw out Ninth Gate too, because I think it's a little bit of that too.
Mm-hmm.
Just this idea that there's this like we can call it evil, but whatever. There's this like evil thing that exists like in this other world,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's some characters who want to bring that thing into our world in some way.
Yeah.
It seems to me like that's what's going on with Evil Cooper. That it's something along those. Now, it might not be as simple as like bring it into our world. I mean, maybe it's going to end up in the giant's house, so that's not exactly our world. But like unleash it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that's and they always think like it's a source of power and it will make me powerful, but then they usually end up being wrong about that.
Mm-hmm.
It usually ends up consuming them. I guess Wyndham Earl would be another version of that.
Yeah.
The Wyndham Earl plot is kind of similar. Like, I'll go to the Black Lodge and I'll be powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And really it gets unleashed on them. And so like that's a possible ending, I think, for Bob and or
It's like Wyndham Earl goes to the Black Lodge. Oh, I'm just gonna get all this power. Then Bob is like, "No, you can't do that. I'm just gonna kill you now." But then a second later, he's like, "Actually, that's a great idea."
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna go figure out how to court evil to get power myself.
I need more power. Well, and that's why I was bringing up the difference between Evil Cooper and Bob. Like, this plan, I don't know who's primarily responsible for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know how much Bob is behind it, and there's of course the possibility that Bob's not even there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the woodsman knew that he was going to do that, and like that's part of the reason why they took Bob when he was vulnerable or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's totally, but I do feel like that seems to be the direction the story's going, and it's going to be about, trying to stop him from doing that. Now, there probably will be more to it than that, because usually with this series, there's like some crazy left turns that are really hard to predict.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's got to be an element of this.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that basic outline seems like where the story is going, but it all depends on, like you're saying, that curveball, that left turn, because there's still some huge elements left to really reveal, which is namely who's the main antagonist. And if we've already seen the main antagonist, what's their game plan? And I think that really determines, if it's that kind of bring evil to Earth plot or not. Because by now, in any of those other stories that are like this, we would know that that's the plan, because usually the good guys or the bad guys, whoever are trying to do this thing, tell you fairly early in the story what their goal is. Or at least by the midpoint of the story, that that's their plan, or it's very likely to be their plan. You know what I mean? So we're sort of getting past the point where I think that it would make sense for us to know that. But that could be the next part where they make it clear what he wants or something like that. So it's fairly close to the middle.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my instincts aren't necessarily in tune to like really try to guess things for this show, as much as I would want them to be. So I don't really know, but I guess my intuition tells me that it's something more than that kind of thing that we've seen before. I guess I want it to be different than like we were talking about, I think a part or two ago, where where towards the end of season 2, it's all about Wyndham Earl and what he wants to do, and that is sort of takes us towards like the finale, and I feel like there will be something like that structurally with the plot. But if they just like reveal like, okay, well, Experiment is the bad guy, and we're all, the main thing here, guys, is to like stop Experiment from coming to Earth or Twin Peaks or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That doesn't seem like a David Lynch story. And then maybe that's like a small part of the ending, and then it becomes about whatever else, the aftermath or something like that.
but that I don't know. It seems to me like it should be that these. I don't know that it's. You would never. I think you would in the original Twin Peaks. You would never guess that there's a way to like. Okay, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna like destroy the sort of portal in Glastonbury Grove, and then the Black Lodgians can never come to Twin Peaks again. Like that's the goal of the show. It's like save the planet from those. It's like it comes off to me like these entities are here whether we like it or not, and they'll be here long after we're gone. And therefore, like, sort of any sort of overall plot that like sort of kills them all or like banishes them all from our planet. I don't know. To me, that it doesn't seem like that really fits. So I guess that's the main reason why I'm hesitant to sort of think that's the thing. But I mean, I do agree that the elements for that plot are there. It's just very unclear what Mr. C wants. Now, the idea that he wants power makes sense. He's basically said that little black oval with the little chicken wings, like symbol, is sort of a thing he's after.
Yeah.
So he's after something.
Yeah.
So it would make sense if he's after something that can give him power. But I feel like power for what? I feel like that's really the question for his character. Is like, what does he want? Out of life. We knew what Wyndham Earle wanted. And he wanted a sort of obvious sort of thing. But with Mr. C being a doppelganger, and not just like a regular person, and possibly having Bob inside, it makes me wonder, what that really is, and if it's just because he's like, oh great, I just want power to do what, Bob? Mr. C, like to kill, to inhabit people, to go to another place, to take over Earth, to infect people. That's that's really the big question: is what would he want with power? What would that power allow him to do?
So Wyndham Earle's case, like, what did he want the power for? Because that's actually not clear to me.
With Wyndham Earle, I don't think he made it clear what he wanted the power for.
Like, he definitely wanted revenge on Cooper. You know? But that, I don't know. It wasn't clear to me that he wanted the power just for that.
It wasn't even clear what the power was.
Yeah, well, I don't think he really knew.
Yeah.
It was just like, there's this place, and there must be some power there.
And that's like a Ninth Gate thing, where the person wants something they don't even understand, and it sort
of... That's why I was asking about Eva Cooper. Like, how much does he understand about what he's doing?
Mm-hmm. Well, you would think if Bob is with him at all, and that he would have some sort of sense, but...
Which is why I started wondering about how much Bob knows.
Well, here's the thing, like, Wyndham Earle died. He didn't get that power. So
Correct.
You don't need to explain what he wants the power for if he's never actually going to get it.
Right.
And, could they just do the same thing and it's the same plot?
That's what in a way that would be pretty disappointing because it's kind of a retread. But I guess that's what I was saying. It's just, I feel like it's possible that we don't learn that. For some reason along those lines. Mm-hmm. Like, basically, he won't get it.
Yeah, but and the other thing too, I think that would sort of more necessitate a reason for his wanting power is if he wants to stay on this planet or this Earth or this whatever. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
Because I think with Wyndham Earle going like, I'm going to go to this other place and get power, it doesn't really affect Earth necessarily, But it was, I don't know what he wanted to do with that. That's a classic.
Really specified.
That's a classic. That's a classic story. Wanting power and it destroys you and all that. But I don't know, Mr. C. What's driving him? Revenge or vengeance was driving Wyndham Earle,
right?
Because he just sort of stumbled upon all that stuff, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how much Mr. C knows, or Bob knows about what Mr. C's doing, or what the main plot is. Is it literally God, as soon as I thought of this, it's the worst idea and the best idea. Is Mr. C just I'm sorry.
is Bob just missing his mommy? And like the whole point is to reunite Bob with his mother.
It's gonna be a touching scene with like a bubble floating and
it's gonna float back in her mouth or something. Oh man, that'd be great. She just lost her kid. She was on the way to the store. She accidentally opened her mouth and her kid flew out. You know how kids are wont to do.
Mm-hmm.
And he went off and gallivanted to Earth, which he didn't have permission to go that far from home. He knows better. And he spent several decades, raping and torturing, which I always tell him to get permission for, and he never listens. Teenagers. And, God, I hope that's the answer. Yeah, which means American Girl is Bob's sister.
Yep. That's weird.
Yeah, well, that's life. You don't choose your family, okay? You don't get to choose your family.
That's true.
Wow, which means that maybe so Experiment is Bob's mom. That's a phrase. And maybe the giant is the giant the dad? Maybe that's why he's all he's like a deadbeat dad.
Oh no.
Senorita Dido is like his new wife, his new mistress, and he left. And he's like, hey, and Bob's like, hey, Dad, if you're not going to hang out with me on the weekends, I'm just going to go to Earth and wreak havoc then. And so the giant had to create someone for Bob to play with, a.k.a. the Laura Ball.
The Laura Bubble.
Yeah, and he's like, fine, I'll give you an interdimensional play date. Get off my back.
I love it. It's just like a multi-dimensional family drama.
That's how we're gonna sell it. Yeah, that's how you pitch it. It's like the Cosby Show, except there's still a rapist.
Oh no!
Sorry, it was sitting right there.
Soon?
It was sitting right there. You can't not mention the Cosby Show and not mention.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yikes! Yikes!
Wow.
Oh man. Anyway, so it's either that or something plausible.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Anyway, I mean, we could go round and round with this stuff. It's so hard to really gauge these things. I mean, it's because you try to be analytical and see what the show has actually said, but part of writing is subverting expectations and misdirection. So it's like, yeah, it seems like it's that thing, but maybe that's why it won't be that thing.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with the Windom Earle plaid, that it's, you spend so much time with Windom Earle, you get invested in his revenge on Cooper and his going to the Black Lodge, and then, the final, twist is like, oh, he doesn't matter at all, and actually it's Cooper who's in danger from the Black Lodge.
Yeah.
And Windom Earle is like a minor problem in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, Windom Earle actually was the catalyst that got him to the Black Lodge. It basically, made him go inside.
Which makes me wonder if, I guess that goes to the Annie theory and, and to what extent they were trying to lure Cooper there, if they had any influence over Windom Earle as well. Definitely the black teeth, white face scene implies that they might have had some influence on him.
Who might have had influence?
The Black Lodge. I guess it would be probably Bob, since that seems to be who's mainly involved. Bob and the doppelgangers.
Shot of him with the weird face and teeth is so weird. I don't know what to do with that. Because why did they kill him then? So it's like, okay, you're cool. He served his purpose? But I mean, that wasn't really the reason that he killed him. He killed him because he tried to take Cooper's soul.
Well, I just mean, why not keep him alive? Or why, yeah.
What?
I mean,
Yeah,
there
yeah,
was a
yeah.
specific reason why they killed him in the scene, but just like he was disposable anyway.
Mm-hmm. So the other, I mean, you'd also have to factor in, not that, I mean, this isn't that big a deal because this is a sort of thing that didn't happen. The story wasn't like this, but wasn't Wyndham Earl going to? Did he only take Annie because she won? Wasn't he? Was he just going to take the winner?
That was his claim. Yeah, he was going to take the winner.
Yeah, because I think Cooper would have less. He would still go after probably any of those people.
Yeah.
But, Annie was definitely number one.
Right.
Sorry, Audrey.
Which is, yeah, I know. Which is to her eternal disappointment.
Right.
Yeah. Which is why she won, because it was like maximum drama.
Yeah, it would be weird if they. I mean, what does that even mean? Influence over him, like taking over his body, like yeah, I don't know. That'd be weird.
Well, yeah, I guess like the closest point of comparison is they show Laura doing something like that with Harold. Fire Walk with Me, and then Leland does it too towards the end. Before he goes in the Black Lodge. So it seems like some kind of representation of maybe not. Yeah, maybe Bob influence more so than Black Lodge, but
or maybe that's just like the evil inside or something, or the darkness that we have or they have sort of coming out in that moment. Maybe it's just that idea, not necessarily like someone else's sort of influence, but just that person's own sort of darkness coming to the surface.
But it seems connected at least to the Black Lodge, like that it's expressed in that way. Because they don't show any character who doesn't have some interaction with the Black Lodge or its inhabitants. With that kind of thing. And yet there are plenty of evil people.
Those are the most evil people, though. I mean, Laura's not really evil, but Leland and Wyndham Earl certainly are.
Sure.
But Laura had a lot of darkness. So that's why I want to say darkness. That's really evil, but yeah.
I think it does represent that, but it seems to be
are you saying
the Black Lodge, or?
But you're saying like an antenna picking up a signal, like, or are you saying like, well, Laura was affected by the Black Lodge because Leland was inhabited by Bob? Is that what you mean, or do you mean like the Black Lodge is emanating some sort of evil and they're picking it up? Like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, in terms of Wyndham Earl, I'm not, it happens off screen, so I'm not sure exactly how that worked. But yeah, in the case of the others, I was assuming it was direct contact with Bob.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay.
Because Laura says the fire walk with me before flipping out. And obviously Leland, was in full Bob mode.
Mm-hmm.
In that moment. But yeah, so that's what it always seemed like. Now I will like admit that, I mean, I think the truth of it is the other way around. That it's kind of a retcon. Because I think when they originally showed it, I'm not sure that was necessarily the intention. But since they picked up that detail in Fire Walk with Me, I feel like that's, that's the retcon answer.
So you're saying Wyndham Earl had some sort of contact with Bob before he goes to the Black Lodge.
Yeah, I guess that's what that would imply.
Which mostly mean, or should mean, contact with Leland? Since Bob was in Leland?
Well, Leland was dead by that point.
Well, but Wyndham Earl was around before Leland was dead. I mean,
well, that's true. That's true. But the teeth thing happened quite a bit after Leland was dead.
Uh-huh.
So the Bob contact could have happened after Leland died, but it could happen before. You're right.
Well, I'm just saying, since Bob doesn't really go out in the real world without a host.
I don't think he was in the area before Leland died.
I just mean he was sort of in the world, you know.
He was doing like killing people in various states and stuff. They had a map.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't mean he was in Twin Peaks. I just mean he was a living being when Leland was alive.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And clearly like was, you know, at some point going to gear up to target Cooper.
Right. Yeah, if he had contact with Bob before Leland died, it would have had to have been by Leland.
Yeah. Unless you're saying, well...
But I always assumed it was after Leland died. And it might have been an owl or something.
Oh, like an owl?
I don't know. I mean, they do, the second to last episode shows Bob, like, reaching his hand out of the entrance to the Black Lodge. And so, I mean, I always took it that, like, you know, he was, I always took that as a reveal that he comes from there, and that's really what that's supposed to convey. But it does also show he can kind of get out of there.
Yeah.
So
I took that to also be, though, that it had to do with the portal being in the right spot and Saturn and Venus and all that shit. You know, we were talking about before about like the sort of whatever time period that this place is open, and you know the handshaking sort of culminating towards all of that. I kind of took it as like he can sort of get out, like, because we've seen the owls before that, right? Before all that, we saw the owls, and we go, well, that's Bob in some form, you know, inhabiting the owls or something.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So I kind of took that moment when he sticks his hand out and he appears as like he can sort of maybe get out now, but like not before, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's subjective.
But it was that same episode when he, has the teeth, so it was close enough to the time. You know what I mean? If he had some. If he had some brief interaction, some influence or some kind of weird encounter, it could have been. It was close enough to the end that I feel like it's possible.
Sure.
Another thing I was going to mention, I was watching this David Lynch interview, and someone asked him about the owls, like why the owls, like what do the owls mean?
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Oh,
I'll tell you later."
You should have.
I'll never tell. That's what
I meant. And he said, "Oh, that was Mark Frost's idea."
Interesting. And what did he mean by that? What does that mean?
The owls, like the concept of the owls, was Mark Frost's idea.
The concept of having owls, the concept of Bob transforming into an owl or inhabiting owls.
He didn't say any more, but just extrapolating from what he said, I think he just means that the way they're used in the plot, you know, the having the giants say the owls are not what they seem, the various times that we see them, in like special moments or whatever. I mean, I think that's what he means. Just like using the presence of owls to represent whatever it is they're supposed to represent.
Oh, that's interesting.
But it's a Mark Frost idea. So I thought I'd throw it out there because it's like one thing I can concretely say came from Mark Frost.
Yeah, nice.
And, now that I know that, maybe it's starting to make more sense that there's not a lot of owls in the new series. If that's not an idea that David Lynch is attached to.
One reason could be that Bob is in Mr. C now and not just hanging around, owling around.
Right.
So that could be a thing too.
Right. Although, I think on Twitter, Vince did point out that we did see an owl one time in the new series.
Yeah, I remember that scene. Did we see it or did we just hear it?
Oh, you just hear it.
Yeah. So it's not the same. Not the same. Close enough, but not the same.
But it's not enough to count, but it is not zero either.
Yep.
It's the worst possible value.
So somehow between 0 and counting.
Yeah, between 0 and 1, it's there. I don't know what is there, but it's there.
It's like fuzzy logic.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
It's like 0.23.
Mm-hmm. I'll buy
Whatever that means. Is it yes or no? It's 0.23.
Yep. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Let's do it. All right, so we go to the Double R diner. We have Bobby and Shelley sitting there with Becky. Norma watches, as she's wont to do these days. She's all about sitting there and watching people. Becky is ambivalent about Steven. Bobby says she has to pay for the door that she shot through earlier. Becky doesn't have any money, so Shelley offers to loan her the money. Becky says she's already taken too much from her, so Bobby offers, but she has to pay him back. Shelley wants to get her away from the trailer. They ask if Steven ever hit Becky. She denies it. Bobby says if Steven steps out of line, he'll bring him down. We find out explicitly that Shelley and Bobby are indeed Becky's parents, and they don't want to lose her. Mm-hmm. Becky sees Norma and I guess remembers to apologize for throwing Shelley off the car earlier. And then at this tender moment, good old Red shows up outside the Double R and waves Shelley to him through the window. So she goes outside and they make out for a bit. Bobby waits inside with Becky. Then Shelley returns to the Double R. And before they can have a conversation about anything else, there are gunshots suddenly.
What?
Yeah, nobody saw that coming. Certainly I didn't.
Wow.
So there's gunshots. Bobby rushes outside because he's a
let's before we go to that part, let's talk about some of this.
Whole thing.
Yeah, there's like 2 more parts before it's over.
Yeah, I was gonna do the whole thing, but yeah, sure, we can.
Yeah, so a little family drama here. This was interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how sort of what details we get and what details we don't about like Bobby and Shelley's relationship. You can infer that they were married.
She's credited with Bobby's last name.
Yeah, so and it's like you can infer that like they're either not yet divorced or she just isn't using her maiden name.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting. It's not like explicit like what's going on there, but clearly she's moved on. To Baldur's Arquetti.
Very openly, yeah.
She likes bad boys. I mean, now, that literally is just her thing. She just likes bad boys.
Now, yes. Yeah, I don't deny that.
Are you wearing a leather jacket? Then I'll date
you. Okay, yes, but she likes the bad boys. Does she have any idea, though, how crazy Red is, or does she think he's just a bad boy?
I think she thinks. I think she doesn't have any clue.
Crazier than Bobby was in his younger days.
If I was a betting man, if I weren't a betting man, I don't know which one I want to say, but I may or may not put some money on the idea that there's twins. There's like 2 Reds or something.
He seems totally different.
Yeah, and that's the only reason I say that. He seems like a completely different person. Like he's got split personalities or something.
Yeah. That's what made me think she doesn't know. Like she might not even know that he's like maybe he has the image, but she might not know that he's into like big time drug running.
I don't think. Yeah.
Magical coin moving.
Yeah, I don't think she has any idea. I don't know. It doesn't. I think for her character development, it makes sense that she wouldn't sort of knowingly be with a bad guy, like a criminal.
Yeah.
But that sort of subconsciously she's still attracted to that type.
She's drawn to.
Yeah, and that's so it's like, oh, Shelly, you shouldn't be surprised when you find out whatever he's up to,
Right.
But yeah, I think we need to get like one more scene, I think, for me to really figure this out of like what's the deal with his personality, because we've seen him 3 times. One was like the finger gun moment where he seemed like a normal guy.
Yep.
Short scene, no dialogue, so not a ton to go on, but he seemed like a normal guy. Second scene, well, and it's almost 2 parts to that second scene, because there's like the ramp up where he's like a sort of crazy criminal guy, but that we've kind of seen before.
Sure.
Really affected, crazy style guy.
David Lynch, crazy person.
Yeah, and then there's like the third level, or the third sort of part of his character we saw, which was like menacing magic man.
Yeah.
And which was crazy. And so then this is the sort of third part, which is where he's like Mr. Normal. And it's probably just him. I don't necessarily think he's got split personality or is that extreme of an answer. He just turns it on when he needs to turn it on. Whatever it is in your head. But
yeah.
And so that's how it comes off. But it's so extreme, that it does seem like there's an extreme answer.
Right. That would be crazy if there's twins.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be unprecedented.
I still want him to be the Tremont grandson, so badly.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, I really want that to be true. Because what a cool character to come back.
Yeah.
And really sort of say so. I mean, it would be weird, considering, all the stuff he was doing. But maybe he's just like, I had a crazy childhood. My grandmother was weird. And maybe he's just like normal, maybe he was like a normal kid and the grandmother, because that story almost comes off like, Mrs. Tremont died and like only the grandson can see her or something, but then like there's some weird power going on where she sort of can appear to, you know what I mean? That's like a complete, you could just like take that and run and make a whole different story out of it. Like a Sixth Sense kind of thing, where he's got the power to like keep dead people around or something weird, some weird relationship. But yeah, I don't know. I would love if he was that character. That would be an interesting connection and really kind of like give us sort of another angle to sort of look at how all these like crazy supernatural characters fit together. Right. Especially if he if he sort of knows about the woodsman or anything like that, or Bob, or if he knew anything about sort of the crazy part of the plot, that'd be really interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because otherwise, he's just a drug runner threatening people who's like not good for Shelley or something,
right?
And would there be any more plot than that for him? There's not that much time left to give this kind of character something big to do, I don't think. Unless he's in line with Mr. C. Is he getting things ready for Mr. C? Like, Mr. C's like, okay, I'm going to do all this stuff in all these places, and I'm going to eventually end up in Twin Peaks, so I need you, I need you to do X, Y, Z. That's the only thing I could see him really being connected to in terms of any bigger plot is some of the Mr. C stuff.
Yeah. At this point, I agree, yeah. That's what it just, yeah. It would be weird if there's like a tangential, supernatural thing, which is why I think like, even if it is Josie, I feel like they'll try to tie in the sound in the hotel as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'd be involved in any tangential supernatural stuff, but I was mainly thinking of just a tangential normal story.
Oh, a tangential like
I'm trying to get some drugs, or I want to take over Twin Peaks heroin distribute, like some bigger plot like that or something, and then there's just like some family drama with Bobby trying to win Shelly back from him, and he's a bad guy, Shelly, you know, whatever. You know, is it that trite? You know,
right.
I don't know.
It could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not clear. I mean, that second scene was so crazy.
Mm-hmm.
If we hadn't, I mean, that really shows like the power of, you know, whatever, the order you see things. Like if we saw the first scene and then the third scene, it would seem like the same character, and it would seem like he's just, he's basically a function, like he's this character who's going to, you know, provide this conflict with Shelly and Bobby.
Yeah.
And like I wouldn't necessarily expect much more from him. Putting that other scene in there just completely changes. Like when he comes back, it's like, oh God, this guy. And then it's like, oh no, like it's not just finger gun. It's like she's really involved with this guy. Yeah. And that's scary.
And it completely, it completely colors how you see that scene. Because like you said, if we saw this scene second, we would think, oh, there's that nice guy from the bar. Everyone loves Balthazar Getty. It's so good. He's on Twin Peaks. Oh, he's with Shelly. Oh, that's interesting. You know, like
exactly.
And now this way, you're like worried for her, and you don't know what she knows.
Be seriously dangerous.
You know, we talk about that a lot on The Lost Lowdown. How that was one of our big revelations after watching the whole show and going back into the commentary series. Was how, a lot in terms of the mysteries and the plot of the show, a lot of times the sort of, a lot of times the last thing you heard, if a mystery was ever resolved, sometimes the last thing you heard or the answer for the thing was very disappointing. And, one of the things we kind of realized was, in terms of sort of the themes that they were going for, that like the chronology of the story really matters. And that if you took, say the numbers and showed all those scenes chronologically, you have a completely different idea of what the numbers are than the way they showed it, and it's just like this here, where like if you had reordered these scenes, you would think completely differently about this character. And, that really matters. And now you get this extra bit, and again, it kind of a little bit is like, revealing Richard Horne's name, before we know he's a Horne, where when he's in these scenes now, it's colored by that context that wouldn't ordinarily be there, if they had with Richard, waited and not told us in the credits, and then by the time we got there, we go, oh, wow, this is crazy. But,
right.
So it's the same here, where it's like, we thought he was a nice guy, then he's like a weird, crazy, scary guy. Now he seems to be a nice guy, but it's like, we don't trust him now.
Yeah. Yeah.
How
no
matter
you trust
what,
him after that scene?
Yeah, no matter what happens later, you're never going to trust this guy.
Richard Horne was intimidated by this guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it colored it set the context for the Richard Horne stuff.
Yeah.
That's
why he hit the kid.
That's why he hit the kid.
I mean, that whole thing, like, it was a direct consequence of this. And yeah, that's a whole thing now. So, oh man, it's starting to turn into a tapestry.
It's being woven slowly into a tapestry. The tapestry of our lives. Here on Twin Peaks. ABC, Showtime's Twin Peaks.
I think your idea of a connection to Mr. C is seems really plausible to me.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if they're really going all in, I mean, I don't know how else to take that scene with the coin. I mean, it's just hard to believe that there's not something supernatural involved.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you introduce that, it's just like, well, okay, it's you're supernatural and you're a bad guy.
Mm-hmm. Who else is like that?
Yeah, it just seems most likely, yeah.
Yeah, I was just laughing because I was thinking, they get Red in the next scene, and somebody, Richard or whoever, was like,
okay, you've got to be supernatural. What's up with you, man? Like, how did you do that magic trick? And he's just like, you want to know the secret? It's just a really good magic trick. It's just really good. It's not supernatural, because like that's actually the whole point of magic. Is to fool you into thinking that it's not magic, that it's it's beyond possibility.
True.
So it would just be really ironic. Like, I studied 5 years on how to do this trick. I spent every day, and it's just a really fucking good trick. That's the secret.
Now, if this were Damon Lindelof's Twin Peaks,
yes, you're right. Yep,
that's the kind of thing I would expect. But yeah, I feel like
that's a total Lindelof answer. It's just a really good trick. Yeah,
like I feel like David Lynch doesn't suggest I can't think of any examples. Although I could be missing some. I feel like he typically, and of course, he's not going to comment on things, so he probably wouldn't even confirm if anything was supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like taking like what you see more or less in a direct way. He doesn't have a lot of stories where it's like it seems supernatural, but actually this is just a normal real world explanation.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% don't think that's the answer at all. That it was not supernatural for sure. Yeah, things are because the world is the world, and that's how we see it. And there's no need to like sort of play that. I also thought that would be like a Tarantino thing too. I could see that being if we saw something like that, and that's just the answer. It's just a really cool trick, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and he doesn't. I mean, he also doesn't really deal in supernatural hardly ever, if at all.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sort of like it might look that way, but it's really just it's just really cool.
The one supernatural thing would be Jules getting shot in Pulp Fiction.
Oh, the divine intervention?
The divine intervention is the only supernatural thing I can think of.
You count that?
That one major supernatural thing that happened that sparked his spiritual journey. But I can't think of anything else.
Sure. Fair enough.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, wasn't there something? Ah, yes. That. The bullets that didn't hit him.
That did happen.
Speaking of speaking of Pulp Fiction, I thought of we were talking about contrivances earlier, just a little bit.
Of a contrivance from Pulp Fiction?
I did, and I wonder if you thought this was if you would consider this a contrivance, because I was like, what are contrivances? There's got to be a ton, right?
Yeah.
The idea, so later in the movie, when Bruce Willis runs across Ving Rhames in the streets, because I think the idea was like Marcellus Wallace was like getting breakfast or something. Doesn't he have like a box of donuts or something?
Yeah. He went
so he just went on a breakfast run. And he just happens to come across Bruce Willis, just by coincidence. Bad timing is all. And then, of course, it precedes this huge chase, but, at least there's some start. So I just wonder if you thought, like, that was a contrivance, like them meeting like that.
Now, theoretically, yes.
Okay.
Specifically, so here's the thing, like, what I think is a contrivance / coincidence / whatever you want to call that is that they were just like right there, like he stopped, like the car was right there when he was crossing the street. Like that's so he had the opportunity to hit him first, like that is kind of a contrivance, I will admit, but
here it comes.
The reason why he's there, Butch just went back to get his watch. And because of the divine intervention that we were just talking about, Jules decided to quit being a hitman and working for Marcellus, so he's not there. And so I think the idea is that Marcellus went out himself with John Travolta, with Vincent, to to watch for Bruce Willis coming back to his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And as they were hanging out, he went out for donuts, and Bruce Willis in the meantime went in the apartment, killed Vincent, left, and then ran into Marcellus as he's presumably coming back. So he's like, the fact that he's there actually makes sense within the plot, and so.
But that just calls into question
the contrivance for me.
To me, what's the contrivance now is the watch. The watch is just a contrivance to get him to go back to the house.
Oh yes, yeah. The watch is like a MacGuffin. Yeah, mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I mean, they give it a big story. Like, why does he have to go back? Yes, totally, 100%.
Yeah.
Because it's like, the watch. Like, you just have to believe you should care about the watch.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like there's But I mean, on the other hand, that's the story. But on the other hand, it's a contrivance.
That's my point.
So yeah. But I mean, I guess like how artfully that's done, can make it seem. But is a MacGuffin a contrivance? I mean, I guess it's maybe it's a specific kind of contrivance.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an object that that serves as a contrived motivation
mm-hmm.
for a bunch of characters.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely. But Marcellus being there, not a contrivance.
Well, but the fact that he was sort of the idea of him being at the house in general makes sense. Having him leave to go get breakfast, and necessitating that he's out of the house when Bruce Willis goes there, so it's not 2-on-1, but also necessitating, or allowing for Bruce Willis to meet up with him after, that feels contrived to sort of have that all work out that way.
Yeah.
Even the toaster, going off.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Right, that's the only reason he shot him.
Yeah.
It's the toaster. Because he had to put in some Pop-Tarts. I'm going to have a Pop-Tart before I leave.
Although Marcellus just went to get breakfast.
Well, no, but Bruce Willis did that.
Oh, that's right.
That was Butch's. Yeah. When he got there, he put him in, and then he was going to grab the watch, grab the Pop-Tart. I think that was the plan. So,
yeah. I think it's going to grab both. A little Pop-Tart, a little watch.
And then, as he's waiting, the toilet flushes.
Yeah.
Because, Vincent's always using the toilet in that movie.
Yep.
It's like a running gag. And every time he goes, something bad happens.
Yikes. Talk about
weird.
Starting shit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, so back to Twin Peaks. Everyone loves Pulp Fiction is great. Back to Twin Peaks.
One of the most acclaimed films of the 90s.
Everyone's favorite everything. Okay.
But yes, not contrivance free. I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah. Well, what is?
Yeah.
But anyway, I like this scene here. It was cool to kind of see this sort of family dynamic and kind of get a little bit more sense, because, even when Becky was like, I don't want to borrow more money from you. I think before with her first scene, I mean, it's still kind of like this. She's not off the hook, but it seemed a bit more like she was just sort of maybe using Shelley or sort of not sort of deserving it. But, now that we have more context, it came off a little better. It came off like, this is a reasonable situation. She's not taking money and going gambling or buying drugs with it, as far as we can tell.
Right.
So that was nice to kind of see. You're right. Norma is just the head shaker in chief now. Mm-hmm. She's just I'm just here to slightly admonish people. And every time I see Norma, I think this is Rashida Jones's mom. And so when Norma was shaking her head, I'm like, this is what Rashida Jones saw when she did something bad.
or when Quincy Jones doesn't pick up after himself, you know? Like, I just thought, like, oh, this is so weird to kind of know that and just be like, this is her face when this happens, you know?
Yeah.
Which you can say about all these actors, but it just came across to me with Norma that's just the thing.
For me, it was the other way around. Like I remember when Rashida Jones was on The Office.
Oh yeah.
And I found out that she was Peggy Lipton's daughter. Like, Norma's daughter? What?
Mm-hmm.
You? And then I was like, oh, I can see it.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like, I never would have guessed, but then when you tell me, okay. But yeah, that was a weird connection. And yeah, Quincy Jones is involved.
Yeah, right. On top of that, Quincy Jones shows up. Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, love the idea of that. That's Rashida.
Exactly. Like when she takes her glasses off, you know, it's like, yep, that's it. Mom, I gotta be at school. I gotta see you at school. And she takes her glasses off, you know, like, oh wow, little Rashida.
Did you do your homework? Did you study?
Maybe. Yeah, man. Quincy Jones wrote the Sanford Son theme, dude. Like,
oh,
he can do no wrong, dude. That's one of the best fucking theme songs ever, man. It's great.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, Quincy Jones. You know, he knows his stuff. I wouldn't disparage him.
Well, stop disparaging him.
I wouldn't dare.
All right, dare it you.
Thriller. I mean, you know, one of the
I've heard of it.
selling albums of all time.
I've heard of it. I'm familiar. I know music. So this scene was cool. I don't think I have anything else to say about this first part. I did think when the bullet came through the door, I thought it had something to do with Bing.
Oh God!
I was like, Bing. Yeah, I was like, oh no, what did Bing do now?
Bing!
That's where Billy is, getting shot at.
I thought it had something to do with Red.
Well, sort of close.
You know,
not quite right, but he shows up.
I mean, I guess I thought there was some direct connection because, like, Red just left, you know, when the gunshot starts. Yeah. I thought, like, it was someone coming for Red, or it was, I don't know.
Like Richard Horn trying to kill Red or something?
Yeah, for example, yeah. That's what I assumed. I assumed there would be, like, a specific, like, plot-related reason why the gunshots happened. I was not expecting. Well, shall I describe the scene now?
No, tell me what you thought about it.
As I'm just, commenting on it. Okay, so, so Shelly comes back, there's gunshots, Bobby rushes outside, and we find out that apparently there was a gun in a van, a family, like, I guess, father, mother, and a kid, boy. And I guess the boy got a hold of the gun. It was
put the gun under the seat?
It was under the seat, I guess. And and then I guess just fired it a couple times.
He thought it was an Xbox.
God, kids these
days. You put something in their hand, they gotta squeeze it. Think it's an Xbox.
Squeeze it. Look, it's an Xbox. Yeah.
God. Oh man, this scene was weird. It hasn't even gotten weird yet, but it already was weird. And then Jesse shows up. It gets even weirder.
Yeah, so there's a moment where Bobby like has a stare down with the boy.
It was great. That was the best stare down ever.
So strange.
Oh man,
and unnecessary. Like I don't know what's going on there. And then then Deputy Jesse arrives, and says he heard gunshots from Big Ed's gas farm. It's a lot weirder than it sounds.
Yeah.
Like when I say that, it sounds normal. Listen to how he says it. It's weird. He's saying it. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's this like
he's
like
saying it like it's almost like it's a question, like it's a it's just a theory, or like he's waiting for approval or buy-in to the statement. It's very he says it like because it's not that he's unsure, because he's saying what he's sure about, you know. Right. But he says it in a way that comes off like this thing happened and now I'm here, and those two things may not be related. You know, it's really weird. Right. The stare down Bobby has with the kid was great. I'm like, that kid is where the phrase "little stinker" comes from. Like, you're just like staring him down with his hand on his hip. He's got his hat on. I'm like, you old stinker. You old stinker. He's a little stinker. He was like from our gang, you know. Like he was like so old school, like a little kid, like Dennis the Menace or something.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, Little Rascal or something.
Little Rascal, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It
was great.
Which like, I guess it's just a moment. I don't know. But then like, so things haven't even gotten weird yet.
They haven't even gotten weird, and they're already weird.
So Bobby tells Jesse to get the parents' IDs. And he goes to address the woman who has been honking this entire time. So there's honking going on in the background.
Imagine honking every 2 seconds for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, the car behind the van is just constantly honking. So it's like, oh my God, will this never stop? So Bobby goes over there, and so there's a woman driving, and she says they're late for something. She says a lot of stuff, a lot of which I didn't really understand.
Why not?
Some of which I didn't understand, and a lot of which, well, let's say I understood all the words. Okay, anyway. So she says basically like they're late, and also she's sick, quote unquote.
And also this fucking horror came.
And suddenly a girl rises up from the passenger seat, spewing vomit from her mouth. Yes. I guess that's vomit.
Maybe.
The woman yells, and she makes very strange sounds.
Yeah.
And Bobby stares at this.
Yes. And he's thinking, I should have got out of Twin Peaks when I had a chance. Yikes.
Yeah, so that happened.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier, this idea that evil is afoot, or the darkness is coming, or whatever, the gate will be opened, or whatever idiom there is that fits that.
Log lady-ish stuff.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe this kid is sick sort of because of that thing. Yeah. It would actually fit with the idea that I think, generally speaking, with this supernatural mythology stuff of the show, they don't really retread stuff we've seen before. They err on the side of showing us new stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
So I wouldn't expect the handshaking to come back in terms of it being the same kind of idea. It makes more sense to me that it would be some new type of thing, but it's supposed to be the same kind of idea,
Right.
But shown a new way.
Although we do get a shaking hand later in this.
Whose hand shakes? Did I miss that?
Gordon Cole's.
Oh, his hand does shake.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I totally forgot that. Well, scratch with that.
Yeah, it's like, I generally agree with your point.
Yeah,
but you picked.
I guess I meant, yeah. Well, I'm not surprised we see other things. Yeah, I guess. That's
yeah. I mean, they do callbacks, but it's definitely, there's more of a focus on the new.
Yeah.
We got the purple place and all that stuff, and the Black Lodge has taken a back seat, for example.
Yeah.
Even though we still see it sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's kind of a continuation of that handshaking idea. Like it's some similar sort of phenomenon. I think that makes sense. I mean, I hope this isn't normal, quote unquote, normal sickness. Because like, why are her arms like that, and why was she like rising from below? Like, where was she
there's
before?
an idea that she was like sitting in the chair. I guess she just got sicker, sort of over some period of time here. And so I assume she was sort of like more or less upright in the seat, and then sort of shortly after the lady got slowed down with this accident here, that she sort of slid down. But it was great. What was the shot, the cinematography was great because we saw that seat, that whole shot, and didn't know she was down in the darkness. So it comes across as like, oh, even scarier because she was there the whole time, and you sort of get that subconsciously, if not overtly, versus like if they had really cropped her out of the shot, and then later she would have sort of seemed like she came out of nowhere, and go, oh, that would have been weird. Like, where was she before, But like the idea that she had slid down, sort of in the seat, and the lady didn't sort of even know that until she like looked over. But and it adds to the weird state of the character, and then you're right, like rising. It was like she was a zombie rising, from the dead or something. I don't know if that's supposed to be the idea.
I swear there's a scene like this in like Ju-on or something like that, like of like some kind of spirit like rising from the floor of a car,
Oh yeah,
like in a very similar way, she's like got her arms out, and it's
but yet isn't really grabbing for anything. Isn't she wasn't really like.
Oh, she wasn't attacking anybody. That's true.
But not even grabbing. Her arms were just sort of out. They were just out. Her hands weren't grasping for anything. No. So it was just that made it even weirder. So it wasn't like she was like trying to eat anyone's brains, or like
she didn't seem malevolent, but it still played like a horror scene, even though there didn't seem to be any threat, but it was just like, but then what's going on?
Well, the threat is existential because it's like, what the fuck is happening, and why is she so weird? And oh jeez.
And we just cut out because like, what's Bobby gonna do about this?
That's what's been cool, because you really get like 3, I guess, big reactions from Bobby, that they focus on in this whole little sequence here. Like when he's at the Double R. And Shelly goes out to meet Red. Like you get his reaction to all that, like very specifically. Then, like with Bobby dealing with the car accident and the kid, you get his reaction to like the kid staring him down, and really not just like, oh, Bobby's looking at the kid and the kid's looking at him, but it's like Bobby actually reacting to the kid looking at him like that. And then here you did the same thing when Bobby sees the little girl who's sick. Like they make a point of showing us, see his reaction to that, and like stay with it for a second of like, what is he supposed to do now? That's a weird situation. So I wonder if there's gonna be, if this is gonna lead us to the again, I said before, I think lead us to the hospital perchance. And maybe there's other kids that are sick, or people that are sick, or maybe we just go to the sheriff's station. But I wonder if there's going to be, Lucy's like, oh, you're getting reports of people being sick, or sheriff, something's going on, or if it's more of an isolated incident thing.
Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, like, it does bring to mind, at least somewhat, the 119 woman. And
good point. Yeah, because she was sort of in that comatose, sort of wakeful, dead state.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't the same thing, but it was like here's some like really weird characters, doing stuff, and it's like, but what does it mean? Why? In that case, for example, like was it the Black Lodge, like Dougie, Evil Cooper connection? I mean, is it some kind of influence of that? Like,
well, I want to also pose just the super simple answer, which is that it's not supernatural at all. Because one of the things that's interesting is the lady is like, we got to get home for dinner. Her uncle's coming. She's sick. So if she was super, super sick, you think, okay, well, I'm not so rushed to get home to have dinner. Like, she needs medical attention if she's as sick as she seems. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if it's, obviously comes up weird, but the context is that she's got some sort of sickness. If she doesn't eat in time, this is like extreme diabetes or something, or, if she doesn't eat in time, she gets in a state, or she needs her medicine or something like that. But she's sort of sick in a gross, but like, non-supernatural way.
Yeah. This doesn't have to be. This isn't like the coin thing where it's sort of like.
Then it just becomes weird characters,
Yeah. Which Lynch will totally do.
Yeah, exactly.
Just weird characters being weird in a real world context.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like super strange. So
this is like, I've got a sick girl, and
what's all the fuss about? She's just sick,
Yeah. You could tell she's sick, right?
Can't you tell she's sick? Doesn't she look sick to you? She's a little sick. But the fact sick. That she was like, if she hadn't said she's sick, then I would have thought, like, the girl just turned into a zombie right then and there, like, they were on their way home to dinner and everything was normal.
Right.
And then this girl just turned somehow. But the fact that she says she's sick makes me think, like, it did sort of exacerbate, I guess, but that it's not unexpected. Like, it's like the Dougie thing. Like there's some degree to which, Dougie is aloof in some sort of normal sense, but that even though to us, like right now, he's way more aloof than probably before. Now that, Cooper Dougie thing.
Right.
I think I'm just gonna err on the side of caution and go. It's now you're reminding me about the Gordon's handshaking thing. I think I'm gonna go with she's just normal sick for now. Okay. Until we hear something more about other people getting sick, or
that's what it'll
she had the clam chowder at lunch, and it's just not very good.
Yeah. There was an extended joke about hospital food in the season 2 premiere. Mm-hmm. It didn't go so far as to like have people get sick, but they were sort of retching and stuff.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not out of the question, and I feel like that's definitely the most plausible thing here, but I guess it depends on if they do more with it or not. If they don't mention it again, then I think it's safe to say it's just a weird scene.
Yeah, and it is weird that it was 2 sort of scenes back to back about kids.
Yeah.
And sort of kids being weird or kids being threatening or like.
Yeah.
Seemingly threatening, yet innocent or something. There's something there happening, but
yeah.
All right.
So you ready for the next bit here?
Oh, give me that map.
All right. So Frank Truman shows on a laptop where they are headed. So, Jackrabbit's Palace. And then Hawk has an old / current map that he shows to Truman, and he points out the location of the site, which means Jackrabbit's Palace in this place. It's apparently significant in some vague way. Truman asks about the fire symbol on the map. Hawk says it's a fire symbol, so you can take it as something like electricity, as we discussed earlier. The date somehow refers them to some diseased corn, which I guess represents death. And if you put the fire symbol and the death symbol together, then you get the black fire, whatever that means. But that's what they say. And then Truman asks about what I'm calling the little owl symbol. I don't know that it's really an owl, but the little circle with the 2.
Mm-hmm. What did you call them? Looks like an ant.
Okay,
I call them chicken wings, but
the chicken wings.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's the idea of the owl. They're supposed to be wings. So yeah, the little circle with the chicken wings, and it's hard for it to be scary when you give it chicken wings.
Yeah.
Like, what is scary with chicken wings? Actually, there's a scary chicken scene in Eraserhead. Anyway, Hawk says you don't ever want to know about that.
Which is the best and worst answer you can ever write. I swear. I swear. It sets it up, but you don't know what it set up because you won't ever hear about it. Yeah. It's just like Duncan Todd saying, like, you don't ever want to be associated with someone like this. And, and always it's like, try me.
Yeah.
You know,
come on, let's
like,
all
come
get
on.
Tracy here. Try me.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it was so interesting.
Yeah, I mean, come on, like it's obviously relevant, right? It was on the Majors thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's on this thing. They don't know, but it's on Evil Cooper's playing card. Like we need to know. I mean, sure, it's bad. But we have to deal with it, right? I mean, to me, this further makes me think that it's Experiment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because Experiment does seem like the kind of horrible thing that, that Hawk wouldn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
But
it's weird though. Like, what? I mean, presumably Experiment has other qualities we haven't seen. But like the Woodsman kill pretty gruesomely.
True.
Head trauma. And that's Experiment hasn't done anything that crazy except birth Bob. That's not that crazy. I mean, not that.
Not enough for you?
Yeah. Except for that.
What's it gonna take?
Except for that. Clearly, presumably that means something more than what her killing capabilities are. So, perhaps if that's Experiment, that's why it's that scary. Yeah, I definitely think that fits. I don't know why it's flying between the Twin Peaks on the map, but I guess, maybe that's Experiment coming from the sky or something, or being in space, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I love this whole thing with the map and the black fire. Like, what's the black fire? Why is the corn diseased? And the idea that like the map's always current means these things always happen or always are happening. So I guess the death doesn't go away. Like, what did he say? The corn was fertility, but it's black, so that means death.
Yeah. Okay.
It's disease or unnatural.
Yeah.
So is it like, fire is like the soul, and then you put it with death, and you get like a doppelganger or something? Like, black, is that the idea? Like,
now, Blackfire made me think of the Woodsman. Because they have that kind of burned appearance, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Fire has a kind of association with those sort of figures. I guess electricity, as Hawk says. They have this like connection with electricity, seemingly. Beyond that, I'm not really sure. It's pretty vague here, so it's hard to know specifically what this is supposed to mean.
Yeah,
especially because he withholds a key detail.
Yeah, so he starts out with talking about the corn. So we got the Garmonbozia idea here.
Oh yeah.
And the idea.
I didn't even think about Garmonbozia.
Yeah, because he even says it represents fertility, which might also relate to the idea of the Black Lodge people, or at least the men from another place eating Garmonbozia. Mm-hmm. If that's some sort of life force thing, it sort of reinforces that idea.
Right.
But then he says it's disease or natural. So Blackfire being the Woodsman or representing them is interesting. they kind of maybe spread like fire. Maybe. Yeah, that's interesting.
And there was some like smoke coming out of the convenience store too that seemed connected to them somehow.
Fair. I mean, yeah, of course, Sid got a light, so you know.
Got a light.
Classic. Yeah, there's something there.
I mean, I'm not fully confident that there's any connection there. It's just that's kind of what it reminded me of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was weird when he's like, when you put these two symbols together, you get this, and I'm like, why did you put them together? What happens if you don't put those together?
Yeah.
But again, like, if the map's always current, then it makes me think that, you know, these things are always here, so, you know. I love that Truman volunteered the detail about Major Briggs's little note, and that little symbol was on that note.
Yeah.
Because it was a detail they didn't point out in that scene.
True.
So it was nice, because otherwise, I feel like 9 times out of 10 in this scene, like, he wouldn't have mentioned it, and you know, there's not necessarily a reason for Hawk to necessarily tell him that thing, so it was nice that he mentioned it and they can like point it out and talk about it, even though he didn't say what it was.
Right. Yeah, it's sort of like what am I trying to say? It has the same effect as if they just didn't mention it, like in terms of information, but it tells us that it's significant.
In terms of plot, it makes it bigger and more interesting.
Yeah.
Because a character we trust, like, says, like, you don't ever want to know about that.
Yeah, don't ever ask me about that symbol.
Shut your fucking mouth asking me about that. He's like, slaps him. Forget you ever talked about that to me.
So just to finish up here, I guess.
Sure, finish up.
Lucy comes on the intercom, and it's the log lady. She confirms that Hawk found something, but Hawk can't tell her what it is. She says there's fire where you are going, and then they get off the phone. There's a knock at the door. It's Jesse. He wants Frank to see his new car. Frank wants to look at it tomorrow.
Like, is this... So did Jesse just come from the traffic accident in town? And he just thought, oh, my new car! I've been at work all day and haven't mentioned it to Frank, but I'll mention... Like, or is this scene supposed to have been before that, and it's just sort of out of order?
I was wondering about the continuity. Doesn't Frank say something about what time it is?
In that moment?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
He doesn't?
He says, I'm in a meeting. Can I look at your new car tomorrow?
He doesn't say, like, it's midnight or something? I just make that up.
I don't think he says that.
I thought he's like, it's...
Jesse, it's midnight. I'll look at it in the morning.
Midnight. Yeah, he didn't say that?
No, I don't think he said that.
Okay.
He should have said that. He should have given us the chronology.
I had it in my head. I'm pretty suspicious about any like chronology issues with this show because of like the weird way it's been edited so far.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not sure if we're really supposed to believe that the previous thing we talked about like happened like the second before this scene here.
I definitely think there's time jumps, but to me, I definitely think, I agree. Like, I think there's time jumps, but the big question to me is, are the scenes in order, or are there things that happen in parallel?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's, I don't know.
Right, because like the next scene when Gordon and the gang are having coffee, that could be during the same time that Hawk and Frank are talking. It doesn't have to be later. Even though it came after that scene. Right. But like with this Jesse scene, it does beg the question of like, well, when did that happen compared to the scene where he comes from Big Ed's gas farm?
Yeah. But I guess I'm just wondering, like, if if that's just an unfortunate thing about editing those scenes next to each other, you know, that they have two scenes with Jesse in a row, and it kind of implies he's in two places in a brief period. And I don't know, maybe that's fine. I mean, Twin Peaks, I guess, is a small town.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
like he got the IDs, and
maybe he's off now from work.
Went back to the station to take off, and then he's gonna get in his car, and
he's like, "Oh, guess what I should show him right now instead of continuing to go home? My new car."
Exactly.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it is weird though. I agree.
And did he say it's a 2000?
Yeah. Well, I thought he was gonna say more. Because I thought like Sheriff Truman, like Frank, like kind of cut him off.
Okay, that's fair.
And that he was gonna say it's a 2000 something. Yeah, but yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. It's a 2000.
Yeah, it's new to me.
That's all we can afford when we're not on the take, like Andy.
Oh no. Andy's driving a new car.
Want to see my car, Sheriff Truman?
I've already seen your car, Andy. It's great.
It's an Aston Martin.
Whatever that is. I just showed them my Rolex, and they tell me which car to buy. Yeah, there's no way Andy's on the take. I feel like that chair scene would have been like, honey, we can get both chairs. I'm rich.
Maybe there's only room for one, in Wally's room.
Maybe there's only room for one chair, you're right. Maybe there's room for 0 chairs and it won't fit. And she'll have to take it back and it'll be all a mistake.
Oh man! After all that,
women
back, women
or right? Men, they're both bad and good. All right, what are we doing here? Where's the scene?
So anything else about this bit here?
Well, only to say I'm super, super interested in this. I love how much Hawk is involved in this season.
Oh, me too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's great. It really
more than the old series.
Yeah, and they did a good job of making him like the third sort of good guy here at the sheriff's station. You got Cooper, and then Harry, and then Hawk, and I love when Hawk shows up at One-Eyed Jack's to save the day.
Oh, yeah, classic moment. And there's those insinuations before that like, he knows they're planning something. He's like walking in.
He's been sort of on the periphery of this whole thing, and you don't think he really knows the details, but then he knows exactly where to be at the right time and to save the day. And he's like, "Oh, white man. Of course I know your simple plan," to be racist about it. Not that it really came off that way, but it just, it had a little hint of like that idea that he's, smarter than they were giving him credit for. Not because he's Native American, but just, in general, they thought they were hiding their secret better.
Right.
But Wyndham Earle was listening the whole time to that bonsai tree. Yeah.
That goes on till really,
that's like really a whole trope on Twin Peaks, the poison gift,
you're right.
Where it's like a thing you get and you think it's nice, but really it's like, it's like the girls who got the letter from Wyndham Earle, they thought their poem was so great. Oh no, we're gonna all meet up and read it together. We just have a mysterious secret admirer that we're not that interested in figuring out. Hope it's no one that we've met in a disguise recently. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that thing has always seemed like a bit sloppy to me. like the way that he sends the 3 poems. It's Audrey, Donna, and Shelley, and then he has them like meet at the Roadhouse, and he also like has a personal interaction with each one of them. And the insinuation seems to be that like he's gonna kill one of them, or he's gonna go after one of them, or something like that. They're going to be the queen or something, and then it sort of transitions into, well, whoever wins Miss Twin Peaks is the queen.
Yeah, who should be the queen, Leo? And didn't he like pick Shelley? I forgot how that scene went. I thought like he picked Shelley.
I think he throws them all down, and then he says it's going to be Miss Twin Peaks.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. It did kind of more.
But Leo's worried about Shelley, and I mean, she is in the contest. She could have, but it's just weird that he specifically targets them, and then it's whoever wins.
It's like he was like gathering information about them to see like if they're worthy of being killed or something, or like he was doing recon, and he's like, okay, yeah, these are great. These are my contenders for who I'll take to the Black Lodge or something. But that'll be whoever wins.
It's also a red herring because it ends up being none of them.
Yeah, exactly. Because Annie's around.
It's kind of a misdirection because, yeah. But yeah, and the chess thing, like, there's several elements of the Windermere plot that kind of, like, go nowhere.
Oh, I guess the chess game what happens? Because Pete gets blown up. What happens with that chess game they were playing?
Well, I mean, he gets blown up after the chess game has been abandoned completely. But yeah, there's a moment, and I guess I get why they did it.
He finds out he was cheating.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically, he finds out he's getting help, and and he goes off the board. Like he kills someone without taking a piece on the board.
Yeah,
and then there's like a definitive moment when he's in his cabin with Leo, and you see the chessboard, but he's like making other plans, and he just like sweeps all the pieces off and like puts like some maps or something down that he's working on now, and like it's clear the message is like, we're done with the chess game. That's not happening anymore.
It's not about chess anymore.
Yeah. But I always thought it was like an interesting plot and sort of metaphor that they went with for a while that kind of just fades away. And I guess the idea is that he realizes Cooper's cheating, which he's got some weird like you have to play fair or something, and he's not a great chess player, so
I won't be able to beat him like I want to.
Yeah, I won't be able to kill as many people, because like Pete's like playing a game specifically where like he can't take any pieces.
Stalemate, yeah.
So yeah, like that's, I don't know. Anyway, original series. Whenever we go back to the original series, we can dissect the Windermere thing.
Oh, I can't wait! Oh, such good stuff.
Yeah,
and all over the place.
So all over the place. But yeah, I totally agree about Hawk. In general, like as far as the new series goes, Hawk and actually like now at this point, Gordon Cole are like surprise like featured characters that were not really strongly featured in the original series. And so yeah, it's interesting to see them kind of take central roles in the plot. In a way like filling a vacuum.
Yes, definitely filling a vacuum. But sort of having their respective parts and solving the mystery, because the mystery's big enough that it needs a bunch of people.
Right. By themselves.
Yeah, exactly. The mysteries to end all mysteries.
Thanks, Grandick.
It's Gordon Cole.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Sounds like the other guy, but it's not the other guy.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, anyway, I agree with what you said about agreeing with what I said.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you agree with my agreeing with your agreeing. No, with what you said.
With what I said. Yeah. Who's on first?
Okay. So you ready for the next scene?
Yep.
All right. So we go back to the Buckhorn Police Department. Gordon's hand is shaking. Cat on a hot tin roof, as people say sometimes.
Yeah, that's what happened with this scene. Is I went from, oh man, his hand is shaking like the original series, and then I went to, oh, he just needs some coffee.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's why I forgot this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's all there is to it. Albert gets out, but since he just had a crazy encounter.
Oh yeah, I'm not discounting it. That's just what happened with my thought process.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Albert gets out the picture of Ruth's arm. Diane appears to be learning the coordinates.
The caption says mouthing words. So if the closed captioning knows she's trying to memorize them, I think she's trying to memorize them. They want to make sure deaf people, even though they can see her mouthing, they did closed captioning for that. All right.
Yeah, that's funny. Right. So she appears to be learning the coordinates. Albert very pointedly looks at her. While this is happening, and she looks back. No big confrontation, but I guess Diane doesn't necessarily know that they know about the text messages. So that's the sort of extra, because without the idea that she's with Evil Cooper, it's who cares if she's looking at this thing, It's and if she wants to memorize these coordinates, in the abstract, whatever.
The fact that they had her sort of memorize them so comically, I thought was sort of interesting versus just playing it with looks. Right. And she's looking, and he's looking at her, and they look at each other, and it's more ambiguous, I think, than what we saw. I think that's kind of interesting that are they feeding into what they're kind of laying out, that she is a bad person, from picking up from the last thread of them intercepting her communication. So now, hey audience, look. Now she's memorizing these numbers that the bad guy wants. Is it like that, or is it to throw us off a bit, or something? In terms of what, if she's not just wholesale bad and she's just being coerced or something. Right. Mr. C's get me those, coordinates, or I'll do X, Y, and Z, or something like that. But yeah, I'm glad Albert saw. Again, I'm Miguel Ferrer. It's such a pleasure to have him be in this thing. It's so anytime Albert's on screen, it just seems like a gift, because it's that he dies later after filming this.
Yeah.
And the timing is so crazy. Even Catherine Coulson too. It's every time there's a new scene with them, it seems oh wow, they got lucky again. Right. So yeah, it was cool to make it clear that Albert is he's watching her. He's noticing what she's doing. It's so funny when they showed the coordinates, and when they're yeah, we found these coordinates, and right before they were oh, where do they lead? I thought, oh, they're not going to know what these coordinates lead to. Because when I saw the numbers, they looked like gibberish. It didn't look like what I would consider coordinates, like longitude and latitude or something that I've been thinking about this whole time. It was just kind of a string of numbers, and I thought it was coded, or it just wasn't. They needed more time to figure out. And as soon as I was oh, they're not going to know what that is. They're oh yeah, it leads in this place. Right. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah. So, when Gordon asked about it, Albert says they were partially smudged, but they seem to point to a small town in the north. And then he trails off when Tammy and Mackley walk in with the donuts and coffee, so don't get to hear, but strong suspicion that he's going to say Northwest or something, and it's going to be Twin Peaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. We talked about that before, about these coordinates, and would they be, is it Glastonbury Grove? Is it, Jack Rabbit's Palace? So yeah, it's interesting that now this is,
pointing toward Twin. We figured they'd get to Twin Peaks somehow. And I guess at this point, I thought they might see Dougie, they might figure out something like that,
right?
Or Dougie might go to Twin Peaks or something, or they go, oh, we need to go back where they started with Cooper, and but the fact that they're getting literally picking up a clue that's leading into most likely to Twin Peaks is nice and direct.
Yeah, definitely. Although, when I watched it again, it's I guess there's a logic here, but it's interesting to me that Albert is not that Albert refers to it as a small town in the Northwest.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is to you, Albert? I guess in his life, Twin Peaks was just a place he went to a few times. 25 years
that's kind of a good point. I mean, maybe it's the kind of thing where he would have. So you got so one thing you have here is they want to withhold the name of this town, so he has to phrase it in a way where he can set the context without actually saying the name, right? Because if it is Twin Peaks and he's like, the digits were a bit smudged, but the numbers indicate it's in Twin Peaks. They have to kind of give a little bit more than that runway for that. So to kind of make that work, to give you a sense of what he's going to say without saying it, So anyway, I guess my point is if he would have said it differently, if they were trying to do this thing, or if he would have said, indicate a small town Pacific Northwest, a place we've been to, Gordon, Twin Peaks, something like that.
The place where Cooper disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seemingly the fact that they're being led there should seem
Well, and if it's Jackrabbit's Palace, which I think, like you were saying in the last scene, we saw Frank look up the map and find out where that place is, which was also coordinates, right? Or it wasn't, or was it coordinates?
No, it wasn't.
It had
it just said Jackrabbit's Palace, and Bobby knew where it was.
Yeah, but then it had directions of what to do once you were there, right?
Oh, to put the dirt in your pocket?
Well, yeah, and there was go this distance and do this thing. There was some numbers involved. I forgot now. But there was there was instructions about what to do when you're there. You remember that?
I remember the dirt in the pocket. I don't remember.
There was it was walk 430 yards or what. There was something with the numbers and I forget. What was that? Let's Google.
All right, let's see.
To the internets.
Oh, right. 253 yards east of Jackrabbit's Palace.
There it is. Wasn't there something else? Before leaving
Jackrabbit's Palace, put some soil from that area in your pocket. And 2 dates and a time. Same time, 2:53. I think that's all they say.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's actually not. It's a little confusing. It's actually not Jackrabbit's Palace where this place is.
Yeah.
It's east of, somewhat east of there. But I guess I think the idea is that since Bobby knew where Jackrabbit's Palace was, they were able to just figure out where it was from there.
Yeah, I see. So maybe that's the small town, and these coordinates lead to Jackrabbit's Palace.
Yeah,
and not Twin Peaks.
I don't think there's supposed to be a town there, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, if it's close to that area. I mean, there's got to be some kind of town nearby, but yeah, I guess the question is how close would it need to be?
I mean, I think the town nearby is Twin Peaks. But
okay. Yeah, see, I don't have a good sense of how far, even that map that Frank showed, I couldn't really get a sense of the scale of how far away from Twin Peaks they're actually going to go.
It's supposed to be by, I agree. It's supposed to be by Major Briggs's old, military base.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Station. Is that
50 miles? Is that 100 miles away? Is that 20 miles away?
Yeah. I don't have a distance.
Yeah, because if it's far enough away
I don't
from
think
Twin
it's
Peaks,
that far, and I don't think there's another town that's closer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just because of the story. I mean, there's no like real reason why there couldn't be, but I just feel like the town would be Twin Peaks probably.
Well, for sure. But the fact that there's already other weird stuff in Twin Peaks, so is it just gonna lead back to Glastonbury Grove?
Yeah, that's the weird thing. I feel like, and Hawk already went there, and I'm surprised. I'm still baffled by that scene and surprised that it hasn't come up.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the place where Cooper disappeared originally, and what, does this have anything to do with it? Is it just unrelated, or just a mention of like where it is in relation to this new place? I would assume it has to not be the same place, because I feel like Hawk would have to mention that. I mean, he knows where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Glastonbury Grove. So, and they had to figure out where this other place was. So, now that he knows where that is, I feel like it's clear that there are two separate locations.
But there's another spot in Twin Peaks that is got some craziness to it.
Yeah, the Twin Peaks, like forest.
Mm-hmm.
Environs, Ghostwood, what have you. But yeah. A second. I mean, it's weird. I agree. But maybe, that one's just connected to the Black Lodge. Again, like erring on the side of giving new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then they also wanted to bring it back to Twin Peaks. I mean, it's almost like, it's almost like it shouldn't be in Twin Peaks, except the show's called Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
So they're kind of stuck with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird.
Sorry, what was that? You broke up a little bit.
It's weird. It's weird to have like two portals.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, two portals, two peaks. I don't know.
Yeah, a portal, a peak.
Why not?
A peak, a portal. The Peter
One of them
Piper
seemed to be associated with one of the mountains in the map.
Yeah,
so maybe Glastonbury Grove is associated with the other one. I don't know.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Owl Cave map, which shows the Twin Peaks, has two swirly swirls in the middle of them. So maybe there's two portals or something. Each mountain creates a portal. I think that's accurate. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to look at this map that he has, how like sort of far away. He doesn't, don't really get a starting point. So yeah, it's just not clear. It seems further away than where I think Twin Peaks is, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah. I mean, it's out there in the wilderness, so it could be some number of miles. But I guess, like, however far Glastonbury Grove is, I imagine it's something in that range.
Yeah, I think it's outside. Well, but that's still like within the town limits, whereas I feel like this isn't. But that's just my hunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it could be.
And like maybe like you're saying, Twin Peaks is still the biggest town, next to this like wilderness area or something. But
yeah, I just feel like for story reasons, that's the only reason I think it's that. I mean, practically,
I feel like they have time to make a pit stop before they go to Twin Peaks.
Like second town. I mean, yeah, they might.
They they've been in Buckhorn all this time, and then they just found a portal outside of Buckhorn, a sky portal. So maybe there's some other place that these coordinates lead to that'll lead them to something that then finally takes them to Twin Peaks. Because I guess one question is, you can kind of think about this. It's kind of an interesting question. If you believe that, Gordon and the FBI are going to go to Twin Peaks at some point, and you believe that
Dougie / Cooper are going to go to Twin Peaks at some point.
Do.
Who's going to get there first?
Looks like the FBI, because I think they're probably going to head there like right away. And Dougie is nowhere near heading to Twin Peaks at the moment.
Well, that kind of goes to my point: is if they wanted to slow down them getting to Twin Peaks, then like this other town with these coordinates to.
Yeah.
Whereas like they get closer, they get in the general area of northwest, but not directly to Twin Peaks. But
I guess another thought I had is that maybe Jackrabbit's Palace isn't the end game.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's the end game. I do feel like it will lead to some more clues, to something else. That's why another reason why I think it could be a pit stop and not actually, Twin Peaks proper. But that whatever they find there will lead them to the next stop, Twin Peaks. I kind of feel like they need to go back to Glastonbury Grove. Although, I do think they're adamant about showing us new stuff and having new places be special, but I feel like that would make sense if somehow they have to go back there and walk back through that portal we all know and love. The opening to a gateway.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be weird if that didn't make a reappearance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I meant to mention, I forgot who lives there. Was it? Man, this is bad. I can't remember where it was, but I don't think we mentioned it on the podcast. But somebody lived on Sycamore Street, and I forgot who it is.
Oh
now.
Yeah, that was the place where the site was.
Yeah, the site Hastings took them to.
Yeah, that when Mackley calls for backup.
That's right.
It's Sycamore, yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I thought that was an interesting thing, Glastonbury Grove and the sycamore trees, and the song that was sang when Cooper goes to Black Lodge. So that's definitely related. Maybe the small town in the north that he was going to mention is Sycamore, Washington. Because everything is sycamore.
Could be.
Yeah, it's interesting, that little connection with, this whole tree idea and sycamores and portals is an interesting thing. So anyway, I wonder how long it is before Diane does something dastardly. I guess she's going to. I wonder if she really got all the coordinates or not. I feel like she didn't, but I feel like for plot reasons she did.
Yeah, I mean, so that I'm wondering if as we talked about earlier, since like the Ray plan didn't go very well, if like this is how he's going to get the coordinates in the end.
Yeah.
Like Diane will send them, and also like when Gordon like has a picture out, like is he testing Diane? Like, are they trying to get her to like look at them and see if she?
Yeah, it's not a bad thing to consider for sure. Now the question is like, is that a doctored picture and those aren't the coordinates? And
that's what I was wondering. Like maybe they're faked or something, and and that will.
It's tough. Yeah, it comes off to me like it's real. Those are the coordinates. He wasn't testing her. It comes off to me straightforward.
With the real coordinates, I guess.
Yeah, it comes off like it's straightforward to me, but I definitely think that's something to think about for sure.
Yeah, I guess because there was. I mean, they know. They had a discussion about it, and he was like, "Keep her close."
Because it would necessitate him either having told Gordon this information before, or about to lie to Gordon if he's going to say that the coordinates are leading to a place they don't actually lead to.
Right.
So you'd have to put that in the mix too. But yeah, I don't know. It comes off to me like it was just a normal thing. He's updating, and then he's like, "Oh shit, she's doing this thing that she shouldn't be doing."
Right.
Because it's not clear. I don't think it's clear to them like who she's texting, what exactly her thing is. So maybe she's not completely like on watch, but. Yeah, I think it's definitely a valid thing to consider is if that was supposed to be a test, and
And Gordon's like, give her a test!
Right. Yeah. And then they'll, she'll send another message and they'll intercept it. And who knows where it goes from there.
Well, I would imagine they have police waiting, a stakeout or something, wherever those coordinates do lead to, so they can catch whoever, so they can see.
Oh, yeah.
Or catch whoever it is. And then if you go down that road, then it's them fucking seeing Mr. C, a.k.a. Cooper, and realizing he's out of jail. Well, they knew he's out of jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then at least realizing that that's the person she's texting.
Right. Which, they didn't quite say, but I think in that scene, Albert mentions, this was after Cooper had escaped from the prison. I think he said that. Am I crazy?
He said what was after?
When she got the message or when she sent the response.
I think he says. Oh man, what did he say? I thought he said something like, "This was before we found out he escaped." That sounds wrong.
So hard to remember everything from the show.
Yeah. One of these days I'll know it front to back when I rewatch it a billion times.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here it is. Diane received this text around the table, dinner table, blah, blah, blah. Now, that came in after Cooper escaped.
It came in, meaning he sent it. That's what that means.
So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They didn't go so far as to say that that's who they think it is.
Yeah.
But the fact that he mentioned it seems to suggest that that's what they have in mind. Or at least they are considering that as, a possible person that could be that she's communicating with.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they don't say that directly.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway. I feel like they're at least suspicious that it's the Cooper that they.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Because there's no evidence that it's him, but yet it's sort of a correlation here.
And of course, we know that they're right.
Mm-hmm. Do we?
So, well,
I mean, the text was in caps when before it wasn't. There's a comma, where whence there wasn't a comma.
I can't wait until the reveal of no, there was a comma.
Well, I was gonna make that joke earlier when you said maybe the woodsman intercepted the text or something. I'm like, they're the ones who capitalized it.
We put the comma in too.
Yeah, got capitalization.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Like he's using some kind of crazy cell phone network interface thing, and maybe it goes through the woodsman. Maybe they have a little role to play in that.
Yep. The Blackfire Network.
The Blackfire Network.
Guaranteed 4G speeds.
Oh, nice. Should get on that.
Yep, unlimited data, man. Unlimited data.
Damn.
The only price is your soul.
Oh, wow. You know what?
But only for eternity.
Only?
Only, yeah.
Wow.
Short contract. So Gordon talks about. Did you cover this part? Gordon talking about the dirty bearded men in the room that he remembers.
No. So I guess I'll do the rest of the scene here.
What are you waiting for?
Sorry, we got stuck on the coordinates.
Did we?
We did.
Okay.
So let's see. Tammy and Mackley walk in with the donuts and coffee. Diane asks to smoke and convinces Mackley to let her smoke. Mackley mentions no suspects were found. Ruth's body was positively identified. There's no sign of Major Briggs's head. We know where that is. Gordon mentions that he and Albert saw somebody out back and describes him. Diane says she saw somebody like that getting out of the police car.
Did you, Diane?
Yeah, that's what she said. I'm just reporting the facts here. Mackley and Tammy did not see anybody. Diane kind of hedges, like, well, that's what I thought I saw. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Can't see everything. I mean,
yeah. Hey, and then suddenly Gordon remembers seeing something. Dirty bearded men in a room.
Wow.
That's where we cut.
All right.
Now I hear the true voice of David Lynch. I feel like he literally said that to Mark Frost.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Okay, David, and then what does Gordon see? Dirty bearded men in a room. What are they doing? That is all.
That's my idea for today, Mark.
Now I'm going to meditate.
Oh man, that's it.
It's just like the Lynchiest way to like say something and like hang on it. And I noticed the second time that he says a room, which makes it extra strange for some reason.
What do you say? A room?
It's not dirty bearded men in a room. It's dirty bearded men in a room.
Oh yeah, in a room. Yeah,
yeah.
It actually sounds like one of his short films or something.
It's like the title of like,
yeah, it's just like, yes, yeah.
And it's such a crazy way to characterize it too, because like based on the image that I saw, that's not what I would say. I mean, I guess they were in a room in a sense, but I would say dirty bearded men on a staircase. It doesn't seem in a room. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a different type of thing to pick out versus them being on something, but it's almost like he sort of just saw their location and not sort of their placement sort of on the stairs. But yeah, it's interesting. It tells us a bit more about like kind of how Gordon interpreted like that, and maybe like the idea is like the detail of the stairs was lost in the memory or something, but.
Right.
But yeah, I agree. I would have said, and I like that the idea of somebody said they looked homeless, because I was trying to think of like how to describe them, and so it's nice to see what how the characters in the world, what analogs or descriptions they use to like sort of say what they look like.
Yeah,
because you could say like charcoal men or like dirty soot guys or but yeah, the idea that they're dirty is interesting and bearded, and yeah, I mean, back to that idea of black fire, that helps with the idea that they're sort of ashen, but yeah, and are they gonna do something now that Gordon saw them? Like, is he a target now? Do they care? Is anyone gonna actually go to that place? Like go through that portal so we can actually see what's on the other side.
Interact. Ooh, I don't know if you want to go there.
And again, I still want to know, where was Major Briggs? Where was he exactly? Were they at like those houses out at that location in a normal world, and he was hiding there? And then when he got the coordinates, the portal opened up and his head flew off out of it, But yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird. All the above, I guess.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I would definitely. I think well, I don't know if we're going to find out exactly what happened with Major Briggs. I think we might get stuck with the description we have for that. But I do think we'll see more of Bearded Men world. But yeah, it's definitely having the characters say this. It gives some indication of how they want it to come across.
Yeah.
These characters, you know, they don't say they look like woodsmen.
Yep.
For example.
Dirty woodsmen, or yeah.
They sort of characterize them as looking homeless, or the beard is significant.
You know, the idea that they're homeless actually is interesting if you think about what the word homeless means. Could these be men without homes? You know, sort of stranded between dimensions or something, you know, or is that idea supposed to come across?
That's interesting.
You know, are they trying to go home? Is this part of their plan?
Oh God, they want to go home.
They want to go home. Woodsman phone home, you know?
We just wanted to go home.
That's the best you can do with Evil Incarnate, is give them a nice sympathetic like journey. Like, I'm just trying to go home, you know, like I just want to leave the island. Why do you hate me?
Exactly. Yeah. That's the last thing now.
Yep.
Also, I guess another thing that this clarified for me was that Gordon didn't necessarily remember everything that he saw.
That was great. Yeah, detail that the sort of experience itself didn't sort of leave memories in his brain in a traditional way. Yeah. And that it took a little jogging of his memories to sort of spring forth. And yeah, it's interesting, you know, before he saw the Laura image, he was drawing a picture of some sort of animal, a reindeer or some sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if he's gonna like draw the woodsman or anything, a sketch, or like,
oh yeah,
you know what I mean, just like take that experience and do some sort of art with it, you know, and get, maybe that'll, you know, maybe he'll draw the black oval with the chicken wings or something, and he's like, that's the woodsman or something, you know, or right. You know, something like that, chicken where like, well,
wings. I just can't with the chicken wings.
They look like little. It doesn't look scary. Like the Owl Cave symbol, you know, the way it's all like symmetric, the way it's designed, and this thing has these like this huge middle body and these little tiny wispy chicken wings at the top, and it looks like either that or it looks like an ant head with antenna, you know.
Pure evil with chicken wings.
With little chicken wings. Everybody loves chicken wings.
You don't ever want to know about that, Sherman.
You don't want to know about the chicken wings.
It's got chicken wings.
They're really spicy. That's the only reason you don't want to know about them. Because they're spicy, Sheriff. Spicy, do you hear me? Spicy like this fire.
The spicy fire.
Maybe, yeah, that's the black fire, is the spicy chicken wings.
It's more blackened.
Yeah, it's Cajun style chicken wings. With a side of corn.
That's a mystery.
Now we're just at Popeyes. We're gonna get some dirty rice and a biscuit. David Lynch was just really hungry when he came up with that story idea. Oh man, that'd be great. Oh man, a whole plot that's just like the number 5 at Popeyes. Oh, that'd be great. David, where do you get these ideas from? I don't know, I'm just a genius. And sometimes I'm hungry. Yeah, it's probably
the number 5 at Popeyes. David, I thought we were going to talk about Twin Peaks. I'm talking about Twin Peaks.
Oh my god, that's great. Yeah. Mark, I couldn't be more talking about Twin Peaks right now. I feel like he actually would obsess about food. He's like that.
Oh yeah, he is obsessed with food. I mean, I think that's I think that's clear from other stuff as well as Twin Peaks itself, with the the pie and the donuts and I mean
I'm not familiar with those items on the show. I'll have to do my research. Yeah, the fair point. All the stuff with Jerry and the coffee and the foods and
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to know about that. God, I want to know about that.
It's a tease.
Yeah,
definitely. It's like, just tell us. Come on, Hawk. You could trust us.
Come on, Hockey.
We're gonna be fine.
Come on, Tommy Hawk.
Tommy Hawk Hill.
Yeah.
No one ever calls him
I was just gonna say, no one ever calls him Deputy Hill.
It's like he calls the Log Lady Margaret, but she doesn't call him Tommy. But I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like it. I think his name badge even says Hawk, so maybe that's just what he prefers.
Yeah.
So anything else about this little Buckhorn?
No, we can move to the next part.
Okay, so in the next scene here, we go back to Las Vegas. Bushnell calls Dougie into his office. Phil uses the coffee to lure Dougie into the office. Anthony hovers outside briefly. Bushnell says there's a ring of crime and corruption flowing through the office, explaining the attempts to kill Dougie. Also, the Mitchum's claim was valid, so they're not part of the conspiracy. And also, coincidentally, they want a meeting, and since Dougie revealed that their claim was valid, he can deliver them a $30 million paycheck. Bushnell explains how he covered the cost, or why that's not going to ruin the company, and he says they're sending a car at 5:30. Then we go over to Rodney Mitchum eating cereal and reading the paper. Then Bradley comes out. Bradley tells Rodney he had a dream about killing.
No.
Oh yes, about killing Dougie. He can't wait to do it, but it's only 2:30, so there's 3 hours to go. Then we go back with Bushnell. He takes Dougie out of the office, and as they're leaving the building, Mike in the Black Lodge kind of waves Dougie over to a location off to the side. I guess I can spoil it. I guess it's a place where they make pies.
Yeah, I think it's a piecation.
Mike waves him over. Dougie follows, and then we cut to, we don't actually see where he's going or what's happening, but we cut to Dougie walking to the car with a large box in his hand. Bushnell makes sure he has the check, which he does in his front pocket. And the driver is the same limo driver from before.
Where which would be, when we saw the owl, when we heard the owl.
When we heard the owl, yeah, exactly. The one who took him from the casino that the Mitchums own. So I guess it's logical they have, the same limo service or whatever.
Yeah.
Limo driver says they're going to Santino's, but I think he's lying. I only caught this the second time.
Yeah, Santino, they're not.
I think they actually do go to Santino's.
I think at the end they end up going to Santino's, which I really love. Yeah,
but I think that wasn't the original plan.
No, it was dinner for two originally at Santino's.
Exactly. That's a little bit there.
So some interesting stuff here. So the Bushnell stuff wrapped up really fast.
Woo! So fast.
Yeah.
The only thing he didn't get is the Anthony connection.
Yes, he didn't sort of assume Anthony. He was like, oh yeah, this is a fraudulent case, but not that Anthony is trying to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't get that far. So that's the one step that I expected that didn't happen. But yeah, for the rest of it, he pretty much got all the stuff that it seemed like it was pointing to.
Yeah, and I think he doesn't connect that dot because and I think it's the same reason why he doesn't think anything's weird that the Mitchum brothers are requesting a meeting with Dougie. He thinks it's just good timing that, wow, I just realized your claim was valid, and now you want to meet with one of my agents, which is the agent who figured out it was valid.
Right.
And I guess he just thinks that's fine, instead of thinking, these guys are probably the ones who want to kill you because but see, he doesn't know that Anthony told them it was Dougie.
Right.
So he doesn't have any reason to believe that they would think that.
Right.
So yeah, it's like he's kind of missing he's kind of missing that main detail there. But yeah, he gets everything else. Get all Bushnell. And I was surprised he had the check sort of ready. I thought it would be like, just tell them it's all good. Because that's actually what I think I theorized last week was like, by the time he met with them, the claim would be valid and they would have no reason to kill him, which turned out to be true. But it was a nice thing to actually have the check so they could just react to that and not like the promise of getting paid or something.
And also, Dougie can't really explain things very well.
Yes, that's the other huge thing they get out of that. And it was great of like, I'll just put the check on you, Dougie, and then like he has to pat him down and he finds it.
Frisk him,
because there was even when Dougie had the check, I thought, how is he gonna give him
deliver it?
Yeah. So I thought all that stuff was interesting. And it's almost like we don't need to see Bushnell anymore. I almost feel like, well, they're done at work, right? Like, what else does he need to do at work besides any lingering stuff with Anthony? It seems like the work stuff's done.
Yeah, the Anthony stuff. That's the lingering thing. Because, Duncan Todd said, if they don't do it, then you're going to have to do it yourself. And so I think that's... so I think we might see the workplace again.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't think we need to have the Anthony stuff at work. And I actually think
it doesn't have to be at work.
He should get fired, right? Like
Anthony?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if Bushnell's like, okay, this was a fraudulent claim, and not only that, like, oh, here's one evidence of one claim, but he said there's a whole organized racket going on that Dougie helped uncover. So it's even bigger than just this one thing.
Right.
So I feel like I'm surprised Anthony is even around to lurk right now. If Bushnell thinks he's involved in all this, why is Anthony still at work? But I guess I would assume that like right after this, he's going to go fire him. So that might give Anthony even more reason to kill Dougie if he gets fired over this.
Yeah, definitely.
And
so that could easily happen outside the workplace.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I mean, wishful thinking abounds here as far as Dougie goes. But right after this, as they're driving out to meet with the Mitchum brothers, there's a Viva Las Vegas driving montage, which is really weird. Weird thing for David Lynch to do. A more normal thing to see in a TV show, I guess. And I guess that combined with the scene where the I forgot the credit was Lady Slot Addict.
Yes.
What a great credit. I played Lady Slot Addict.
Yep, Lady Slot Addict.
So when Lady Slot Addict shows up and like praises Dougie and thanks him for all the stuff she did and he did to give her life back and how how wonderful he is and so on, like I guess the two of those things gave me this sense of hope that we're nearing the end of the Dougie story.
Because it also sort of reinforced this idea that Dougie's here to bestow miracles upon people or like fix their lives in some way, or like it's like the Wizard of Oz or something where everyone has a problem and he's gonna just swoop through and fix. It's not like it's been everybody.
But the way it was so saccharine, the way it, and so like intense, like with her sort of rags to riches story, and yeah, I thought that was really interesting. Surprised that we saw her again, because we thought he would go back to the casino, and that didn't exactly happen. It's more like the casino came to him.
Yeah,
like all of these people from the casino story have been involved with him since then. So yeah, that was interesting. But so you're thinking that might help towards the idea that he's done being Dougie?
I just, it feels to me like some of these things are kind of nice, final notes on like Las Vegas and on the Dougie character.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just feels to me like, I mean, I think we will see more Dougie. Obviously, he's not awake at the end of the episode part, but like, I feel like it's coming to a close.
Yeah.
And those scenes kind of signaled that to me and gave me hope, because I'm definitely ready for it.
Why?
To say the least.
Dougie's the best. I hope he never changes. Said no one ever.
Dougie's like Chicken Boo, I mean, it's like,
no.
It's like
not Chicken Boo.
It's like, it's entertaining, but it's kind of the same thing in every scene with him.
Chicken Boo from Animaniacs?
Yes.
You just referenced Animaniacs like it was on in the last 10 years.
Isn't that Come on, everybody knows Animaniacs, right? Come on.
Oh, wow. 1993, dude. 1993.
Everybody's seen it.
So you're like, we're talking about a show that takes place 25 years later. I guess I'll just use a 25-year-old reference. That's fitting.
I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah. I don't know. It seems appropriate.
Chicken Boo made an impression on you.
I mean, I enjoy Chicken Boo, and I'm not trying to disparage Chicken Boo.
Uh-huh. You think Chicken Boo is booter than the rest?
I'm just I do. And I'm just saying that like as much as I enjoyed Chicken Boo, and I did, and really like this is part of what I enjoyed about it, but on the other hand, like every episode of Chicken Boo was the same.
That's funny you mention that, because you do get the sense that if you were around Chicken Boo for more than 5 minutes, you would want Chicken Boo to stop being Chicken Boo. For like just drop it. Just drop the act, Chicken Boo. Like I can't take you big your boosing self, Yeah, I'll buy it. Dougie's Chicken Boo. You heard it here first.
Yeah, and it's just, I guess like the key thing is like no one seems to notice.
Mm-hmm.
No one notices that he's Chicken Boo, and it's like someone just needs to like take off his hat or whatever so they can notice.
Someone please notice Chicken Boo. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's always the simplest thing, but yeah, and it's just like and like all of the ways that characters interact with him are kind of the same, and
yeah, they like give him all of this deference because he's wearing like a hat, and like that's the cover for his entire personality, and no one thinks he's wearing a hat. Clearly, he's not a chicken. He's not a giant chicken if he's wearing a hat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What a weird character.
It's really weird.
The whole point is he's a chicken, but nobody can tell. Until the end, and they're like, "Oh, he's a chicken! Get him out of here!"
Exactly. Yeah. Every time.
Yeah.
They're like so betrayed, but
they're so betrayed.
It's on you. I mean, you bought into this.
You couldn't discern a chicken from a human being.
I blame you more than I blame Chicken Boo.
Chicken Boo's just being Chicken Boo. All right.
Yeah.
Chicken Boo's gonna do what a Chicken Boo's gonna do.
So, did you have more comments to make about this segment here?
Well, Mike, can we talk about Mike?
You want to talk about Mike? Mike's little intervention?
Yeah.
Sure.
I thought that was really cool and interesting. Like we said before, seeing him sort of on the sort of regular scale was interesting in this world. That he can project himself like that. Did Mike put it in order for the pie? Did he order it online?
That is a good question. How did he know what to do?
Yeah, well,
maybe in the store, like a symbol appeared above the cherry pie on the menu or something.
Yeah, and he just pointed
to it,
or like there was a box for pickup with the cherry pie, and he just grabbed it, and they just assumed it was his, or like. Yeah. Well, the big question that this raises, which I didn't think about until now, is the dream that the Mitchum brother had. Did Mike send that dream to protect future Dougie from getting killed?
Yes, he did. Not only did he do that, I say, but he also healed Rodney's candy cut.
That's a weird one. It's
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a weird one.
And he did another thing. What was the other thing he did?
He did 3 miracles.
I think he did 3 miracles. I can't remember what the third thing was. Let's see.
It has to do with the dream, right? So it was, what was the 3 things with the dream? It was the cherry pie in the box. It was his cut being healed.
Right.
What's the other thing?
Maybe that's all there is. I don't know. I thought there was a third thing. But yeah, I mean, so we know from the original series that the Black Lodge can send dreams.
Mm-hmm.
So that's completely within the series to be a reasonable thing that they could do. Healing the cut is, that's pretty crazy. But it definitely helps like sell the story for Rodney especially.
Yeah.
He's the one that really needs convincing.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley's the one who's going to get the dream, so like somehow he's buying into it more because it's his dream, I guess. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that we're supposed to think that. I mean, I guess like you could kind of parse it and say like, well, they just know what his dream was or something, But I feel like the simplest answer is that yeah, they basically intervened in their crazy way. To, I guess what's interesting about it is it's the first time that we've ever seen in the new series. In this Dougie plot, it's the first time we've seen the Black Lodge like affect other characters that aren't Dougie.
Yeah, in a very sort of indirect way, so this dream connects to what Hastings said, I think, in that way, where he thought what he experienced was a dream. Right. Was there something real about what Rodney sort of saw, or not Rodney, but Bradley, yeah. Was there something real to that, and he just thinks it's a dream? Did he get visions of the future? Was it a proper dream? It's kind of an interesting idea. It obviously, thematically and sort of plot-wise, connects to Mulholland Drive, back to the dream that the guy had about, the dream at Winkies.
Oh, yeah, right.
So this idea of people having dreams and, like, testing it, if it comes true, and what that means, that if the dream comes true, is a whole thing. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. They're clearly really invested in this. Well, they're not helping much in other parts of the story.
Well, it's interesting that they decide to help this way versus some other way that we might have seen before. Yeah, it's interesting that they're like, well, the best way to solve this problem is for a dream.
Right.
And they have to rely on Bradley really believing in this dream and really believing it matters. And I don't really understand why, I don't think, but he says, listen, if what's in the box is what was in my dream, we can't kill him. And I don't know why that's true. Yeah, just more, which is like...
It makes me think they did like Inception on him or something.
Yeah. And it makes me think that in the dream, he did kill him, and then something bad happened after that.
He did say the dream was about killing Dougie. So
Yeah.
initially, so yeah, I think you're probably right.
Yeah. And then he saw, okay, well, if we do kill him, this bad thing will happen. So in real life, we can't kill him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they could have killed him and still gotten the money. So it seems like it's not really just that. Yeah, you know, like the thing he saw was we didn't get the money if we killed him, or we were poor or something in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's the thing I was going to say about Bushnell's thing is like, not only did they have enough money to pay out the $30 million, and it's interesting he even brought it up because I wouldn't have even questioned the payout amount.
Me either.
I totally wouldn't have been like, are they really big enough to pay out $30 million? They'd just been like, well, of course they are if that's the story and that's the sort of level they're on. But it was interesting that he brought that up, and the idea that they took insurance out on the loss so that it almost is better that the claim was paid out because they actually, like, he didn't exactly say that, but it was a little on that fence of like, they actually, you know, made a little bit more, you know.
Right.
So it was kind of an extra good thing that this thing happened. Like, everyone comes out, you know, winning. Right. Not just like, well, we did the right thing, we paid out a valid claim, but we're in debt now or whatever.
Right.
So it does like add to that like Dougie's list of miracles or something, you know. And you saved the company, Dougie, or whatever, you know.
Of course, yeah. Bushnell doubled down.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
I don't know why people speak that way. Maybe it's just his demeanor or something, but it reminds me of Jade Give 2 Rides.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, so the whole thing there, did you go to the end of the thing with
No. Are you ready for the
I mean, did you go to the end with the pie?
Oh, yeah. I went to, like, he gets in the car and they're driving to the desert.
Did you guess it was cherry pie in the box?
Nope.
So this is what happened to me. I the whole time I'm like, what's in the box? You know, I'm Brad Pitt. What's in the box? And right before we find out what's in the box, I'm like, I bet it's a pie. I bet it's like, and then I thought of like a random pie, like like Boston cream pie or something random. Wow. And then when he took it out, it was cherry pie. I was like, God damn it! Why didn't I think cherry pie?
Yeah, I know. That's like.
So I thought it was a pie. But I didn't have enough time to go, oh, cherry pie. I was just like, it's just a pie. I was totally not thinking about cherry pie because, you know, it's been a while since we've heard about cherry pie.
Which is why I think they put it in here.
Yeah. Which they didn't do the thing, right, where, oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, it's the next part. With Dougie eating the pie.
Right.
Yeah, we can go to the next part.
Okay. So, like I said, Viva Las Vegas driving montage. And yeah, I was just gonna say, like, it was something I caught the second time that, like, it's a little weird now that I think about it, that like the limo driver was gonna be like complicit in the murder.
He knew that he was taking that guy out there to die. And it was weird because when he saw him, there was like this camaraderie. There was like this, I remember you, buddy. But it's also like, but you're also knowing you're taking this guy out there to get whacked.
Yeah.
You know, and he's just gonna do it. He's just, you know, it's just the thing.
And since it doesn't happen, it's like, oh, well, you know, also the Dinswell, I guess. But like, you know, yeah, it's weird. It was something I didn't really, I guess I was so focused on what was happening, I didn't really notice that there's that strange element that the limo driver, I guess, you know, since he worked for that casino, it's like, well, yeah, he's in a way working for the Mitchums. So
I think he's just probably just working for the Mitchums. You know, he's just their guy, their driver, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that was interesting. And
so anyway, sorry. To continue, the Mitchums wait in the desert. Bradley mentions that Dougie brought down Ike the Spike. Rodney insists that with the $30 million and that they lost and the $400,000 winnings, he needs to be killed. Bradley's still worried about his dream. He says that Rodney's candy cut was healed in the dream, and he checks it, and it is healed. The limo arrives at the desert location. The driver gets Dougie out of the car. Rodney tries to dismiss the driver, but Bradley has more reservations. He remembers the box from the dream, and if it contains a certain thing, then they can't kill Dougie. Rodney wants to know what it is. Bradley whispers it to him or tells him, and we don't hear. Rodney pulls a gun and says, "Is that a cherry pie?" Bradley goes over to look. It's a cherry pie. Rodney says to frisk him. So Bradley does and finds the $30 million check. They are very happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, they take Dougie to Santino's, I think. They toast to Dougie. The piano player changes song, and that seems to get Dougie's attention. Not quite sure why, but that seems to happen. And that's when Lady Slot Addict shows up. I think it sounds like she's like you know, like crappy British aristocracy or something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Lady Slot Addict.
Yeah, I feel like she's rich now, so it's like Dame Slot Addict or something. But yeah. Yeah.
There's that like Lady Chatterley, so it sounds like Lady Slot Addict. Has similar sounds in it, and
exactly, yeah. It's just like all the characters getting like full names. Like, she gets a whole scene here, and she's just Lady Slot Addict. Come on.
Yeah, it's almost like they have to stick to her original credits, and in the original credits, she was just Lady Slot Addict, as if like they didn't know she was going to come back later.
Which they
must have. And then it's like, oh, well, we can't change what we called her now just because she's got another scene here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The production, the story of this show's production is a whole story by itself. I mean, like, there's so many interesting decisions that they had to make, and how they sort of made that. Yeah, it's so weird. And yeah, this whole thing about her life changing, because she was horrible.
Oh yeah,
she was like such a curmudgeon, and she was like, yeah, it was so funny, and she's all turned around now, Mr. Jackpot.
Exactly. Yeah, so she praises Dougie for giving her life back again, and talks about all the great things she has in her life now. And then the cherry pie arrives. Then Candy, Mandy, and Sandy arrive. Rodney asks Candy where she's been. After a pause, she says, I guess there was traffic. Dougie eats the pie. Rodney says, it's damn good. And Dougie repeats that. They toast the pie and the 30 million.
To the pie!
And Bradley asks Candy to get Dougie some more pie. She does. And then the piano man plays us out. And that's the end of the episode. Or part, if you will.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting having the piano guy be the band of the week.
Yeah, it was strange. It was a strange little detail. No Roadhouse at all.
No Roadhouse.
This week.
Well, they can't have people playing every fucking day, right?
They have to be closed at some point.
You would think so, yeah. Yeah, so they haven't like settled into it enough that it's like a predictable formula. We
talked about that earlier. That they specifically trying to not make it predictable.
Yeah. Like they've done the classic version. I think like maybe 2 or 3 times, where it's just like we go to the Roadhouse, we see some kind of band or whatever playing, and then the credits roll. I think they've only done that version like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Everything else has been like some variation on that, or just something completely different, like in Part 8, or this.
Yeah.
Where we don't see Roadhouse at all. This has nothing to do with this thing, but I read this crazy theory that I don't believe for a second, but I'm just gonna bring it up real quick.
Please.
So this theory says that Dougie is gonna wake up in Part 15,
Okay.
So like the numbers, you remember in the
Yeah.
in the purple room were 3 and 15, and he emerges in part 3.
Oh.
And so the idea is that like when the number changed from 15 to 3, he got sent to part 3 instead of part 15.
Oh wow.
And so like once he catches up to part 15, then Cooper will like be able to wake up again because it was because it was a mistake. It doesn't make any sense. It's so
It
meta,
almost worked.
but
Yeah, I
it but
mean,
it
yeah, the meta part
strangely,
aside,
yeah.
it almost makes sense. Yeah, there's a little weirdness there with like
Like, why would the part numbers be in the show? Like, that's just too weird for me. But like, you know, I thought it was
yeah, yeah. I mean, unless it was like every day is a part, and then
right.
they're really just saying the 3 days and
The number of
15
days,
days.
right?
But
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah, the meta part is kind of weird. But yeah, it doesn't really sort of explain any sort of necessity for him to, you know, to go to that like yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, that's weird. I'm gonna go to 15 now. 15 what? There's no 15 yet.
Well, yeah, he would have gone to the future or something. I think 15, like he could, like I'm hoping right now, like from what I said earlier, that he's gonna wake up in part 12.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would, if it happens, it'll probably be at the end. Sadly. So I don't think we'll really get to see a lot of Cooper until possibly part 15. Like maybe he'll wake up at the end of part 12, and then maybe we won't. We'll spend time on other plots for one or something, and then come
Yeah.
back. And like finally get our actual Cooper, and so maybe like he'll really return in part 15 or 14 or something, but I do feel like we're nearing the end of this, even though like another part of my brain is like that's wishful thinking. You wanted it to end in part 6. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there, even though I very well could be wrong. And I do have to say that as much as I am kind of frustrated with the Dougie plot, and as much as I might want to see Agent Cooper again, for me, it's not a precondition for enjoying the series, because I think
not anymore.
There's been like, well, yeah, but I mean, there's been like a lot of good stuff in the series, and Fire Walk with Me didn't have very much Cooper in it, and I enjoyed that, and so yeah, it's like it doesn't. I guess I'm coming to terms with the fact that like this series just doesn't feature Agent Cooper very much. There's no way around that at this point. It's we're nearing the 2/3 mark, and we've had virtually no Cooper at all.
I think one of the big hallmarks in terms of when Cooper's comes back is something more with Janie E and Sonny Jim. So we, like I said, like I think they could be done at work.
Janie sort of Jim and Sonny E.
Yeah, is that what I said?
No, I just that's
you just swapped them. Yeah,
that's what it sounds like. It sounds like it should be a family.
Jim, Sonny E. Yeah,
family of 5.
We just named him whatever the hell we wanted to name him. All right. Yeah, since the work stuff had a clear through line and a sort of goal and an accomplishment and like this resolution, I feel like we're missing that with his home life storyline, and it almost maybe the midpoint of that might have been the sexy times with
I guess I thought that was the resolution. I guess it's not a resolution for Sonny Jim, but
yeah, nothing was really resolved for Janie E. She's like, I feel like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I could, I don't feel like anything was resolved though, but so much as like it escalated into something. It's almost like the setup is and let me see if I can make some parallels here to the two storylines. So, like, with the work stuff, it's that, okay, he works at this insurance company, and there's some fraud going on that he's going to discover. And so that's, like, the first main part. The second part is he discovers the fraud and, figures it out and gets it to Bushnell. And then the third big part is the resolution of, yes, you're right, there was fraud, here's the check, right? And I feel like with Janie E, where, the setup was, bickering wife is disappointed in husband sort of thing. And I feel like part 2 is her newfound interest in the husband. And I feel like, we don't have that third beat yet of what the resolution of that is. And I think that's going to include Sonny Jim, the sort of whole home life picture deal.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. It's kind of my intuition there. But I feel like I don't know if I'll ever make my peace with this much Dougie. So much as I agree that there's been a lot of great stuff without Agent Cooper. I would like him back sooner than later. Part of me understands why they would wait very late for him to come back, which would also necessitate him doing more stuff as Dougie, in terms of the people whose lives he's in now, which is another reason why I think there's more to sort of the Janie E. home life stuff that we haven't seen yet. In terms of whatever the big, sort of plot is there, which is, I'm curious what that's going to be, because it's very clear with the work stuff what that plot was.
Right.
Dougie discovers fraud and, helps the company and, blah, 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 Mitchell Brothers. So what's that going to be for Janie E? Because he solved their money problems in the beginning, and they haven't really set up any other problems that they have, that we can think that he might be able to solve. So I wonder, are the Mitchell Brothers going to, like, give Dougie some money, and then Dougie won't have to work? I mean, not that he would know how to quit a job, but I wonder if, like, she's so, Janie E's guarding the $425,000 that they have, or I guess less since she gave some of it to the guys. I wonder if like that's a thing, but yeah, I'm curious what the end goal is for him. Why is he in their lives? Why is Agent Cooper in this stupor as Dougie? Or Agent Stupor, if you will.
Stupor Cooper.
Yeah. I'm really curious about that. Now that, especially since they freed up the work storyline, so they could have more time to deal with the Janie E stuff. 15 sounds about right for him to wake up. I hope it's not the very last episode, which I guess the last part they're showing 2 hours together or something like that. Yeah. So that would make sense if maybe in the end of the third when he wakes up or something, and then we have the last two where he's Cooper and he's battling whatever or he's doing whatever. I do hope it's before then, though.
Yeah.
It would be nice to, but it's almost like if he does wake up, then what? Like all the other parts of the storyline need to sort of be in order for him to sort of do anything action-wise, take any action. And there's not that much for him to really pick back up on. I mean, there's obviously people in Twin Peaks you'd want to see him reunite with. There's obviously the FBI guys you'd want to see him reunite with. But besides that,
and I really got to track down Evil Cooper, his doppelganger.
Yeah, I feel like whatever resolution that is could take place in the last two parts, though.
Oh yeah.
So I just mean like if Cooper was going to wake up in part 12, like that's a lot of parts for him to do. Not that much. I can't really imagine how much there is for him to do if he's back to Cooper.
Yeah.
Besides, like I said, see some people in Twin Peaks, and that's about it. And then, of course, the end game with his foe. So maybe that's another reason why,
they would have to come up with another kind of tangential plot to give him something to do. Because there's nothing on the table right now.
I do. One of my big hopes for this series is that we see Agent Cooper, Agent Dale Cooper, the good Cooper, go through the Black Lodge and pass his test. Now, I don't know if that means he needs to die to do that, but I was going to suggest maybe he wakes up sooner rather than later and then goes and does some Black Lodge stuff and, like, conquers his... Well, I guess he won't fight his shadow self if he's not there. But I was just wondering if maybe he can sort of go through some supernatural, like, training course or something,
right.
You know, like, go through some supernatural ordeal so he can then fight on a higher level, whatever the end game is, you know, and be ready for that.
Right.
Instead of just, you know, doing all that stuff in the last two parts, like, okay, I'll go back to the Black Lodge, and now we've trapped Mr. C there too, and now I'll walk the path and fight my shadow self and show no fear, and, you know, and hopefully I'll be enlightened, and then maybe I'll have enough...
He needs to confront Diane. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Diane. Yeah, he needs to confront and see what her answer is.
Yeah.
I mean... Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a sympathetic answer in a way. It's hard for me to think she's going to be like, some people are just bad, Cooper. I'm just bad now.
Right.
There is no deeper answer here. But
I was also going to say there was that whole Laura floating off and Leland saying, find Laura. I feel like that's something he might be able to do in that, you know, crazy world.
That's that kind of goes with my idea of him.
And the giant flash forward.
Yeah, like if he goes back to the Black Lodge or something where he can, like, transcend and then go to where Laura went. And maybe she went to the purple place somewhere, or the White Lodge if they're not the same thing, and then he goes there because I wonder if it's simple as he goes to the White Lodge and then someone tells him what this is all about, and you know, and then he goes, and then we get the giant scene, I guess, from the opening of the series, and he's like, it's in our house now, and he's like, okay, I understand, and he goes and does what? Like,
I guess he's got to learn about Richard and Linda, too.
Yep.
For that to make any sense. So I guess he's going to meet Richard Horne at some point or find out about him somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess in terms of the old show dynamic, like the thing that, you know, the most natural thing for Cooper to do would be to join the FBI investigation.
Yeah, I feel like by the time he's Cooper, they're going to have figured most things out.
It seems that way,
except for, like, the very last stuff, right?
Yeah, the final points.
Which makes me think, by the time, like, they'll get to Twin... Like, he's not going to wake up before the FBI's in Twin Peaks. I feel like...
Doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, whenever he's awake, he'll want to go to Twin Peaks, and...
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe Bushnell is like, wow, Dougie, you did such a great job. We're going to give you a vacation in the Pacific Northwest. A small little town in the north called,
Oh, man.
Maybe that's what happens. Not before Anthony tries to kill him one last time.
I guess Richard Horne is related to him in some weird way. Now
related to
Cooper.
How was he related?
Well, I mean, I guess we don't know that for sure, but assuming the doppelganger is his father.
Oh, yeah.
He would be related to Cooper, and not literally, but kind of in a strange supernatural way, I guess.
Yeah.
He'd be like, "You're my fake daddy," or it's like if your father had a twin.
Yeah. Who had an inverted spiritual finger.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe there's something there. Yeah, that's interesting though. You know, if Mr. C is Richard's dad, you know, then you've got that parallel with Dougie and Sonny Jim, like the sons. So maybe there'll be some connection.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. Linda thing is still pretty mysterious.
Yeah, and it's weird that we got the name Linda in the description of the character, but we haven't seen her yet.
Yeah.
And we don't know how she's connected to Richard.
Yeah. Exactly.
And it makes me think that Linda, like Richard, if Richard is the son of evil, then Linda is the daughter of evil or something, or she's, so I feel like the parentage will matter too, if we can figure out who Linda's parents are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of why I was trying to tie her to the 1950s storyline, the insect thing. Either that is Linda or Linda is related to her or something.
Yeah. Or maybe there's twins. Maybe Richard has a twin, a bad twin, even though he's bad.
It could be.
Yeah. And Audrey just had twins. That actually would be interesting if there's and Linda's like good and Richard's bad, and it's like the duality of Mr. C or something, like the fact that he's a doppelganger, and something like that makes sense.
I agree.
What did they say about Linda? She lives at the trailer park?
Yeah. I forgot what he said. Like, maybe she needed a wheelchair or something.
Something like that, yeah.
An oxygen tank. There was some kind of, it made me think she was old, so that's another reason why I thought the 50s storyline
I see. Okay.
might work. But it's not, I don't know. I would have to do some more specific research to really build a solid case, but that's my idle speculation right now.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, overall, I really like this episode. There's a lot of shit happening, but it's coming into focus, I think.
Yeah.
With the death of Hastings, I think we get a sort of nice turn of the page from what the big plot was when we started.
Yeah. They never figured out what that chunk of flesh was in his trunk.
Well, listen. The chunk of flesh and all the other stuff he had. And remember that other case that they kind of offhandedly sort of talked about when Tammy was going over the box in New York. Before that scene, Gordon was looking at another case, and there was half-naked women pictures and all that stuff. I just think there was another thing that was like, here's evidence from a case, but we'll tell you about it, but we won't actually show you what it means. Yeah, was that supposed to be from the dog, that he killed to get the dog legs, or something?
Right.
But yeah, you're right, that piece of flesh. I guess it's in Buckhorn evidence or something?
Yeah. It's just, it was, I guess, this show doesn't really have, cliffhangers at the end of each part. It's not really structured that way. And I don't think it was really written that way, but part one ends with the piece of flesh in the trunk. And so I guess in my mind, that gave it a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Oh, what does that mean? And I'm sure we'll find out later. We also, we haven't heard anything about, oh God, I'm really going to fuck this up. I don't remember their names. I just watched it too. The guy who worked at the apartment building where Ruth lived.
The guy who was on the phone and he was on the phone. Paranoid. Yeah.
There was a whole thing with him.
There's a whole thing.
I mean, why did we spend so much time on that if it didn't matter at all? I mean, it's random to follow him if that's not coming back in some way.
Yeah.
But if they, as you're saying, with Hastings' death, it does seem like the Buckhorn part of the plot is pretty much over at this point. So I don't really see how we're going to get more of that.
Yeah.
These random characters. But it really seemed like he was plugged into something crazy, and he was paranoid about the cops, and it's like is he connected to Evil Cooper somehow? Maybe I guess we could still find that out in some way.
Yeah, that's interesting. They were talking about money. He's like, no, it's my money. You didn't want to go in on it, and we did it, so it's our money. Like, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way from the dialogue that the sense that maybe he was spying on Ruth or something, or Hastings, Mr. C wanted to know when he was there or something like that, and they got paid to do it, or yeah, you're right. I don't know when they're gonna get back to that.
Yeah. It's crazy to be at part 11. I mean, we don't have that much left.
Nope.
We're like well past the halfway point now, and
so I am surprised that like Coffee didn't wake Dougie up and Cherry Pie didn't wake Dougie up.
Yep.
What's it gonna take? I swear, it's almost unfathomable to me what actually is gonna wake him up. Like what the waking up looks like. Is it gonna be sort of gradual and he's gonna come to? Is it gonna be he's gonna snap out of it? Is he gonna get hit on the head? Is he going to be asleep and he's going to dream something and he'll dream his subconscious awake and then he'll wake up and it'll be Cooper? Like, I'm so curious what that actually is going to look like. And if it's going to literally be a trigger, if it's just a matter of time, is it seeing Gordon? Is it, is it hearing a phrase? Cause it's almost like, I think he's like 5% more awake than he was before or something. A very, very small difference. But, I think, like I was saying before, like, he's having all these experiences, which maybe are having some sort of small cumulative effect. Yeah, and I wonder if the Mitchum brothers are gonna, if we're gonna see them again, maybe they're like, hey, Dougie, we want to give you a gift. A ticket to the Pacific Northwest, a little town called Twin Peaks. It's our favorite. Like, are they going to do anything else for him to show how much they, appreciate? Because it's weird, too, because they don't know that it wasn't him, but they seem to just have, like, forgiven him for all the headache, even though they were just going to kill him.
Right.
But they got the money, so it's like, I don't care what you did before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this whole thing with Candy, I don't know why they keep talking to her.
Yeah. I don't know what that's about. Or if that's just, like, filler, like, for, I mean, just, like, something to kind of add to these scenes. It's weird. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It was very similar to what she did before, but just less drawn out.
And she's like always in the middle.
Yeah. They have to stand that way, apparently.
And they're always like looking off into the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else?
I think that's it for now.
All right, another whirlwind episode. I can't wait for the next one.
Me either.
Thanks for listening, everybody. Catch you next time.
See you next time.